you imagine. Better call on your faction. Waiting for the curtain call, last camera action.
Well, hello and welcome to the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia for the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. We're at the halfway mark of the championships so far. The national teams competition, the Masters competition and the IRBs have been run and won. It's now time for the Interclub competition to kick off today. My name's Josh Minot. Joining me here at beautiful Southport is Jenny Parry, a former Australian representative at the World Championships and a world champion herself. Jenny, the action has been aplenty so far, but we're getting to the business ends of this 2024 Lifesaving World Titles.
Absolutely, Josh. I'm so excited that you're here today. I have so many stories to tell you from the national team's competition last week. And in exciting news, a lot of them will be backing up now for their club, for this interclub competition. Really, really impressed with the volume of entries that we have as well. Lots of Aussies showing up. Everybody wants to be a part of the Lifesaving World Championships. It's so rare to get a home Aussie, so we're going to see a lot of our local stars in action today, and a surprising number of German clubs backing up as well. So I think everyone has said, look, we actually haven't had an interclub championships for 4 years now. I'd love a ticket to Australia.
I was going to say there's been a lot go on in the last sort of 4 to 6 years in surf sports. We obviously had a cancelled World Championships because of the pandemic, and then a half World Championships 2 years ago. So I think all those nations have decided we're going to come and we're going to come out in force. And day one of the pool competition for Interclub, it's it's going to be very competitive out there today, obviously. And I think a few of those competitors who did the national team's title, they'll be looking to improve on what they did. And a couple that may have missed out on their national teams will be looking to impress.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of people standing on the sidelines going, I just want to get in there. I am so ready to race. And they've seen those incredible results we had from last week. And we'll go through those as the events run through. But we are starting off, as usual, with the 200-metre obstacles, obs relay, and really interesting today, line throw. The wind is on. The conditions have changed. Really, really keen to see if our current world record holders from Australia, from Seacliff, can step up. It's going to be race of the day.
I can't wait to see the boys. And you're spot on there. Very windy out of the south. So depending on what sort of end maybe we're throwing from, that may really impact their ability to get it out there. You can either have a bit of a massive advantage or make things very, very difficult. But some of the, core events of pool rescue work today, that 200 obs, a couple of relays in there as well. So that'll be exciting. An opportunity for maybe a couple of those teams trying to win the Interclub title. They're going to bring their surf guys over, maybe fill out a relay here and there, and the opportunity for, I guess, the pure swimmers to shine. That 200 obs, that's where we see some of the best in the business. We've had Olympians, we've got plenty of world record holders. Let's talk about that. There's been a lot of world records go early in the week, and a lot go early in the mornings as well.
And I think that's what really surprised us last week. We're thinking, people will want to get through these prelims. They won't want to burn too many of their biscuits. However, from the very first session, world records falling, heats and finals, and often the same person doubling up, heat to final. So Nina Holt from Germany, incredible in the obs. She is one of the big stars that won't be here for the Interclub competition. However, she's also just fresh off a trip to Paris.
I was going to say, she's had a big month, that's for sure. An Olympic Games into a World Surf Championships. It sounds like a dream month for her, but she was very, very tired. I saw her on Sunday at the beach competition there. She'd been around in 1,000 events, and obviously an event like this, an event like Paris, takes its toll on the athletes. So unfortunately that she's not going to be here, but plenty of quality regardless.
Absolutely. I still think we have 4 of the top 5 finishers from the national comp last week for the ladies will be here. And this was actually, Josh, a little bit of drama. One of the things that I haven't really seen before at a World Championships. For that Women's A final, There was a false start. There was an issue with the timing equipment. We ran the race. We congratulated Nina. You're a world champion. Incredible. The race needs to be rerun.
Oh, tough.
Imagine putting all of your effort into that A final only to be told, hey, we're going again. You need to find the energy and the emotional release as well after finishing a final. But of course, Nina, quality athlete, too good, too strong, won again. And that allowed Chelsea Jones from Australia actually fourth in the first final. Got through for a silver medal for Australia. So really improved the points and bit of silverware for her from that 200 obs.
And champions rise to the occasion and their ability to put things behind them. And it'll happen this morning. Some of the guys and girls won't have the heat swims they want. They won't get the result they want in one event. Their ability to turn it around, especially over the next sort of 5 to 6 days. It's a massive program. And if you spend all your energy day one worrying about something that may or may not have gone the way you wanted it to, that can really come back to haunt you late in the game. And if you've got an event on Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, Saturday, Sunday that you really want to do well at and you're still worried about what happened at Tuesday at Southport, that is a recipe for disaster. And we're not too far away from the first event, and it's easier said than done, but your ability to rise to the occasion and over this championship, treat every day like it's day one, overcome, move on, and bring your best performances day in and day out will be the key to being successful, I think.
Absolutely. When we spoke to the team managers, the coaches and the athletes last week, I think the word resilience came up time and time again. And speaking to, at a macro level, at a team level, they talked about having a reset every single day. No, we're resetting today. Yesterday has happened. We can't change that. Reset today. New races, new opportunities.
I use 17 words, you use one. Resilience is spot on, Jenny Parry.
This is why we work so well together.
That is exactly right. I love it, and you'll love to see it. We're not too far away. Open Women's 200 obs is the first event up today. So we're going to get into the women's obs, men's obs, the line throw, and the relay as well. Got a few more after that later in the day, but here we go. Heat number 1 coming up. We've had a few withdrawal from this one to go round, and not a bad little start to this event here. A couple of heats in this one. I'll just take a look at how many we've got. I think we've got something like 8 or 9 heats here. Well-supported event, because I think you see a couple of the surf guys come across and think, I could do 200 obs, that's for sure. That's not too bad. But very difficult to do it well.
Absolutely. And if you are following along at home, liveheats.com is where you can go and grab the draws and the results from today's racing. And we used it at the beach as well. So this is where you want to be. And what we love about it is that as soon as we know, you will know the results as well. So this has really changed the game for us. We've seen it in the ocean, in the surf racing in Australia for quite a while. This is only the second or third time we've used it at a pool comp. And so far, everyone is loving it. The fact that everyone who's watching us on the live stream right now also gets to celebrate at home. So a big thanks if you're staying up late or getting up early to join us here at the Lifesaving World Championships.
We had a couple of the guys, the Irish guys, and that sort of say that their friends and family back home, they'd go out to the pub, put the live stream on at the pub and sort of have a beer, dinner, watch some racing, and they really enjoyed it. And that's one of the beauties of these World Championships. I remember watching the live streams at early hours in the morning when they were in the Netherlands or when it was in Italy sort of thing. And so I guess it's a bit the reverse here in Australia. So a big shout out and hello to everyone in the Northern Hemisphere. Heat number 1 off and away. A couple of the girls deciding not to start this one. And Jenny, choosing your program in such a big week. You've been here plenty of times as an athlete, now as a commentator. How difficult is it to figure out what to do, what not to do, what events to focus on, what events to leave behind?
Yeah, so I think that's again, how good is it to see a Half Moon Bay cap? Sorry, I just see that on screen and I'm like, yes, it's been too long since I've seen a Half Moon Bay cap. But we always say if you've done the national teams as well, nothing hurts more than that second week of Worlds where you transition from the national team to the club team representation. So for a lot of the athletes here, I would guess, personal opinion only, if your club isn't gunning for one of those overall point scores, you'll probably be a little bit more selective. You'll choose those events where you either want to post a time, get some experience, or you think you're a red hot chance of a B or an A final. So at the World Championships, we do pay points down to 16th position, a little bit different to one of our surf carnies. So there's a great opportunity for our ladies in the water right now. And I want to say over in lane number 7, Caitlin Huell, we know that name. We see her at our local carnies. Great to see her taking this out. And I would guess as well, we're probably going to see some uneven heats to start with. All of our athletes hopefully have entered some times that allow us to put them in these heats to swim with people of a similar speed, but we are going to see some bolters like Caitlin Hill from Half Moon Bay in lane 7 right now coming through. You just got to do your best. You've got to hope that you're doing enough early to be in those big finals.
We talk about Half Moon Bay. They'll be the big change here at the World Championships. So they have recruited strongly in the last couple of months and added some athletes that I think they're going to be a real shot at that overall surf title. I don't know about how much they've brought to the pool, but when you add the likes of the defending Iron Ocean Woman champion Carly Nerthen, former Australian board race champion Tex Dixon, they've got Olympian Brennan Smith racing for them as well. They could win the mixed ocean man title and the Ocean Man relay over there in the surf. I think they're going to try and rack up some points here in the pool as well. Brennan Smith, absolute superstar, fresh off a Paris run. I don't know what he's doing in this pool program, but I know he's going to roll around. And Cliff Goulding and the Half Moon Bay team, they've been fired up in this off-season, so watch for them.
Yeah, very excited to see Brendan back. He actually made a Youth Australian team back in 2018. Yep. That was his real breakout year. Yep. And honestly, he was such a dream to have on that team. He did incredibly well. He was picking up gold medals. But for us, he's Brendan. He's on the junior team. Fast forward a few months. Yeah. Bronze medal at the Olympics in the 400 IM. It was the most jarring but wonderful sensation to see this young kid from Half Moon Bay, who is absolutely delightful, winning on the biggest stage. It was just amazing.
And that's what you want to see. You want the kids to grow and develop, and they were just some little kid at a pool rescue carnival, and now they're an Olympic medalist or a Commonwealth Games champion or all those sorts of things. And he's a big fan of the surf sports, and we'd love to have him over here as well. Heat number 2 in the water, set and ready to go. I thought for a second there we were going to have the defending Interclub champion of 2018, Lani Pallister. I've seen her floating around the beach the last couple of days, I guess deciding not to go in this event. There wouldn't be a bigger favourite if she had have decided to line up, but another one of those ladies who've been in Paris, 4x200 freestyle gold medal. I think she's going to have a real crack at the surf, and she's got a few other things coming up in the next few months, so maybe just sitting back. And I don't think Alexandra Headland are gunning for that overall title, because if they were, Lani Pallister would be in every single event in every single day. But I think they've decided to just focus on what they want to win, and that's why we unfortunately don't see Lani line up in this one.
We are hoping that we will see her line up later in the day for the line throw. I did see that Ali Bull popped out a social media post a week or two ago and said, Lani, I'm getting ready. I'm at the pool. I'm ready to go. So hot tip for the line throw. Lani Pallister and Ali Bull could be lining up for Alexandra Headland's 4 Olympic representations between them.
The most Olympic qualified team that's ever existed in line throw. We love to see it, and it is truly a fan favourite event, isn't it? They love to come down and do the line throw, and from experience, it's one of those events you go, I could do that. I could do that well. And then you go there and it is so technical and so difficult and so easy to screw up. I'm in complete awe of the boys from Seacliff down there. It was like clockwork, absolute astonishing. And I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, you either get it so right or so wrong. There's no in between.
It's a high risk, high reward situation there. You're on the far ends of the bell curve. It's either going to go really well or not so well. But I do love that the athletes do choose to say, I'm going to have a rip. Yep. I'm going to go fast. I'd love to be in the final. I just need to get this out on the first throw. And
you never know if you're going to break a world record or run dead last, and that is what we like in surf. It's one of the true elements here. As we start to get into these heats of the 200 obs, Jen, technique comes a real play in it. Obviously, you want to use whatever's fastest. A couple of the athletes, they might go underwater a little bit further out. Some of them swim right up to those obs, and maybe it's a more acute and sharper sort of dive underneath. What are the best athletes in the world doing? What's the key? Is it big, long underwaters using that kick, or do they try and stay up on top as long as possible?
Well, I think this is what I've really enjoyed about the last few days of competition, being able to bring this incredible racing to the live stream. And something that's changed this year is we've got those underwater cameras in action as well. So I feel like we can write an entire pool training manual about the best way to do everything, and maybe what not to do as well using that footage. So with at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre here, I think it's it's about 2 metres depth
Yep.
the entire way through. So speaking to a lot of the international competitors last week, they were saying this is such a fast pool. We
Yep.
love coming here. It's only 2 metres. It's pretty grippy. So you'll see a lot of our athletes choosing to push off the bottom of the
yep.
pool. You get that really good pull through, a great kick off there. We'll also see that in the 4x25 mannequin relay, the push off used in some of the changeovers. So you can definitely tell your pool swimmers
Yep.
when you get to the 200 obs, they
Yep.
will go down similar to if it's big surf, go deep, go
Yeah,
early,
yep.
and they have that lovely smooth angle.
Yep.
They just skim under
Butterfly kick underneath,
it
yep.
is spectacular to watch. And in the men's 200 obs last week at the international competition, Casper from Poland, my new favourite, 151, smashed the previous world record mark.
Unbelievable.
To watch him in action, like obviously, multiple Olympic representative from Poland. He's a full head taller than me, and I am not a short lady. And just to watch him do it, and to see, Jimmy Kosh from Australia went 153, which was still a PB for him, an incredible time. But the speed that we are seeing, the technique, as you talk about, it just continues to grow. And I love that it's getting better and better across the world.
Yeah.
It's not just one club or one team or one nation that is dominating.
Yeah.
We are seeing this rising tide lifting all the boats.
Yeah, and you're spot on there. The thought for mine always was you took off about 10 seconds from their obstacle time to their straight 200 freestyle time. That would put that world record down at 141 and be a genuine 200 freestyle world record. So maybe it's jumped a little bit, and they're that good at going underneath those obs that we have to reconsider how much time it actually takes them to go down and under. If you can get into the 140s somewhere for 200 obs, that's a truly competitive 200 time regardless. So very, very impressive there. And it's a whole nother realm of what we can do. And I guess after 2 years or 4 years of not a whole lot of competition around the world because of various reasons, athletes, maybe we're starting to see the fruits of their labour, and they've gone to work behind the scenes. They haven't had the opportunity or too many opportunities to really stand up and race on a global scale. There's been German Cups and different events, but when they come to party at the World Championships, they really come to party.
Oh, we had some great interviews last week. A lot of the athletes are talking about, I've been working towards this for 2 years. I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for this final, and to see the athletes being rewarded for that hard work, especially you think we lost an entire youth cycle by not doing that 2020 World Championships and then having the reduced program in 2022. So if you're a young lifesaver, a young nipper, and you've been watching people like Casper and Jimmy Kosh, and you're like, I have been waiting for my chance to shine. This is what I'm waiting for. And I love that the Gold Coast is putting on a show as well. Yes, it's windy out there at the moment, but
it's perfect.
The footage has just been absolutely stunning. And we can see Petya Antonov from Bulgaria in lane 8 really giving this a red hot go. And as expected, as anticipated, we are going to see some of these more uneven heats, especially with the volume of withdrawals. We are seeing a few empty lanes, and no shade at all, but
that's all right.
These finals are going to be tight.
This looks like it might be the fastest time of the morning so far. Just sneaks in there, 2:24.03. That will be the fastest so far. Antonova from Bulgaria. A tough heat as well. A couple of girls that we know reasonably well. Christensen, Eve Warren there from Maroochydore had a fantastic swim, and Plamanova from Bulgaria. So the Bulgarians on fire at the moment in the pool, and it's what we like to see. Speaking of that youth losing that youth title, it was something that stood out to me on the surf side of things. The French, the South Africans, second and third in the youth competition in the surf, ahead of the Kiwis, and that's no knock on the Kiwis, but the French were fantastic all weekend long down on the beach. So they, in those 2-4 years, they came out of nowhere and have gone, no, we're going to be super competitive. And yes, the Australians still got the job done, but all of a sudden, instead of being a 1 and 2 horse race down in the surf, it was 4, 5, 6, 7 different teams that was super competitive, and we love to see it. And that's been the shock for me at my first World Championships here as a commentator. The change in competitiveness. It was an Australian first, and I'm talking the surf, because obviously the pool's been very competitive for a very long time. But it was always Australia 1, New Zealand 2, then a bit of a gap. The South Africans were good. Now it's, at one point the other day, the Australians in the Taplin relay, or the women's Taplin relay, were in 8th place. They were behind France, they were behind Great Britain, they were behind the Japanese competitors there. It was truly incredible, and I love to see it. And if we're going to make this push into the Olympics, and we've spoke about it for a couple of days over there at the beach, it has to be a truly global sport, and we have to prove that it's truly global. And everybody is coming to the party here, and we love to see that level of competition, and it is truly forcing the sport to get better.
Yep, everyone is getting better and better, and I think what will be interesting, we'll have to keep our wits about us. A lot of those competitors who did race for international clubs last week may be racing for a different nationality of club this week as well.
A lot of the Kiwis coming back to race for the likes of Northcliffe, Currumbin, Burleigh, that sort of thing. A bit more down here in terms of Australia and New Zealand, but you're spot on there. There's going to be a lot that were Polish caps last week, German clubs this week, vice versa. You understand it, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see which club comes out on top, because I think for the first time in a few World Championship cycles, it's not going to be all Northcliffe in the surf, and I think it's never been all Northcliffe in the pool, and that's going to make a very, very interesting overall point score. Obviously, the Germans, the Italians, super strong for so long, and the Italians last week in that open competition here at the pool were just spectacular.
Oh, they were just absolutely everywhere. As soon as you saw an Italian cap in the race, you're like, oh, that's the one to watch right there. And I think as well, thinking of the Italians in particular, a lot of their competitors, well, they only brought a very small youth team to the national comp. A lot of them are actually stepping up for open club competition.
Nice.
So to get those good relays. And when I talk about the junior Italian men, they are competitive in the open competition well.
I have no doubt. They're a class above.
Oh, absolutely. But looking at the race on screen at the moment, I'm loving that it's practically a German club championships at the moment. We have 8 competitors in this race, 7 are from Germany, and the fact that, again, so many clubs are here, so many clubs want to be a part of this. I'm loving this is what I love about the World Championships. Everyone's arrived, and again, it's not cheap to get here either. Like, it is such an investment for the athletes, for their parents, and for their clubs to get here, and to see close to a full German heat right now. This makes my heart very happy.
Yeah, very, very quick as well. They're working their way through the 150 mark. These ladies doing a fantastic job here. Heat number 4 of, it looks like 8 heats to go today. So, or maybe more, 10 heats to go today, 11 heats to go today. So very, very big contingent. And as we head further down, there's some big names coming out of the national teams competition. With no Nina Holt, Chelsea Jones, obviously for Currumbin, will be maybe the red-hot favourite, but she's not going to have it all her own way. I think it makes for a much more even final heading out. Is there one or two that missed out on that national teams that you think could make an impact? I thought Lani Pallister before I saw her withdraw this morning. Anyone else that you like the look of here that could come through and really make an impact in this final this afternoon?
Well, the way that the World Champs works for those national clubs teams, it's 6 men, 6 women, and you can only have 2 entries for each of those individual events. So we're actually going to start to see some of our world record holders, world champions in the tow, in the carry, actually now stepping up for the 200 obs. So I'm expecting a few little smokies.
Names that we recognise but not in this event.
Exactly. Yeah. We know some incredible, carries and towers. You probably don't know them as an ob, so that would be my pick. And then in the men, people like CJ Brennan, just outside that Aussie team selection, he would have been busting last week, just watching the times, wanting to be a part of it. And again, so many of those national teams competitors backing up. We are still going to have similar times to what we saw last week. Fergus Eadie, the big man from New Zealand, racing for New Zealand, just breaking world records everywhere he went. I reckon he could give some of those a nudge again this week.
Well, interesting there. I saw him on Sunday. Beach flags, beach relay, a bunch of other events in there. So your ability to manage your workload across the week, if he'd have just gone straight pool events from Sunday to Sunday, I'm sure he would have been fine. But those boys were very, very tired coming off a beach sprint relay, a beach flags as well, because they had to fill in for the Kiwi team, for the German team, the Italian team. They had other events over there. So it'll be interesting to see who's managed their week really, really well. It's a special athlete who can go from national team competition into interclub, because it is a genuine 2 weeks of high-level racing, and you have to be at your best every single time, because there's no givens here in surf sports. And if you miss or make one little mistake in a heat, you're gone for the final, 0 points.
Absolutely. I have been thinking about those athletes like Ferg who were, rescue, everything on the beach. And it's not just the physical exhaustion that they would be feeling from those national teams, especially for the Aussies and the Kiwis. The points were so tight. Every point counted, every race counted, every heat counted. The emotional exhaustion that they would be feeling as well. They need to pick themselves up and they need to pivot very, very quickly to perform for their team. Like that, my head would be spinning from that, and I think they will just be practically in the fetal position between each race of this first few days.
It would be 100%. One of the nations who did surprisingly well and has a little bit of a showing here is Canada. One close to my heart. I got a soft spot for the Canadians there, but they did well out in the surf, but they said sort of the pool rescue stuff's more their style because just so cold in the ocean and that. And it was interesting to see coming off the beach the nations that tended to focus on things for just pure natural reasons. Too cold in the winter, we love the pool rescue stuff. You get the likes of your New Zealand's, Australia, they're like, oh, we'd rather not be in the pool, we'd rather be out in the ocean. So it's good to see the Canadians here. I think they'll surprise a few this week as well. They've got a couple of their pool swimmers who didn't go round in that the national teams competition, who are coming here for inter-club, and it'll be good to see the Canucks and how they go in this one. So a couple of the ladies here, and as well the Germans, just so strong.
Just everywhere. And a special shout out to the Canadians. Even though this is the first day of pool racing here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, we did run the Cirque.
I saw they did well yesterday.
They did so well. So Cirque stands for Simulated Emergency Response Competition, and I think a few of those Canadian clubs were targeting that Cirque. They did such an incredible job yesterday, especially in the youth. Naval Sauvetage, a Canadian team, was first in the youth, and they also got third. The Drayton Valley Lifesavers, the Currumbin Vikings, though, in there for the points. You know that they're getting all the points. In the Opens, it was the Sunshine Coast Grammar team ahead of, again, Currumbin Vikings, and then third in the Opens was the Singapore Teachers Association. So points already on the board coming into this first 200 obs. It feels bizarre to be like, no, we've started. We're going. Wells is happening.
My family is Canadian, well, my wife's Canadian, and I did show her that result last night. It took me 15 minutes to explain Cirque to her. She's not a surf sports fan, but she was very happy with the Canadian performance. And Anne-Sophie Lepage there, she should be happy with that swim as well. She gets it done. 2 minutes 50.28, and still Anatova from Bulgaria, the number one qualifier so far. Just 5 of 11 heats run and won, and very good swimming early on from the Bulgarians to set a time here. I don't know if it'll be enough to get them through to the final. We're expecting you've got to be in that sort of 2 teens in there somewhere. Your 2:10 will get you in there for certain, but at 2:25, I don't know if it's enough, but at this point, it is the fastest qualifier through 5 heats of the women's 200 obs individual event.
And how good is it just to get that first swim of the day done as well for people like Anna-Sophie coming through going, yep, I've got a time on the board, I've got my 2:44. And I think what we do miss here, because there are so many competitors and there's so much happening, while we do talk so much around the world records, the European records, we are seeing national records, we are seeing club records, we're seeing PBs in the pool as well. So it's really wonderful that we do have cameras, we have eyes on every single race here at the pool to be able to celebrate people like Anna-Sophie and these great swims that we're seeing every single day.
Yeah, we love it. And for the first time, not a completely German heat here in heat number 6. We've got a few in there. Schultz, Corneck, Mills, we saw her in the surf the other day racing for South Africa, did a fantastic job. And Jasmine de Roon as well from the Netherlands here. So a little bit different in terms of club caps and club colours as they go around. Mills was very strong in the surf. She did a fantastic job. The South Africans, super impressive over there in the ocean and traditionally very, very strong for a long time. They have been world champions. At this interclub title, the Durban Club have been super strong and they've done a fantastic job. So expect big things from them across the week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when they really rose to prominence. I remember they had a sponsor called Mr. Price, and so they were Mr. Price Durban Surf.
I like it.
And they were absolutely everywhere. They had those bright red caps, and I think there was one championships in particular. Their national team was basically this club team as well. They really had this powerhouse group stand through, and it was wonderful to see them. I think that was early 2000s for them. But we can see Clifton Beach on screen at the moment.
Yeah, that's Mills Club, the South Africans. They've brought a big contingent out this year as well. It's been impressive to see the rise of the Clifton Club, and they had a big play in the South African team over the last couple of weeks at that national teams title. They're coming out here in force as well, and they're really sort of building out there. I had a conversation with the South African guys and girls about what they're trying to do in terms of surf sports over the next couple of years, and they're really looking at that Australian model. They're trying to run a sort of summer of surf series of their own. They're trying to bring that pool rescue work in there as well, and they want to be competitive, and they're pushing towards that. If we're having a run at the Olympics, the South Africans want to be in it up to their eyeballs in 2032, so they're going to build over the next 8 years, and I think this is the beginning. Clifton playing a massive role in that as well. And obviously, as we spoke about, Durban, been so strong for so long. So watch out for the South Africans. They're coming. They had a couple of massive wins over the last week, and I think they're looking for a few more here at Interclub.
Yeah, it was wonderful to watch. And I was actually having a chat to one of their Masters competitors, Christina Millian. She actually got a medal in the Masters a few weeks back, and she was just saying how much they're enjoying being here, you know, making that switch from, and this is what we love about the World Champs, right? 5,000 competitors, 700 officials, ocean, beach, pool, IRB, surf boats, much past, like everyone's here, and, you know, talking about the vibe down at the Masters, and now she's, you know, being picked up with the team to do a lot of their media and their comms and really tell the amazing stories that come out of every World Championships. And what we love is that you can never anticipate what those great stories are going to be. There's always these surprises that come up every time. And, you know, people like Fergus Eadie made the last World Champs team, you know, at very late notice when Lewis Clareburt broke his elbow skateboarding. And, you know, now is like one of the biggest pool lifesaving champions in the world. Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's just, they're the important things. And the thing maybe I've realised, I was speaking to you earlier in the day, is that while it is a sports event and we are here for gold, silver and bronze, there is so much more that goes into the World Championships outside of just touching the wall first and getting a result that is so important to these athletes. It's the journey that they've had to go through to get here. It's what they've overcome. It's the other things they do. And we speak about clubbies in Paris, the ones that have gone to the Olympics, the ones that missed, that have decided to come here and focus on this, the ones that could have gone and thought, no, this sport's so much more important. And the stories, the journey, the memories and the experience is something that I've really taken from this event so far, and something that I really, really love to see. And it's been fantastic so far. We're only really at the halfway mark, but we've been here for 2 weeks already. So there's plenty of racing still left to come, plenty of stories still left to be written, and I can't wait to see this afternoon really kick it off with those first finals. And we're going to crown some world champions, and I didn't know how much it meant to these athletes until I saw it last week at the national team's titles, and how important it was to them to be world champion. When the Egyptians won the beach relay down there on the sand, when the South Africans got a goal, when Anna from France won the beach flags, it was truly spectacular. And now I'm getting my first taste here today at the pool, and the nerves on pool deck were very impressive, palpable. There was a lot of athletes warming up that I thought, oh, you came here to play today. And there's no mucking around. There's some athletes here that are really firing up. Kira Dale from Sunshine Coast Grammar up in my part of the world has got off to an absolute flyer, and this looks like a pretty quick heat from her. A good turnaround of that 100 in 1:12.99 to just sneak under there, and if she can continue on at this pace, it'll be a very competitive time. Sunshine Coast Grammar doing great things up there. Great pool program in terms of just straight pool swimming, but they've really embraced this surf sports and pool rescue, and the coaching up there is second to none. I know the Hallidays have had a lot to do with it up there in terms of pool rescue as well, and famous name in surf swimming and surf sports, and they're doing a great job, and they're one of those clubs that are really rising to the top, and I'll expect to see more of them moving through the future. And they've only been around for a few years. They've got that fantastic pool up there. It's sort of second to none on the coast, so expect to see more of them on the podium over the next couple of years, and especially at World Championships. Yep, good point there, and wonderful to see Kira leading the way there. And thinking back to that incredible win that they had yesterday in the Cirque, I think we saw for the first time ever one of their competitors there, Ryan Chapman, Chapo, if anyone knows him. That's actually his third gold medal in the Cirque in the interclub competition. Really? And that one meant a lot to him. We were messaging last night. And just to see, again, there's something for everyone at the World Championships. And we have these incredible specialists and these people who work so hard for these special events. You know, I know Jeannie Baxter-Reed's been doing so much work with them, and that's not just Sunshine Coast Grammar. She's got kids from THNC. Yeah. She's got the full crew in there. Coaches everywhere, yeah. But then you see those incredible stats like Chapo picking up third gold medal in the interclub Cirque. Just spectacular to see, and again, these are the stories. This is what we want to know about. And for surf sports athletes, maybe some tuning in for the first time, or maybe this is the first time they've seen pool rescue stuff. It's not easier, it's not harder, it's just different. And the athletes who win Cirque, the athletes who win 200 obs, the athletes who win beach flags, the athletes who win the surf race, it is the same kind of work. They're morning and afternoon, 6 days a week, whether it's they're training, whether they're doing cross-training stuff, whatever it is, you name it, they're doing it. And it takes a hell of a lot to become a world champion, regardless of which event it is. And a lot of credit to them, because to win one is tough, to defend is almost impossible. To go and win 3 of those titles, that is
legend status in this sport, that's for sure. So they should be very, very proud of what they did, as should Dale. Gets the win there, 2:34.56, just ahead of Stenzel of Germany and Soyak as well. So great swimming from these ladies. Heat number 7, run and 1. We're getting down to the business end right now into heat number 8.
Yep, 4 heats left for this one here, and just Josh, reflecting on the credit that we need to give to so many of our athletes. I had a really humbling moment earlier in the season when I went to the IRB Championships. Again, not my forte. Seeing what they can do, the speed at which they do it, the technical elements as well. To have the IRBs back in the World Championships. So excited that they get to show why they are so good at what they do on the world stage is absolute next level. Yeah,
and exactly like I said there, it may not seem like, they're athletes or anything like that. If you ever watch them race, if you ever go see what they do, the skill, the ability, how strong you have to be to rip those things around, they're actually fantastic athletes down there. And it's not better, it's not worse, it's not harder, it's not easier, it's just different. And that's one thing we have here at the World Surf Lifesaving Championships is we just have a different array of athletes, events, and it's, like you said, 5,000 athletes. There's not too many events in the world that are bigger in terms of athlete numbers, and there's not too many events that are, I guess, more varied in terms of the types of athletes and what you see here. It is truly something special.
Yeah, absolutely something for everyone here, and we can see the pace starting to pick up here. We have 4 heats remaining in the 200 obs in lane 3. I think that's Rhiannon Copsey from Maroochydore, the first to go around there. And what I do love now that we're using live heats for these pool competitions as well, for the athletes, for their coaches, they can actually go back and grab splits. We can see relay splits as well. So wonderful that the athletes not only get to see themselves on screen, video work is highly valuable for the athletes, and for them to even now get that underwater view as well, or see what other people are doing. It's wonderful when they each get this screen time and we get to see the different techniques used here as well. And again, there's no one perfect way to carry a mannequin, do a clip up, do the obs, those sorts of things. It always comes down to do what works for you best. As long as it's within the rules, have at it.
Yeah, and I think Antonova, who won that, was set the fastest time so far. When she'd go down under the obs, she was doing the breaststroke kick under there, staying away from the floor, 2 breaststroke kicks, breaststroke pull back up to the top, off and away. So we haven't seen many of the athletes do that so far, and she set the fastest time. Yep. So the other part, I guess, is there may not be a perfect way. There may be something that's better for you, something that's better for somebody else. That it's not the fastest technique, it's you do that technique the fastest. And we're going to see that throughout these heat sessions. And I think when we get to the final as well, we'll see a lot of variations, although they might just be those little small variations for the athletes and your ability to practice it, get it done. Copsey there, big butterfly kick underneath. And we can see the athlete in second just off the floor to push us up and along. And just short of that fastest qualifying time for Copsey, but a very good swim there. 2:25.97, so to sneak just under that 2:26 mark. Royager from Germany in 2:31.4. That's a very good swim for her as well. And Heinemann, the other German there, 2:31.16. So these girls are in the mix at the moment. They're sitting in the top 8, but there's a couple of heats coming up with a few real big guns of surf swimming and pool swimming in there. So expect that to change. And like you said before, a couple of girls we've seen in different coloured caps that are going to race for Australian clubs or New Zealand clubs coming up that I'm looking forward to seeing, especially in this next heat.
Yeah, next heat is going to be a good one. We can see the officials doing an incredible job really moving this programming along this morning. They understand how many races we need to get done today. And there you go, that lady on screen, the silver medalist from the international competition, that is Chelsea Jones, now racing here for the Currumbin Beach Vikings. Joining her in lane 3, so just one up on the top of your screen, the winner of last week's B final, Naomi Scott from Northcliffe.
Yeah, I like to see Naomi Scott race in this one. Georgia Miller in there as well. Went to the World Junior Swimming Championships as part of the 4x100 freestyle relay. Summer Short, the other of the Australians in this one, her brother recently raced 4th in the 400 freestyle at Paris. Family you know very well out of the Maroochydore Club. This is a good one. This one will be very quick, and I expect if that time from from Antonova is going to hold up, and if it holds up here, that would be very surprising because I think a few of these girls are going to go well under that sort of 220 mark, at least this morning, and then even quicker this afternoon, they'll be trying to go under 210.
Oh, absolutely. And I do love that both Chelsea, Naomi, Georgia, Summer, they're really pushing this early. They know that they will be the first ones to really post those potentially sub 215, 210 times to come through. Still 3 heats to go and a few unknowns in there as well. They would have been sitting in the marshalling area knowing, I've got to go now. I've got to go fast. And thinking of Summer, she's one of the most consistent 200 metre ob swimmers. We see her regularly at our Aussie pool champs here. So keen to see how she paces this race. But for now, Chelsea Jones does not look like she's had an entire week of racing with the Australian team. She's looking really strong.
And she had a bit of an injury as well in the Ocean Woman relay the other day. Rolled her ankle getting out of the potholes, and I thought she was done for the rest of the championships. The way she walked up the beach, the way she looked. But I guess she's recovered, and her ability to overcome that has been very, very impressive. And she's absolutely flying. 103 flat to go through at the 100, and you can see Chelsea goes underwater a lot earlier than the rest of the girls there. She probably goes 2 strokes earlier than Naomi Scott is there, but it's that big underwater butterfly kick. She comes from that pool background, and the butterfly kick is very impressive. And you can see heading into this ob, she'll dive down there. Scott 1, 2 more strokes and then goes under. Her kick's not going to be as good as Chelsea Jones, and Scott's doing the best she can to get through this obs reasonably well. And to be up against the lady who finished second last week and to be less than a body length behind is a great swim for Naomi Scott.
Yeah, she was so close to making that A final last week. Took out the B in a great time of 2:12. So I think she would love to be lining up this afternoon, get some points on the board for the team from Northcliffe. We did mention earlier it was 6 men, 6 women for the national teams. For the clubs, though, got a few more friends along. Piled into the team bus, 10 women and 10 men, but they still have to cover 43 events across the pool and the ocean.
It is a lot.
A few specialists will start to come through, but for teams like for people like Naomi, massive program ahead.
Yeah, all the pool events, all the surf events, she will be in it up to her eyeballs. And what a heat. 2:11, 2:0 for Chelsea Jones. Not too far behind Scott from Northcliffe, 2:13.18. Georgia Miller rounds out the podium here in this heat, and I think Summer Short will be hoping that's enough to get her into the final this afternoon, 2:16.84. But the bar has been raised about, 8 seconds faster than the fastest time before that heat. So things are starting to get serious, and we talk about serious. There's a couple of ladies in this one who are very, very good. That is for sure, both in the pool and in the surf.
Absolutely. So looking at Heat 10 coming up next, we've got Lana Rogers. She was in action for the Aussie team last week. Poppy Stephen, one of our up-and-comers from Met Caloundra, and Lucretia Fabretti. She's a world record holder in the pool. She had a massive program for Italy last week. Chiara Costalighi, she wasn't in action last week, but again, this Rane Rossi team, they are always at the top. They have taken out many overall pool point scores in the past, so expecting wonderful things for her. And then Jessica Marie Gabanzo from Australia, the Sunny Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving team. Again, the standard is rising. Everyone is getting quicker. This is the second last heat for the obs.
And that Rane Rossi team, I think, second a couple of times on the overall point score. So they're not just a pool club. They can hold their own and score enough in the surf as well to be ultra competitive on that overall point score at the end there. It wouldn't surprise me if they went close. The Italians weren't too bad in the surf the other day, and by weren't too bad, I mean super competitive. So that's going to be an interesting one for these ladies as well. But they know they've got to perform in the pool to set that club up and give them an opportunity at holding on over the last 3 days and winning the overall title.
100%. That's always been their strategy, just to load up that pool team, get a massive lead going into those ocean competitions. I remember they recruited some German superstars as well over the time, but really impressed with Poppy Stephen at the moment. She's turned in a really, really quick time there, 1:02, definitely the fastest of the splits that we've seen so far. And this is where we see the fresh legs coming in. This is where Poppy goes, Chelsea Jones, Naomi Scott, great that you had to race last week. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. I want to be in this A final.
And another pool swimmer who does surfs, made the trip out here to do pool rescue and could be a real dark horse because probably wouldn't have been considered in any of those national teams or definitely the Australian national team. And now she's racing a couple of Italian pool rescue superstars in there, and they're probably looking across going, who the hell is this girl? She went through 0.02 quicker than Chelsea Jones in the heat before, so she's in form at the moment. Maybe just faded a little bit there in that sort of last 25, but maybe she's also just put the handbrake on and knows she's well out in front and looking comfortable. She'll cruise in this one, but will it be enough to get her at the top of the timesheet there? 2:13 was the time to beat from that heat, and she might just sneak under 2:10, so bang.
Poppy.
Cop that, ladies and gentlemen. Poppy Stephen came to play, and she is the fastest qualifier so far. And the Italian ladies will be wondering what they just saw. And Lana Rogers, 2:21. She won the Ocean Woman event, another big week of competition for her. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get her in the A final, but it might be enough to put her in the B final and maybe score some points for the Northcliffe Club.
And that's what it's about. We're going to see some of our ocean athletes, our board paddlers, our ski paddlers, our ocean men and ocean women feeling a little vulnerable, feeling a little uncomfortable, stepping up because they know there's only 10 people in the team. They can enter up to 4 people in each individual event. That's 4 opportunities to post times and post points as well. So you're going to see Lana in the obs, Georgia Miller in the obs, Naomi Scott in the obs. This is going to happen. We'll probably see them in a beach sprint or 2. They are just going to need to keep on performing.
And I think we'll see probably Lana in that in a few other events as well, as a bit of a backup option. If our best athletes, maybe they get disqualified, something happens, who knows, at least we'll score something with Lana, and maybe that was the case there. She might get 5 points, 7 points, something like that in the B final. And a great swim from Lana Rogers, off and away again. And well, the party continues down here in heat number 11, and we speak about the big guns here. There are some absolute flyers in this final heat.
Yeah, looking at this from the top of your screen, we have Julia Hennig from Bietigheim Bissingen from Germany, Molly Shivnen. We saw her in action last week for the Blackfins, now with Northcliffe. Anna Piravana from Rane Rossi, Elisa Di Benelia. She was incredible for the Italians last week. She was everywhere, just points. Pippa Nicol, now she's come over from Mount Maunganui. She's actually done quite a few of our Aussie Pool Championships over the last few years, and the one that was held most recently at this very same venue. Great prep, great experience for her. Paige Holt and Rose Bentley round out the field, but we can see already the pace is picking up. I think we're going to see some great times here. Yeah,
we could see all these girls work their way through to at least the B final, because it is an absolute flyer. Paige Holt obviously involved in some of that junior action as well. So girls are off and away and very, very quick, about the same or just slower than the first 2 heats that we saw there. So they're on pace to post very, very quick times. Half a second down, Shivnen in the lead. Piravano not too far behind her either. The Italians just sitting pretty at the moment, and heat swimming can be a very, very strategic thing, but if you get it wrong, you'll miss your opportunity, so you can't take too many risks. I think being in this last heat, big advantage for these girls. Watch everything that's gone down. They'll know exactly what they have to do. But sometimes you can think, I can just cruise through this one and maybe mistime it ever so slightly. And we've seen some of the big guns of the sport miss finals before, just going too slow in the heat and thinking, I've done enough.
I'm fine. Unfortunately, you may not be fine. But I am still so stoked with Poppy Stephen banging out at 2:10.
Yeah, good swim.
I reckon that's got to be close to a PB for her. I reckon that is pretty quick.
And if it's not, I think she'll go quicker in the final tonight. It looked like she maybe eased off with 50 to go, 25 to go. She definitely put the brakes on because the Italian girls came back, and expect more of the same for her. Girls cruising in. That 2:10's gone, so Poppy Stephen will be the fastest qualifier into the final tonight. Molly Shivnen enough there, 2:11.96. Great swim. Piravano 2:12.23 in there, and Pippa Nicol from NZ, Mount Maunganui 2:13.75. There is a real logjam around that 2:13 through to sort of, I'd say 2:17, 2:18 for that A final there. It's going to be very, very tight. Couple of the Italians, couple of the Australians, and Pippa Nicol right on the edge, and we're going to leave that one to live heats to give us an A final overall. But I think there might be a couple of big names that we expect to be in that final forced to settle for the B final.
Yeah, definitely. I would have thought that Elisa Di Benelia from Italy would have been in that A, but again, 2:15.30. She will be the fastest qualifier for the B final. And again, live heats has changed my life. I love that immediately. We can say, yep, heats are done. Show me the rankings. Show me the leaderboard from here. And straight away we get to see who is in that top 8. But they will be led by Poppy Stephen, just ahead of Chelsea Jones. Molly Shivnen backing up from last week. Wonderful to see her bang out another 2:11. in that one. So there'd be some tired legs down on pool deck right now and a lot of relief. I maintain that the 200 obs is the worst event on the program. It hurts. It is my least favoured.
It seems the easiest. It is by far not. It is so tough. And from the ladies to the men's 200 obs race here, and we are in for a real treat. Half Moon Bay at the start. Brendan Smith, the Olympian, swims more your medley races at the Olympic Games. He's very, very good, but he can throw down a mean 200 as well. And watch for him to really get out like he's been shot out of a gun early and post a time, because these boys 200 obs, I think we're going to see a bit of the same. 1 or 2 times from the early heats, and then we wait to those last 2 or 3 when we really see the big guns come out to play.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise to me to see Brendan Smith in this first heat. And we've also got Jimmy Kosh in the second one. He races for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Jimmy was the silver medalist last week at the national teams. 1:53. Massive time there, massive Australian record as well. So to see both of these men out early, I'd say either the qualifying time was incorrect or they've missed that on the early entries. But
some of those team managers probably just threw them in at 2 minutes or whatever they've done here. So, but it's good for us because we get to see a couple of the boys really fire early on. And Jimmy Kosh, he's got to be disappointed. Silver is fantastic and you love to see it, but he won in 2022. He comes back and gets silver in 2024. But I know Casper from Poland was fantastic, but it still hurts.
It still hurts when you put in so much work, but Casper was just, a solid 2 seconds ahead of the entire field. So to see Jimmy get that silver medal was wonderful, and he really bookended the program well. He got a medal in that obs to start with, and then the Super Lifesaver, the final event of the program, picks up another big win, another big medal there. So big program for him. Wonderful to see him backing up now for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. I keep thinking back to that incredible taplin that they did to finish last Aussies.
Oh, I love it.
He was absolutely spent at the end of that. I remember trying to interview him and he was like, Jen, I can't. I need to lie down.
He did a fantastic job.
Everything he could. It was wonderful.
And that's what these events are all about. And this man in front doing everything he can to get himself through to the final. Great start from him. First 3 laps have been very, very strong. That butterfly kick looks like it's slowing down ever so slightly. So the big fella will charge. We'll see him in the surf later in the week as well with a couple of big guns. In to touch the wall, 2:07.15. A good swim to kick things off, but I don't know if that'll be enough to get him through to the A final. I would like to think early in the morning, you're 2:03, 2:04, maybe something like that. Well under 2 minutes in the final. Everybody will be well under 2 minutes by a country mile there. What do you think, Jen? 2:07, will it be enough?
It'll be tough. When we look at we always like to look at the A qualifying times from the national teams as well, and that was about the 2 minute mark. Again, that's a benchmark only. It doesn't mean that that's what we're magically looking for here, but it just gives us an idea. I think Brendan's done an incredible job, considering that he was swimming out by himself.
Yep.
That is tough. And no one has more back-end speed than Brendan Smith. That 400 IM where he won the bronze back in 2021 was just one of the best swims ever. So that would have been a bit of a shock to the system, I reckon.
100%.
At 200 obs would have really cleared things out. So we just saw a little clip there as well, just as they came through off the start. The rules state that you do have to surface before that first obs off the dive. Freestyle stroke, butterfly stroke, whatever, but you cannot stay underwater. You cannot stay submerged off the dive under that first obs.
Yeah, that's a big one, because we could have seen the old Denis Pankratov, the Russian submarine from 1996, where he went the entire way underwater. It'd be fast. It's also very, very difficult if you've ever tried to do it. So make sure we stick to those rules there. A couple of DQs I saw at that national team event. Technical elements here in pool rescue. It's something that you've got to get right. It's easy to get wrong, but if you do it wrong, it could be all over before it starts.
Yeah, it is a highly technical event, and we do see the rules being changed year on year. I think there's been 6 bulletins issued since the last release of the manual, just as the officials and the ILS just try and clarify, simplify, take that subjectivity out of the sport, which I think has also really gone a long way to, this is why we're seeing world records being set as well, as we make things, I don't want to say easier, but definitely simpler, especially with mannequin carries and things like that. Back in my day, the rules used to be the mannequin's face has to be out of the water. Then it went to 50-50, and then you could have it by your side, and now it's just grab the mannequin.
Just get it going.
Get it to the end of the pool.
And I think athletes these days, and you see it in all different kinds of sports, they're starting to push the limits. They look at the rules and go, well, if it says that, it's a little bit grey, I'm going to push here and see how far I can take it. And cheating's not the right word, but it's seeing how far you can play within the rule set. And it's happened in a lot of different sports. It's come with super shoes in running, the super suits in swimming. We go out to the surf stuff, different shaped paddles and that sort of thing, cycling, the way bikes are set up, the aerodynamics of it. I think in all elements of sport now, athletes and sports scientists are seeing how far they can take it and how they can squeeze every marginal gain out of it. And this is no different at all. These athletes, these coaches will be looking at it and go, what can I do to make me faster, fitter, stronger, and have a quicker touch on the wall at the end? And that's what sport's all about. Find the little things here. And I think the organisation as a whole has had to sort of lock down on what's yes, what's no, because if there's a grey area, they will find it and they will exploit it.
And I think that's important that we have these conversations as well in terms of, well, what can I do? Can you watch me do this? Is this too far one way? Am I being too safe here as well? Like, the rules are there for a reason. They give us the boundaries. They give us those hard edges. However, within that, let's see what we can do. And the way we've always done it in the past may not be the way that we do it in the future, and that's okay.
Yeah, perfect. I love it, Jenny. And this has been a great swim from James Koch there. He was well under that 2 minutes at the 150. We'll just see if he can sneak in here. Great last 50 there to go under 159.99. Do you know what's been impressive as well? Jackson McCleary from the Maroubra Club, 2:03.32. So I don't know if it'll be enough to get him in the A final. It may be enough to get a B final start from him there. But Koch, we expected that from silver last week. He'll be looking for gold tonight from BHMP there. But McCleary from Maroubra, 2:03.32. That is a great morning swim from him. Very impressive.
Yeah, I'm actually really stoked. Again, when we put in the times, we do the draws, people rock up, you sit in your heat lane. For Jackson McCleary, he would have been stoked to see Jimmy Koch in his heat.
Yeah.
Jackson, knowing that he probably had something a little special in the bag, which he's delivered on in a time of 2:03, to be pushed by Jimmy Koch, to see him, as you say, just under that 2 minute mark, that is not only great news for Jackson McCleary. Obviously, there's no drag, there's no wash, there's no advantage, but really, really stoked to see that 2:03 on the board so early. Yeah, great swim out there. Absolutely fantastic performance from both those men. Hurstov as well from Bulgaria, Raj from India, and Seal from Singapore. Great swims from those three gentlemen. Heat number 3, Gibbs, Edwards, Heimel, and Balsavigo from España. We'll see these 4 men. International flavour in this one, the Australian, the South African, the German, and our Spanish competitor. We love to see it. Off and away. Heat number 3 of the men's 200 obs. 1:59.99 is the fastest time set so far. I think we're looking at around that 2 minute mark to make the A final, 2:02, 2:03 to make the B final there, and then you'll have to go faster tonight. You'll have to be well into the 1:55s if you want to get a medal. Yeah, absolutely. And a big thanks to Jimmy Koch for posting a time that is so easy for us to remember as we go through here as well, 1:59.99. But here we go. We've got another bolter over in lane 6, the Spaniard doing an incredible job. And I do have to give some flowers as well. In the national teams competition last week, the Spanish girls came out for a massive win in the board rescue. I think that was one of the absolute highlights of the day. The race was fantastic. The celebrations afterwards, even better, to see what it meant for them to take out a world title in such an incredible field as well. And what I loved even more was the interview they did afterwards. You know, people were saying, oh, did you think that you could win? And they're like, yeah. Why are we lying? And the fact they were like, why would you come to World Championships and race if you don't think you can win? And I was just like, oh, mad respect to those girls. That's the attitude that everyone should be bringing to the World Championships. And I think it's the attitude for a long time the Australians, the Kiwis, the South Africans would bring to the surf, and maybe the Italians and some of the Europeans, the Germans, would bring to the pool. But now there's that crossover where, oh yeah, I came here to win the 200 obs and the surf race, and I can do it. And I had a couple of British boys in the ski race and girls in the ski race as well. They said, oh, we're staying on afterwards because we want to win ski races. We're here to win, and we want to know the level, because they led the entire way around, and I think they surprised themselves, and they thought, well, we can do this here in this competition. And one man who's absolutely delivering out there is Javier Balsavigo, who he may just be a little bit behind Jimmy Koch there, but he went around in a relatively comparable time. Expect that sort of 2:02, 2:03, as long as he doesn't die too much in these final stages. So he's looking to set himself a top 3, top 4 time at the moment. A little bit slower. He might have faded on that last one. 2:05 there for Balsavigo, and that's a good swim from the Spanish lad, and hopefully that'll get him
into a swim this afternoon in either that A or B final. He really went out hard with it. 28.5 over that first 50, around in 100 there, and just the 105 and a bit for that second 100. It's a good swim from the big fella from Spain.
Oh, it's a good swim when you're out by yourself as well. You know you just have to keep on pushing, but when you don't have that immediacy of like splash and lanes next to you, that's a fantastic swim. I think he'll take a lot of confidence in that, and we do, of course, hope that is enough for an A or B final this afternoon. So just having a quick little scroll, we will have 14 heats in total for this 200 obs, and we can definitely see towards the end some of those men backing up from the national teams. But I love that even though it's still the early heats here, we've seen Brendan Smith, we've seen Jimmy Kosh, we've seen Jackson McCleary come through with a bit of a surprise, and now to see Javier in there as well with a 2:05. Excited to see what will continue to be delivered here, and the fact that we can share this on the live stream for everyone who's watching back home and, you know, staying up late, getting up early to see people like Javier do these incredible swims. This is what we're here for. This is why we've got the cameras on them to say, yep, Javier, 2:05.54. Great screen time as well when you're out by yourself.
That's it. Exactly right there. Fantastic performance. Gibbs in second, Heimel and Edwards in third and fourth. Good swims from those gentlemen as well. Heat number 5 up next. And Jenny, we talk about moving the sport forward. We've had a couple of conversations this morning about that. It really just hit home to me then. I'm having a look at the research that you've done for this World Championships and the time it took to win the 200 obs. It really didn't move for well over a decade. 153, if you could go 153, that was a gold medal swimming performance. And bang, 153 now. You might get a medal, maybe, but you've got to go 151. That huge leap that's happened in the last 2 years, and it was legitimately the same time, 2 years on 2 years on 2 years on 2 years for well over a decade to win this event. And then all of a sudden, Casper from Poland goes, bang, I'm changing the bar, I'm moving it up, we're going to go 151.
Yeah, I think what I really did enjoy, you know, looking forward to this event was seeing just how long some of these world records have stood for as well. The women's 200 obs is absolutely ridiculous. It's a 2:01. It was set back in 2009. I think Floody was actually in that race. Okay. She and Crystal were there at the World Games. We had the Chinese competitor, 2-time Olympian, incredible 100 fly swimmer, came out 2:01.
Bang.
Like, it was just ridiculous. That has sat there for such a long time, and we're just waiting for who is going to come along and go, do you know what? I'm going to get there. I think we could make this happen, because we saw Fergus Eady come through last week and break these really long-standing records that were held by Danny Wick from Germany, from Jan Michalski, you know, superstars, legends of the sport. And again, when we saw those marks broken, when Danny went 27 for his 50, we're like, this will never be broken. Ever. This will stand forever.
And that's not the case.
Fergus Eady enters the conversation.
Everything gets broken. And that's the thing that you see. And swimming, pool swimming, it doesn't matter. Every record gets broken, whether it's Phelps, Thorpe, Fergus Eady, Brad Woodward, you name it, they all get broken. And it's the way sport's moving forward. Good to see the Carroll boys out in front, Nolan and Killian brothers at the Noosa Club. Open water swimmers in their, as their main event. They're coming down here, really battling it out. Killian, the older brother, Nolan, he loves to get one over his older brother, that's for sure. Super competitive around the open water swimming scene, and you get those ocean swims over 1.5, 2Ks, and they're super competitive here. In to touch the wall for bragging rights more than anything, and it is Nolan who gets it done by 0.04. He also gets front seat of the car on the way home tonight, and we love it, and I think Nolan's happy with that. Killian gives him a wry smile, high fives and hugs. These boys, very, very good. Lovely family, lovely family there, and they work very hard. Part of that John Rogers squad up at the Noosa Aquatic Centre up there. They swim in the surf as well, and they're very, very good. 2:11, I don't think it'll be enough to get them in the A final, but maybe just on the edge of that B final this afternoon. Either way, a great swim for them. It's about 9.8 kilometres too short for both of those boys, more known as 10K open water swimmers, and the 1500 as well in the pool, but they did a fantastic job, and you can see them really come to the fore in the second half of that race. They don't have that early speed, but they're tough lads, and they know how to fight it out in the later stages.
I can't believe how close that was at the end, 0.04 of a second. That is what
if you know those boys, if you know those boys, they go hammer and tong. I think 12 to 18 months difference, 18 months, 2 years difference between the boys there. Nolan a little bit younger than Killian, and oh, he's got one over his older brother, and don't you love to see it?
Oh, so good. And again, this is where we talk about the race within the race, the
That's
stories within the story. We are now up to Heat 5. There will be 14 heats in total. So again, wonderful to see the entire world arriving here on the Gold Coast. And, we have got a bolter out here. Love those underwater shots that just see people fly. I think that is going to be Ludomir from Bulgaria in lane 8. Loving to see so many Bulgarian competitors. They didn't actually have... Need to check. I don't know if they were in the national teams competition. Let me grab that one. We did have a sole competitor from Romania in the youth teams competition, though, Sofia Pajum. She got a second in the 100 toe, and she had about 20 supporters in the stand. There were Romanian flags everywhere. It was so wonderful to see. But again, seeing Bulgaria in the mix here, and again, he is absolutely flying out in lane 8. And you've got to think we'd love to redraw some of these heats, throw Jimmy Crosh and Brendan Smith and Jackson McCleary all up there in the mix. But if it means that we get some fantastic screen time from Bulgaria and he gets to see himself go under the obs, he'll learn from this, he'll grow from it. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want some screen time at the World Champs?
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. And I feel like if you're going to come all the way out to the Gold Coast from Romania, from Bulgaria, you got to make it count. And a couple of these athletes have been doing a fantastic job. He'll go around in 1:05.46. A little bit slower than the Carroll boys in the heat before, and about 5 seconds slower than Jimmy Kosh went through, our fastest qualifier so far. But to be honest, it shouldn't be a surprise the Bulgarians doing as well as they are. A huge history in not so much surf sports, but surf sports adjacent events. Great swimmers for a long time there, especially through the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. And then kayaking, big on the kayaking scene as well. So you'd think that they've got all the pieces to be a real force in surf sports. They maybe just need to put them together, and if we're looking for those nations that are going to step up once it's added to the Olympics, put Bulgaria in the mix, because I think they'll be very, very good if they can find a couple of those athletes to maybe make the jump across into surf sports. And it's funny, in Australia, we tend to start in surf and then branch out into other things, the kayakers, the swimmers. And in other nations, it tends to go the opposite direction. You have a couple of athletes or one of the athletes there just up and into the obstacle there, just really cleaned it up. But you tend to have athletes who start out as kayakers and they find this at the end of their sport, or they start in pool swimming and they go, I can do that as well. I can do 200 obs. And it's what we like to see. We'll take them from anywhere. We'll send them anywhere. And Laboramov there of Bulgaria, 2:20.42. Great swim from him. Tomlinson from Great Britain in second place, and Bridgewood, the other of the British athletes, in third. Great swims all round from these gentlemen. Fantastic performance. He really sent that one, the Bulgarian.
Yeah, wonderful to see. And I'm just thinking about that, those sports that feed in and out of Lifesaving. It does vary country to country, and often it's to do with the way their national sporting organisations have been set up. Like in Italy, their national body that looks after swimming also looks after lifesaving. So there's a higher concentration. The Venn diagram is far more overlapping, and there was never anything more demoralising than when you were standing up for an obs or a super and you're just seeing, the Olympic rings tattoos on either side, and you're like, I'm in the wrong spot right now.
This is going to be a rough day. It's going to be a rough day out for me.
I was feeling optimistic. Now.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I've been there. Don't you worry. And I guess it's building pathways. Once 2 or 3 athletes do it, the rest of them go, I can represent Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, you name it, at the World Championships in swimming and surf sports, or I can be a kayaker, or I can go to the Olympics and be an Ironwoman. The path just has to be worn out by somebody, by your Ali Bull, by your Clint Robinson, by your Italian pool swimming athletes, you name it, by Casper in the 200 obs, and all of a sudden the other athletes from Poland go, I could do that. He's not that good, is he? I can do that as well. I can go to Australia, hang out for 2 weeks on the beautiful Gold Coast, and go to the Olympics all within a month. I like that idea. I might take that path.
Why not? I also think as well, even the feeder sports that we've had into the Winter Olympics, we've had ladies who were amazing.
Track athletes.
Remember when there was that incredible drive where they were going through the beach flags pit and just going, would you like to do some skeleton?
And luge, and and there was a lot that took it up. There was 3 or 4 athletes that may not have made the games, on the girls' side especially, that went and raced the World Cups on skeleton and single luge and bobsled and that sort of thing. And it sounds a bit like the movie Cool Runnings, but it's actually what they did. They just wandered through surf sports and said, you're quick over 10 metres. are you brave enough to throw yourself down an ice chute? And a couple of girls were like, yeah, I'll do that. Let's go. And what an adventure, what a life experience. And what about calling yourself a two-sport athlete on the highest level?
It was incredible. I remember Michelle Steele, she was one of the first to do the skeleton.
Yep.
I think she got a Winter Olympics in. Mel Hall was in there. Addie Ludus did bobsled. Like, we've got this incredible history of these unexpected stories of ladies who have these incredible transferable skills, and they are absolutely fearless. I wouldn't do it. There's a lot of things that I won't do in my life.
Terrifying.
Head first down an
ice chute. I could barely ski down a hill trying to go as slow as possible. It was insane.
Floating leaf.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I spent a week doing it a couple of weeks ago. It was terrifying. Imagine trying to go as fast as you can down a chute of ice on two blades with your facing forward. That's terrifying. But it just talks about how good some of these athletes are. They're not just beach sprinters or flag competitors. They are truly quality speed athletes. And no more than Brie Masters, semi-final of the 100 metres at the Olympics. And I wrote about it a couple of weeks ago. The 100 metres it's not other events. It's special for its own special reason. And to be in the semi-final is to be in the elite of the elite of the elite, not just a good athlete, to be a truly great athlete. And Brie Masters, that was something truly special for the Australians. Yeah,
that was something pretty special. And again, some very, very relieved athletes who have finished their 200 obs here. Lorenzo from Gruppo Sportivo Fiamme Oro, 2:15.23 for him. Florian from Bietigheim Bissingen. Florian Walders from Elise over in Switzerland. So again, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, South Africa, Netherlands, Great Britain and Germany in the mix. They're a truly international final. This is what we want to see. And also very much enjoying that we're seeing these fuller heats as well. I'd say as we move through the program into these faster seeded finals as well, we won't see as many blank lanes in there. We will see a lot of people stepping up. They've come this far. They've done all the work. This is where they need to be now. And great to see that gold cap of Gruppo in the lead there, 2:15. So just keeping an eye on that overall leaderboard. It is still Jimmy Kosh, the only sub 2-minute swim so far. Jackson McCleary, I'm excited for him.
Yeah.
I reckon he could be a bit of a dark horse in this one.
Yeah, close to getting himself a start in there. 2:03, you've got to be impressed with that. At the moment, the cutoff to get into the final, 2:17.84, but that will go, I think, especially with a couple of these athletes coming up. But we spoke about it. You've got to be close to that 2-minute mark. Maybe this morning that just might be a little bit slower. You might only need a 2:02, 2:03 to get in. And Jackson McCleary, he'll be stressed. That's without a shadow of a doubt. Knowing second at the moment with still 7 heats to go and a lot of quality athletes, he'll think, oh, I'm going to be right on the edge there. And you hold out hope that maybe they have a slow day. Maybe the boys see that and go, oh, we'll just go in that 2-minute 2:02, 2:03 mark and I sneak in. But it's one of the toughest things to do. Set a time, sit back and watch 10 more heats of guys go around hoping that you get yourself a start in the final.
Oh, that nervous wait, absolutely the worst. But we can see in 4 here, it's Conrad from Clifton Beach in South Africa. Love that bright yellow cap as well. That really helped us out last week that the Aussies had the bright yellow cap. Canada was in the bright red.
Yeah,
anything
perfect.
that helps us identify these athletes. South Africa last week had they had the only green cap of the competition. So straight away they were just, spot-o South Africa everywhere. But great underwater work there, and I love seeing the different techniques. I love seeing the different decisions made, and maybe as some of our athletes tire throughout the race, we might see a few more push-offs along the bottom as well.
Definitely. Everyone has a plan going into it, and it goes out the window as you start to get a little bit tired, but your ability to sort of hold true to that plan will be very, very important. Leaders round a little bit slower in this heat again, so not down at that. You've got to be under the sort of 60-second mark at the 100 if you want to post something in the 202s, 203. So if you're over the minute through the 100, it's not going to get better from there. That is for sure. So every heat we tick through that's just a little bit slower than we expect is one that those Australian boys will be very, very happy with there. That is for sure.
Sure Jackson will be watching that first split and going, Okay. One more heat.
I'll continue my warm down there. 1:43 through the 150 leads there. So we're looking at something around the 2:18, 2:19, 2:20 in there for a 200, depending on how much they fade in the back half. And The other thought, you said those early heats, a couple withdrawals. Obviously, there were some athletes that maybe raced last week that said, throw me in, I'll see how I feel. But there might be a couple of athletes here who go, well, I'm not a 200 obs swimmer. I've got a time. Throw me in. I'll blow the cobwebs out. It's the first one of the day, the first one of the week. So they go in and touch the wall. 2:21.29 for Ostermann of Germany there. Not too far behind Gaia from Germany as well there in 2:21.86. And they're just doing it to sort of get the heart rate up, blow the cobwebs out, and maybe the event they're really focused on is later in the day, tomorrow, the next day, but you want to get a swim away. So maybe that's why we're seeing a couple of these guys not have the swim they want, that maybe they blow the first 50 out and then ease through the next 150 there just to get the cobwebs sort of out of the system. And, well, we'll wait and see, because at the moment, 2:17 is enough to get you in the final, and we've said it basically before every heat, that'll go, but it hasn't. It's a little bit slower than we've expected.
Well, great news. Quite a few heats yet to go. We'll see when those do start to fall. Also, really impressed with the pacing from Ostermann and Gaia, both from Germany in that one. It was definitely South Africa, the Clifton Beach competitor, Conrad, well out in front early, but Ostermann and Gaia really built into that second half. Probably went close to negative splitting that one, I would say, as well. The coaches would be really happy with that performance.
Yeah, Noah Lombard in this one is someone I'm looking forward to, the South African. He spent a bit of time out here in Australia, went round in that team's competition. I don't know how he's going to go in the pool, but he was in everything up to the eyeballs in the surf competition there. And he had a great ski paddle the other day. He was I think he finished 7th overall, maybe 6th or 7th in the 6th in the Ocean Man as well, which was an impressive result because he wasn't that far away from a couple of boys at the very top end of the sport. So we'll wait and see. He's second from the bottom here in the yellow cap of the Clifton Club of South Africa there. Zahn as well from Australia at that Sunshine Coast Grammar team looks very comfortable. Pool swimming background as well, in under the 30 seconds for that first 50, and he'll build through this one nicely. Yeah,
Corbin's had a fantastic meet already, part of that Cirque that picked up the gold medal yesterday, so a really strong start for him. I'm just going to grab my notes from Noah. Yes, at the 2022 Worlds, he won the ski race, and that was the only open ocean event not won by an Australian or a New Zealander.
Yeah,
he was the
good.
big star, the big talking point back in 2022. So wonderful to see him back. He's also got a Coolangatta gold under his belt.
Yeah, and he's headed back to go again. I've been told that he is an absolute animal. He does sort of 50 and 100K training sessions on his own. And for someone who's sort of knows that kind of world very well, that is some psychopathic stuff. And he comes out to Oz, he absolutely loves it, and he's set to go with the gold again. He's going to do a bit of training on the coast over the next couple of weeks and lead into the gold. He's an endurance animal, so big shout out to Noah there. And the number of surf athletes that have decided to come out and spend their time after this World Championships and sort of spend 6 months here racing in the Australian scene has been truly impressive. I would count maybe 30 athletes that have decided to come out. I'm going to stay. I'm going to do a summer. I'm going to experience what it's like in the surf, at least, what the top level is like. And it's going to make for a real international flavour here for our summer, which I'm really looking forward to. And maybe not so much on the pool swimming side of it and the pool rescue guys. I don't know how many will stay out here, but I think here our summer is going to have the most international flavour we have ever seen, and this World Championships has something to do with that.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to how the season plays out from here. It's a little different for us. You know, the World Championships is the start of the Aussie surf season. Generally, people who are doing the Coolangatta Gold, they're putting in all the big races there. As Corbin Zahn comes through, 2:16, another great sub 2:20 time in the mix there. But it feels like a reunion to see everyone again. But then the conversation from here is, what happens next? Where do we go? Are you staying for the gold? Do you want to try and make a German Cup team? Do you want to go to the Orange Cup in the Netherlands later this year as well? So lots of different things to do, and this has been a lovely starting point. But to manage the training, the pacing, the tapering, the peaking, it's a really tough season.
And I think they're in sort of one or two camps. You're in that traditional surf side of things, racing here at the Pool Rescue Championships for your club, and you're just getting started. Or you're a pool rescue athlete and you've geared up for this event this week and you are peaking here, and you might be able to hold it through to that German Cup or hold it through, but it's sort of, it'll taper off after this. You can't hold performance at this level for that long. So I think we're sort of, like you said before, a real intersection of athletes here. some on the come up, some at their absolute peak, and I think that'll show out with a few performances, especially this afternoon in that final. Some of these international, some of these European athletes, they have come for today, for tomorrow, the next day as their absolute absolute peak.
Absolutely, and knowing that it's a fast pool as well, a really great opportunity for them to post times to qualify for the German Cup, to qualify for that Orange Cup. So I think a few of them will stay here. I know Rolly from the Netherlands, he's actually training over in New Zealand now with Fergus Eady. Like, if you want to be the best, go and hang out with the best. See what they do. And wonderful to see a full heat here. And big welcome to Marc-Antoine Bernier. He was on the Canadian national team last week. He's backing up now. Taj Ward is in the mix. Now, we know him as the line throw specialist. He'll be one of the ones to watch later this morning. But again, you're here at Worlds, why wouldn't you do a few more races? Why wouldn't you get a 200 obs under your belt as well? Yeah,
that's exactly right. Those boys from Seacliff, I'm looking forward to them. That video went absolutely viral of them breaking the world record. I've never seen anything like it. It popped up on my social feed and I thought to myself, oh, what's this? This has come from some surf page that I followed. No, it was Daily Mail or something in the US, or I think it was on ESPN at some point as well, and then the memes from it as well. You got to love that. But the boys did a fantastic job, and they looked like they really enjoyed it as well. I sent them a message and said, well done, boys, and they're like, we're coming for the world title, which I thought was hilarious. But good to see them. They'll go around today, and Taj having a crack here in the obs as well, doing a great job, but very, very quick on that far side, really starting to push the pace. The boys in the middle there, Lucas Miller, that Sunshine Coast Grammar team on fire so far this morning.
Yeah, wonderful to see Lucas in the mix. We had his brother Dan in commentary 2 days over the last week or so, stepping into help out, did an incredible job, brought a lot of knowledge to the table as well, and again, you know, we think of Lifesaving as it's a pretty small world. Sometimes the village is getting bigger, and the fact that everyone is here for Worlds, it continues to grow. And, you know, seeing that last day of the national teams where the shirts are getting swapped, the Instagrams are being updated, everyone's resharing, and you're like, this is what I love about Worlds. It just continues to build this wonderful community that we are a part of. And it's going to get bigger and closer.
2:12.47. Not a bad swim from Miller. That puts him up into the sort of 5-6 spot overall on that timesheet there. But still leaves him right on the edge of the top 8 for the final this afternoon. I think it's 7th at the moment. If we run through the top 8 qualifiers so far, Kosh, McCleary, Balsavigo of Spain, Smith, Carroll and Miller. Herman is on the edge. 2:15.00 is the 8th fastest time at the moment. So if you want to be in, Herman there, who just finished 2nd, he is right on the edge. So this one is going to be an interesting one as well. 4 heats to go here in the men's 200-metre obs heats, day 1 of the pool rescue competition for the Interclub Championship. Don't forget the Youth Interclub Championship going on at the moment as well. They should be at the beach today, but that beach event has been cancelled. Conditions not the best down at the surf. A little bit of wind blowing. I ran past this morning. I reckon they could have got away with it early on this morning. The wind was blowing, but the surf was almost flat. But that wind's expected to really whip up. So the youth will do the switch. It'll be open pool rescue competition for a couple of days. Youth will be in the surf. Then we'll switch. The opens will go to the surf. The youth will come to the pool, and we'll crown ourselves some Interclub champions. Jenny, you know better than me, who are the favourites to win that Interclub title there in both the youth and open competition? I know Northcliffe have had a stranglehold on the open competition for a couple of years now, and they haven't had it all their own way. The youth competition, way more open. You get a lot more clubs over there. If you can get a good batch of young competitors make their way through, you can really pick one of these titles off, can't you? Yeah,
really excited to see how that does pan out. If we look back to 2018, the last time that we actually held an Interclub Championships, Northcliffe only 10 points over Currumbin. That was probably one of the closest finishes we'd seen in quite a lot of time, and that was just Northcliffe extending their dominance. They won their first overall Interclub Championship back in 2008 over in Germany, and they've been unstoppable ever since. But as you say, that youth title has changed hands a few times. I was actually quite surprised when I was going back doing the research. Wanda.
Looking at who won.
Yeah, Wanda back in 2012, Papamoa from New Zealand in 2014, Durban in 2016, and then Northcliffe 2018 from there.
It's funny, the Wanda one doesn't actually surprise me all that. I would never have picked it in a million years, but when you mention it, you take a look at some of the athletes that have come through the Wanda Club recently, sort of thing. Your Taylor Piscarix, your Allums, there's a Jay Finesse was there for a while. The girls at the top level there. you think, oh, yeah, that's possible. They were all in that Wanda Club around the same time as juniors, sort of 17, 18, 19. That makes a lot of sense for me that they would have been that good. But I like the mix of the youth competition. It's before some of the bigger clubs have come through and really picked off the best athletes and brought them together. And that's what you want to see. You want to see multiple clubs being competitive. And no knock on Northcliffe. They're the champions because they do it the best. There isn't a club anywhere in the world that does surf sports better than them, and a lot of people don't like to admit it, but it is true that they truly dominate this because they're the most professional at it.
Yeah, fantastic work. And again, thinking back to that Wanda win, that was when the Worlds were held in Australia as well. So they would have been able to jump on the bus, kids. We're going to Worlds. Like, this is what's happening. But lane 2, fantastic swim from Jonas von Vern there from Rita Weidenbroek. 2:08, so we're getting some sub 10 times in here. And a shout out as well, Sandro Schlick from Switzerland, from Badenbroek. He was in action last week for the Swiss team as well, so backing up again. Wonderful to see him in the mix. And his Instagram handle is Super Lifesaver 2001, which I absolutely adore.
I love it. We'll get the shout outs going there, and that's just moved the needle for a couple of these men in terms of what makes the final. And it's going to be a little bit quicker now. We're getting on that. You've got to go 2:12.18 to be in the top 8, or 2:11.91, sorry, to be in the top 8. So Schleck there from the Swiss club, he's got himself just in the final. Fort Meyer from Germany just missed out, so he'll be trying to hold on for a B final slot at the moment. You have to go to 16.67 to be in that top 16 and sit in the B final there. This one will be interesting as well. Lane 7, Bailey Armstrong. Another one of those open water swimmers who are probably better over 10K than they are over 200 metres, but racing for the Northcliffe Club, he'll play a massive role in all their relays, all their surf events as well. He'll do the surf race, and he'll be one to watch. Off and away for this heat number 11, just 3 to go after this one. They're very, very good start from a lot of these men. 0.67 the reaction time, so very quick off the blocks, and you can see already the boys very even across the course. They're getting into their work. The first 50, easy. Anyone can throw down a 50 obs within reasonable pace. There's no dramas. But at that second and third, when you have to dive under for the 4th, 5th, 6th time under those obstacles, that's where we come to find out who's really done the work, don't we?
Yeah, wonderful to see Bailey Armstrong in this. I know when we were doing the prep a little earlier, I made some notes in the sidebar there. You know, who else to watch out for this one? And we did have let's watch out for Brendan Smith, Noah Lombard, Joe Collins, Bailey Armstrong. Is Sam Short going to be here as well? And you've got to think for someone like Bailey, like a 200 obs. Easy. That's a warm-up. That is like a 50-metre sprint to him. But keen to see how he does go through here, because he will play a pivotal role in the Northcliffe relays as well. He'll be wonderful in that surf race as well. I love watching him do a taplin for Northcliffe as well. It's one of the best things. Doesn't
he fight hard? And for Northcliffe, you look at these guys, and I don't know how many of them can win events in terms of Bailey Armstrong. I don't think he can win this event, but Bailey Armstrong can get a hell of a lot of points in this event for the club, and that's how they do it. They fill every event, Northcliffe. They just collect points here and there. They get a 5, they get 12. They have somebody win a race somewhere along the line and get 20 points. And if you can have 3 or 4 scorers in each event, all of a sudden it's really, really tough. And they may not win an event at all until we get to the beach, but they'll have collected enough points and be close enough to those interclub teams who really might win 3 and 4 and 5 that, don't worry, we'll win enough in the surf, and that's their plan. So probably the opposite to Irene Rosso, who try and get ahead. They know they're going to come home over the top in those surf events late in the day, and guys like Bailey Armstrong are the key. If he can get in there and get himself a 5th in the A final, that's a hell of a lot of points. Oh, what a swim that is. 2:05.19. If he can get something in that A final, that'll be enough for them, and they'll be happy with that result.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty pumped with that heat swim as well, just to get it out of the way, to be like, I think I've done enough, will get me through. But a shout out as well, Arne Moller from Emsburen as well, 2:07.41, really paced that well, stuck with Bailey swim. Armstrong. Norderstedt is in the mix as well. Hallie Salchrist, the home club of the great Lutz Heinemann, one of the best pool lifesavers we've ever seen. Wonderful to have them here. 2:11.04 for Fabian there. Charlie Walker in the mix from Currumbin, and you really saw the pace start to pick up across the field there. It was far more even than some of those earlier heats.
All of those men sort of jump up into the top 16 overall, or close to the top 16 overall. So great swimming all round. Armstrong, Morlier, Barthel, Herman, Walker, Basil Versteg there from the Netherlands. They'll all go, well, at least close to the top 16. Walker, I think, will be in that B final if we stopped it now. But have a look at this next heat coming up. This one is going to be a good one as well. Young guns are plenty in this race. I like this heat because these boys, there's a few here who aren't really pool swimmers. Mitch Morris will be interesting to see what he does, and then a couple who are really, really good. Your Louis Clarks, your Callum Brennan, your Matt Maggs, Tisch from Germany as well, Serrano from Italy. Watch from those boys. They're off and away. This is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, this is where we start to really pick up the pace and build the excitement. So we've got Louis Clark backing up from the national teams. He was a star for the Blackfin, set a new New Zealand record in the Super Lifesaver, which was wonderful to see. And for someone to be getting those results, Louis was incredible, but overshadowed by the sheer volume of world records, world marks falling all around him. So excited to see what he can put together here. Max Tesch from Germany, he raced in the national teams last week as well. But CJ Brennan, so close to an Aussie cap last week, didn't quite get there. I reckon he is going to shine in so many events for Currumbin over the next 6 days.
Yeah, the Brennan boys, I just can't figure them out in the surf. I think for a lot of the time they were pure talent, and maybe I don't know what kind of training they did, so I don't know how much work they'd done, but they were a bit inconsistent. They'd either win everything or they'd have an absolute disastrous race. And I think in the last couple of years they've grown as athletes and started to become more consistent. And I don't know if it's more work or just the mentality's changed or what it is, but I'm starting to see what everybody else has seen that's close to them. They've got the talent, they've got the skills, they've got the ability, and I think it's just hard work that will be the difference between them being absolute champions of the sport and talented kids who do well. And that line's so fine in there, and I hope Callum Brennan gets it here. He's doing a great job in this one, and these boys are absolutely flying at the moment. Matt Mag through 1:27.22, and if they continue on here, they'll be well under that 2-minute mark. Louis Clark in there sitting pretty at the moment. Watch for him to start to wind up a little bit, especially here in between these two ones. I think he's a little bit more experienced than Magnussen, and I think that experience will come to the fore in the late stages here.
Yeah, excited to see Matt back in the mix. He was part of the youth team the last time they raced the World Championships, had some fantastic results. Both the Brennan boys were on that team with him as well. I got to have a chat to Matt a few weeks back, saw him at a Maroochydore training session, and really excited to have him here in the black cap for the Black Swans. Fantastic heat swim, but how's Louis Clark on the pacing there?
Good.
Came through perfectly.
I saw him starting to wind up a little bit after that second last obstacle. He came up, he just put the pressure on ever so slightly, went straight past Matt Mag, and those three swims at the top there, they'll be 1, 2 and 4 overall, and that's a real game changer at the moment. 2:05.55 from Bolsovigo is what you need to be in the final there, but you can see the change in class there. All of a sudden in these final three heats, there's 3 men under that 2 minutes, or bang on that 2 minute mark there, and the level's gone up, hasn't it?
It really has. Just looking at that top 8 now, Brendan Smith has been pushed into the B final as well. He's 2:07. He's 10th overall now, but this is where we see the time start to drop up on screen now. Louis Clark 1:57.7, Magnussen 1:58, and CJ 2:00. So I know we have this in every sport. We have these milestones or these barriers. That 2 minute mark in the 200 obs is a real mental barrier as well sometimes. So for these boys, the top 3 there, even CJ on 2:00, that's a good heat swim. That is a solid performance to start the day. And knowing that we are getting, so that was heat number 12, that one. We've only got 13 and 14 yes to go. So we are expecting some solid times with only 2 heats to go. Can we keep Jackson McCleary in that A final?
Oh, he's holding on, and there's a couple in this one that I think they're going to try and make that very, very difficult for him as well. A couple that have been involved in those national teams competition in there. Jacob Lofton in the past, very, very good in the pool. And let's have a look at the boys. They'll fly underneath that second obstacle there. It looks like it's been a fast first 50 around that 27 mark. They'll touch 26.86, and it's Samo Locchi there from Italy. Very quick to start there, and if you can continue this pace up, it'll be well under that 1:57 mark. And I guess the boys tend to swim it pretty similar to a 200 freestyle. The first 50 obviously out pretty hard. You try and get out in that 25, 26, and then you want your next 350s to be consistent. If you can go 25, 20, or let's say 26, 29, 29, 29, That's your 153 in there. That's a world-class swim. If you're Casper, you maybe 25, 28, 28, 28, and there's your 151. But it's about speed early, but with efficiency, and then consistency across the next three. And I think that's what we saw in the last heat there from Louis Clark. It was his consistency on that last lap that got him the win and really shot him under that last that 2-minute mark, because if he'd have gone 26, 29, 29, 33, that's a big difference in there. You've got to stay consistent in that last 50.
Yeah, I do love seeing that pacing when it's done absolutely perfectly. We know the theory, but to see it executed is always wonderful.
So difficult. And it is. It's so easy to sit there and go, I'm going to go, I can swim at 29 for 50.
Yeah,
easy work. To do them back to back to back and to know that, well, I got to hold back a little bit on that sort of second 50, really force the issue on the third and then empty the tank on the fourth. It's so tough to do in reality. And Jen, you've been there, you understand how hard it is. And as we see him start to work his way in there, and he'll sneak under the 2-minute marker, but only just. That's a good heat swim. It'll set him up for the final. Not the quickest we've seen all day, but puts him in the top 4 or 5.
Top 4, top 5, and that's actually faster than he swam in the A final last week for the national team. Simon went 2:00 to place 7th overall last week, so great to see him. Carlos raced for Spain. Jacob Lofnen's in the mix. Fabio Pizzotti, he's the Italian, the other Italian in there, I should say. He raced national teams as well. So for these men backing up again, but loving seeing Jacob Lofnen and also Gus Shivnen just in the mix there, getting some good times, and again looking good on the leaderboard as well. I think Jacob is now sitting 7th overall. Gus is 9th overall. Jackson McCleary is just holding on to the 8th spot.
Tough.
Unfortunately, I think that could be under threat very, very soon with the final heat lining up next. But Simon Locci, wonderful to see him. A sub 2-minute time. Great swim. And again, backing up from a massive week. Pool racing, ocean racing, and now the transition into the club events as well. But this is what we've been waiting for. This is going to be interesting to see. We've got Heat 4 coming up next. We've got Felix Hoffmann. He's raced for Germany before. Kevin Lasserre from France. He was in the mix. Giovanni Mastrorilli raced for Italy last week as well. So some familiar names coming back into the mix. And looking again, that mark to beat overall 8th position at the moment is 2:03.24.
And Carlos Tedeja from that last heat as well. Great swim there. I think we sort of glossed over him ever so slightly. 2:01.87. That'll put him in the final at the moment with just one heat to go. So he's living dangerously, but it's a good swim from him at 2:01. So don't count him out. I think there might be 3 men in this heat, maybe more, that'll go close to that time, if not under. So it's going to be tight here for a top 8. Top 16 scores points. That is what a lot of these guys and girls are looking for overall. And as they work their way down, a little bit slower, maybe a full second slower than the heat before, but doesn't mean much if you've got a strong back end.
Absolutely, and wonderful to see Mastrorilli stepping up into the open category now for the team from Italy. And you've got to think this is a tough one for them to pace as well. They've seen the times that have been set earlier. They know it's going to take probably a 2-minute or better to be in that A final. But when you do, you know, just looking around you, if you're feeling pretty good, it looks to be the 2 of them out in front. Really impressed as well, Arne Hendrik Wolf from Germany in lane 8. I think he was 4th all over there, and Felix Hoffmann 3rd at the turn. So this is where we just need to wait and see. And for all of the men who've been in the previous heats, they would just be in the warm-down pool at the moment, keeping an eye on the scoreboard, waiting to see what unfolds, and very keen to see if what that mark will be. Were we correct in assuming 2 minutes is what it's going to take to make an A final?
Yeah, that's it. Well, at the moment, it seems just about
they
right.
Look pretty calm. They look pretty.
And I guess that's when you're quality. That's the mark of a good athlete. There, if you make it look easy, because when they're doing what they're doing, you think, oh, they're not even trying, they're not even going that hard, they've got plenty left in the tank, and it's probably the sign that they're a bit better. You can probably see the difference between the 2 leaders and the gentleman in 3rd and 4th there. They look like they're battling a little bit more. It's just a little tougher. They have a little less time, but out in front as they come into the wall, we're going to see the touch there. 2:02.64, 2:02.67. So I don't know if that'll be enough to get them into the final. They might just be right on the edge. Yes, they will be. So very, very difficult for both these lads to sort of gauge what was enough. But in the end, maybe Felix Hoffmann, he will miss out on that final, because it seems like 2:03.03 was the mark at this point to get you in. And Hoffmann, he's gone outside that. So maybe Lasserre and Mastrorilli there will get in, but the rest of these gentlemen out, and just a little bit slower this morning than we thought. We thought it'd be 2 minutes 2:01 to get yourself in, and it looks like more than likely it's going to be a 2:03 will be enough. A 2:02.97 will be the spot, and Jacob Loughnan 2:03.03, fastest qualifier into the B final. There can be nothing worse in sport, can there?
It's always a little demoralising. However, still an opportunity to post points. You still get another swim. And congrats to Louis Clark, 1:57.78. He will go through fastest qualifier. Matt Magnuson from Maroochydore in Toon. Simone Locci from Arane Rossi. Jimmy Kosh, our early bolter, he is safe. CJ Brennan is in. Carlos from Spain. And then from that last heat just now, Kevin Lasser and Giovanni Mastorelli from Italy, they will just sneak in there. 0.06 the difference between Giovanni and Jacob Loughnan, who will head up the B final.
It can be so cruel. The B final, Loughnan, McCleary, Shivnan, Pezzotti, Hoffman, Zembold from Germany. Bailey Armstrong gets in. Good points for him. And Balsavigo took 2:05.54 to get in that one. Harrison Cook from that heat from Mairangi Bay just misses out in 2:06.22. So tough. And then behind, you've got a couple of... There's some Olympians in there. Brendan Smith, 19 overall. Some of the better surf athletes. Mitchie Morris, no points for them. And to be honest, as I look at it now after that result, first bragging rights go to Currumbin. They've got, 1, 2, 3 in both finals there. So Rene Rosso as well. They've got, 3, 4 in there. So big points for the Italians, big points for the Currumbin competitors. That is what we like to see. And the action continues down here. We go from the individual OBS to the OBS relay. So the women's 4x50 metre OBS relay coming up. And fantastic performance there. These ladies will be going 50 metres each, 4 ladies off and away, and the Canadians look like they've started very, very well on the far side, and the Australians here for Half Moon Bay doing a fantastic job. They'll lead at the touch of the first lap.
Yeah, we are straight into it. No rest at all for our officials or for our athletes. The 4x50 OBS up next. We will have 4 heats for the women. And just checking the men's, I think we will have about the same there. Yes, 4 heats for each. So not a lot of time between races there. And then we'll be into the line throw. So excited. Oh, that is what we're here for. Just having a look at the flags out the back as well. I think that wind is still looking pretty good. But in the national teams competition, the New Zealanders, the Blackfins, they were absolutely unstoppable. They had a solid close to 3 seconds on the rest of the field. It was really spectacular to watch. A 1:48.8 for them. Incredible racing, and they now have bragging rights for the next 2 years over the Italians, the Germans, the French, and the Aussies were in 5th there at the national teams comp.
And in 2018, when we last ran the Interclub title, Wrocław in Poland were the champions in 1:47.55. So that is speed to burn. The Polish are the world record holders as well at 1:46.16. So big swim from NZ, not too far away from the world record. I know it seems like a lot, but over a 4x50, that sort of time, it's lightning quick.
Especially when you consider for a world's competition team, you generally have at least one salty in there, which we a salty being a surf or an oat. They're not just a bit put out.
Old crusty.
So those teams from Poland, they would have had 4 pool specialists to set those world records. So I think that's what I've also really enjoyed about this World Champs is that the ocean men and women standing up, the board paddlers, the ski paddlers doing those relays, but still setting world marks. That is what is spectacular and special.
And I think from that perspective, and I come from that side of this world, is the relays are probably where the surf guys see the opportunity. 4x50, not too far, maybe carry a mannequin, do an OBS, a medley relay, something like that. They can find a role for you. And for a couple of weeks out in the lead up, hey, I'm going to do a bit of training for this. I don't have to do a whole lot, but I can do enough to fill a relay team, maybe get a gold medal, and if I'm lucky and the other 3 stand up enough, get a world record as well. So I think for those surf athletes, or the salties as you call them, they see an opportunity here, and for not a lot of work, they can really go a long way. And Half Moon Bay, fantastic performance there. Narval Saveta from Canada in 2nd place, and the Singaporeans in 3rd there. Heat number 1, 2:01. That might be enough to get them through to the final.
I reckon that's going to be...
Yeah, pretty good swim from Half Moon Bay. Watch out. The Bay's coming. The Mooners are on fire so far this morning, and they'll continue that on next week as well. Yeah,
excited to see them here with a full relay for both the men and the women. I think they're really going to pick up some spectacular points. And a 2:01 to start, really, really special there. But thinking about those ocean competitors who had to step up for the national teams, it was wonderful to see Corey Fletcher winning medals, Zach Morris, Joe Collins starting a 4x25 OBS relay. You know, they're in there, they're for the team, they know they need to step up. Of course they're going to deliver in the ocean. That is never in doubt. But to see them not only do the hard work, but then to be rewarded with medals on the world stage in those team events was pretty cool.
And I love it. Corey Fletcher said to me the other day, he's like, I can throw down a 50 better than anyone. And then came here in the OBS, got it done, and he really, really loved it. He really enjoyed his time over here. So it's good to see, and this is going to be an interesting one as well. A couple of the clubs going around here that I've been really looking forward to. Obviously, Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, rich history in pool rescue in Australia as well, and the Northcliffe Club, they're really, really trying to score some points in this one, especially after that 200 OBS. They got a few in the final, but probably, or in the point scoring finals, but probably not as many as they would have liked. Yeah,
we can see the girls going around now. Northcliffe have the team of Naomi Scott, Georgia Miller, Molly Shivnan and Kyra Bender stepping up as well. She can sprint like no one's business. She was close to making the Aussie team as well. So as expected, Northcliffe a really, really strong start here, and we can see they've got a solid 15 metres, I should say, on the rest of the field coming into this final touch. We can see the big wind up there as the girls make their way home. It is Bulgaria in second at the moment, that team of Tweed Heads and Coolangatta. We've got Mariah and Leah Jones in there. Lisa Ferguson, one of our Masters competitors. She set a Masters world record last week here as well in the tow. She's incredible. Loving to see a few Bulgarians, a few Spaniards, and all the Germans, of course. They are here. They are on fire. They would love to book a few more finals berths.
Yeah, that's for sure. The Northcliffe Club in touches the wall there. Great swim, 154.09. So Half Moon Bay were good. Northcliffe were better. That is for sure. A strong, strong swim from them. Tweed Heads and Coolangatta in second place. They really built into that one well. They were sort of third and fourth early on and worked their way up into second place there. So a great performance from them touching the wall in a very, very slick time. The Germans and the Bulgarians not too far behind. The Netherlands in there as well, inside your top five. So great swims all round, and I guess that mark in there around your 203 from TH&C, I think they'll be right on the edge. They might struggle to make that A final.
Yep. And just an apology there. I think the start list that we have in the program isn't what is in the pool at the moment. I'm pretty sure I just saw Zoe Crawford from Northcliffe. She raced for the Blackfins last week. She held a world record very, very briefly in the 100 tow. It was immediately...
A world record's a world record.
Hey, it still counts.
It does.
Teammate Maddie Kidd got that back very quickly. But there you go. Northcliffe 154, Tweed Heads and Coolangatta 203. And then the rest of the world chasing very quickly.
And I was going to say, it doesn't matter how long you hold it for, 15 minutes, 15 years, you're a world record holder and nobody can take that away from you. Maddie Kidd was one of the most impressive athletes I saw all weekend down there at the national teams competition, especially on the surf. After she did what she did here in the pool, turns around, beach flags, beach sprint, surf race, you name it, she was in the thick of everything. Rescue, tube rescue, fantastic. And the ability for her to do beach flags was unbelievable. Got all the way through to the final, I think 5th in the end or 7th in the end. So there, pretty strong performance
and looked
from
like
Maddie
a
Kidd.
beachy.
She told me she did a little bit as a young lady, so she had experience there. But Maddie Kidd, an absolute superstar, and one of the fittest flyers you'll ever see, both on beach and in pool. So I'll be waited with bated breath to see what she can do this week in the pool. Yeah,
you can see, I just can't even imagine the sorts of sets that she'd be doing in training, the gym work that she's doing, to create the body that she has, to do the work that she does. Like, she is one of, like we talk about, the peaks and the troughs through the season. She is always fast.
Yeah.
She does not have downtime. It does not look like she is ever tapering up or down. She is just always up the top.
Unbelievable. Interesting here, Poppy Stevens, Chelsea Jones, side by side there. Maybe a bit of a preview for what we're going to see tonight in that 200-metre OBS race. Poppy Stevens, really the breakout swimmer this morning, and met Caloundra up on the Sunshine Coast, something I know very well. They've been building over the last couple of years. They've had Clint Robinson in there for a while working in their surf stuff. They've always been really strong on the pool rescue side of things regardless. And I don't know who's running or looking after the program down there, but they do a fantastic job. And it wouldn't surprise me over the next couple of years if we saw more and more of Met Caloundra at this level, at the World Championships, national titles. They're a real club on the rise, and a lot of youth competitors, they're doing their best, like all clubs are, to hold on to their athletes and not lose them to the bigger clubs. So if Met Caloundra can keep doing what they're doing, they'll be a real force to contend with in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years' time.
Absolutely, and you've got to expect the results that we're seeing at our local carnivals here, our Aussie national events. Met Caloundra are strong in not only the individuals but the teams as well. So you've got to think that is going to start to be recognised in potentially some state and national team representatives on us soon.
Yeah.
So just having a look at it, still Currumbin out in front, the team of Chelsea Jones, Nat Peake, Julian Camille, who raced for France last week, and then Rose Bentley in the mix. And Nat Peake has been an absolute superstar for the Blackfins. She was a solid decade in that A team, and now she's coaching their juniors. She had an incredible week last week. She was everywhere. I looked out there on pool deck, and wonderful to have her here, not only in that coaching and managerial capacity, but now stepping up at the top level for the Currumbin Beach Vikings.
And I think sometimes it's about giving back, and sometimes it's staying involved, and that's what these athletes love to do. Like, why wouldn't you? You've got all this wealth of experience, you've still got the speed to fill out a relay, or maybe, and I would expect Nat Peake to be one of those athletes that would feel, well, we don't have anyone in the mannequin carry, I'll do that, and spend a couple of months in the lead up working towards that event for the team. And she's a team athlete, a team player, and she's very, very good across a real range of events here in the pool, and one of those competitors that you want to have in your club because they fill the gaps, not because they have to, but because they want to. They want the club to be better. They put club above their own needs here, and we'll wait to see how she goes today. A great swim from the Currumbin Beach Vikings. They're 158.34. That'll put them in second place at the moment. Only two of the teams, the two Australian teams, underneath that 2-minute mark there. Clifton sitting fourth overall. We spoke about them earlier today as well. So the South Africans, and I think they're modelling themselves, that Clifton Beach team, off the likes of Northcliffe, off the likes of sort of Currumbin there. They've come to party here. They want to be successful. Maroochydore, one of those clubs that have been synonymous with these world champions for a long time, and the powerful Rana Rosso from Italy there. This one is going to be a real cracker. Yep,
this is the fourth and final heat, so the last opportunity for the teams to post those times to see them in the B or A final. This looks very fast across the start here. Middle of the field, we've got Maroochydore in 3, Rene Rossi and Halle Salkris from Germany. Sunshine Coast Grammar is in the mix as well, but loving seeing, again, 4 or 5 German teams lining up here. The fact that they have such large teams, like full relays that have come over in both the men and the women, wonderful to see. The changeovers very, very good, and we'll see the girls up and explode from there.
I think we could see 3 or maybe 4 teams from this heat make the final. You start to look at some of the names here and you go, oh, geez, like I'd expect Sunshine Coast Grammar to be close to the final, and they're sitting in 4th place at the moment. So this one's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out overall. 3 have really broken away very quick through that first 100. 57.29 is the quickest we've seen so far, and this might be a big swim from Rana Rosso. They're looking absolutely astounding at the moment. Have a look at the technique. Third swimmer there, Burke, looking very, very good. Looks very comfortable to work her way through. Oh, sorry, Martina there. Great technique, not only under the water, but have a look at that kick there. So smooth.
Yeah, and wonderful to see Magali Rousseau in the mix here. She raced for the French national team
so famous
last week
in French surf sports.
Just an absolute superstar. Over a decade that she's been in their A level. She won the Super Lifesaver last week as well. You know, another world title for her in that event, like the undisputed queen there. But again, it is Rene Rosse well ahead of the rest of the field. Maroochydore and Sunshine Coast Grammar chasing hard. Langenberg from Germany in the mix as well. So coming under that final obs, this is probably going to be one of the fastest of the day. BMD Northcliffe were 154.09, and we can see there you go. Yeah,
154.04. This final is going to be an absolute cracker there. You like to see it. What about that swim there? Great performance from the ladies. And a fantastic job there. This is going to be very, very tight come finals time. Northcliffe in the mix up to their eyeballs. The Italians, the Germans from that heat as well. Very good swim to qualify third for the final. Currumbin, Maroochydore will be there. Half Moon Bay, don't you love to see it? Clifton in South Africa, they'll scrape through in 7th. And Nida Warrenstadt from Germany will be the last team into the final, 2:01.87. That's what it took to get there. TH&C, the unlucky loser, they will miss out and be fastest qualifier into the B final.
Yep, there you go. We can see those great instant replays there. The team from Rene Rossi. Fastest qualifies by 0.05 of a second again. These are the sorts of times we want, and these are the finishes that we would want as well, setting up those fantastic A and B finals. And we are powering through this program. The obs are always going to take a while. This morning there was just so many people in there as well, not condensing many of the heats either, just letting those run. And it gives you an idea of the volume of competitors who are here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. I think as we get into the 50 carry later in the program, that is going to be another really, really big one. We'll probably see the volume start to drop for things like the Super Lifesaver and the medley, you know, those more highly technical ones, and the ones that just hurt when you get to the end of the program. That's where we see the greatest attrition.
I was just looking, you're spot on, I was just looking at it then. The mannequin carry for men, 131 odd athletes. The mannequin tow for men, 142. Same on the women's side of things. The 100 tow, the 100 carry, they're the big events, and with well over 100 competitors in there. The rescue medley not too far away either. So they're the big events, and I guess they're the real technical events that you got to have a background in it. Some of these would have been, the surf swimmers can come across and have a crack at the obs. It'll be all right. It's just swimming. But you get to those events, it's a specialty skill there, and you've got to be good at what you do. The Super Lifesaver, there may not be a harder event in surf sports, beach or pool, because it is just so difficult to be technically sound under so much pressure.
Yep, that is going to be one of the ones to watch. And again, stoked that people like Muggley are coming back from the national teams comp to race that one. We've got a few new people in the mix here. Mermaid Beach, their first appearance now. Wonderful to see them in the mix. Kurrawa, the host, of course, for the ocean competition
pool,
here.
Yeah.
Singapore, Germany. Here we've got Half Moon Bay is back. Clifton Beach in there, and South Sri Lanka as well. So I'm just going to check. The team from Mermaid Beach, we've got Callum Lowe-Griffiths, Kaylin Brackenbush, Matthew Gilling and George Wenman.
Yeah,
so
good little team there. They'll be super competitive there as well, the guys from Mermaid. So that's very good to see. And Half Moon Bay had the lead early on. A great first 50 there, 6.96 from Angus Hill. Very, very strong. I spoke to the guys at Curral earlier in the week. They're loving having it out here, but they've had the Sri Lankan team out here spending time with them over the last couple of months. So the Australians sort of helping the Sri Lankans out in the surf. They said they'll do a lot better in the pool. They're more of a pool background, even though Sri Lanka, an island surrounded by beautiful beaches there. They do a bit more stuff in the pool than they do in the surf. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. But at the moment, out in front, 54.36, a great first 100 from the two lads from Half Moon Bay. Now here's the Olympian Brendan Smith in there. Luke Lyman really winding up here for Half Moon Bay, continuing to get it done. On the far side, though, Mermaid Beach starting to come into their own, and their third 50 swimmer is absolutely flying.
So you love seeing these little, as we say, the race within the race, because there will be some people who are the known pool swimmers, the surf swimmers, and then people where we're like, hey, I know you're a ski paddler. I really need you to bang out a 4x50.
150. Can you do it? And,
have you got that in you?
We'll see how it goes. We've all been there, included in these teams at World Championships. You've got to go and you've got to have a crack. And on the way home, Wenman for Mermaid, McDougall for the Half Moon Bay boys, absolutely flying. Lukey Chapman for Kurrawa, watch for him, he's very quick. And the big swim on the far side late in the game. Well, they didn't get there, but they came close. Mermaid Beach, that second 100 was
impressive.
Unbelievable. A great swim there. McDougall for Half Moon Bay still got the boys home, 151.8. That's a good time to set 152.0. These guys will be in the mix. I don't know if it'll be enough to get them through the final. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, we've got a few heats yet to go, but wonderful to see that first blood there for Half Moon Bay, 151.8. Mermaid Beach, what a finish, 152. And the team from Kurrawa, props to them, 154.
Yeah, great swimming there. I think Mermaid and Kurrawa back-end splitted that one, maybe had their fastest guys in the second half. And Half Moon Bay just faded ever so slightly there in terms of how quick the boys were. But doesn't matter. They have set the fastest time yet. And Half Moon Bay are a force. I said it the other day about the surf side of things. I didn't know they were going to come here for the pool as well. And I don't know if they can take the title, but I think they can finish in your top 5, 6, 7, because they'll scrap points left, right and centre in the surf. And if they can just get some relay points here, Brendan Smith does his thing in that B final tonight, gets sort of, 12 or 13, somewhere around that. That's good points for everyone concerned. So it'll be interesting to see how they go, and I'll watch them with bated breath, that is for sure. Heat number 1 of the men's Interclub 4x50 OBS relay has been run and won. We move on to heat number 2, another international. Lise from Switzerland, Nordestadt from Germany, Biarritz from France, Trigger Island, the Aussies, Ludwigwald from Germany, excuse the pronunciations on a few of these there, Gütersloh from Germany, Sunshine Coast Grammar there, and Hang On Swimming, the great British team in this one as well. They've come from everywhere in this heat. Another fire one, and Trig, they've got some really good pool swimmers in this. Absolute flyers, and maybe they've just had a couple of surf swimmers jump in as well.
Yeah, this is actually one of the ones I've been waiting for. I was looking through the program a little earlier, and I saw some names in the mix here from Trig. We've got Harry Hines and Jake Smith, both in the Aussie team. Kelton Rothney. I've been waiting to talk about this. I was like, I'm not going to go early. We're not going to get excited, but we will talk about Steve Kent now.
Why Steve Kent is racing for Trig Island. New Zealand's finest, the greatest surf pool swimmer out of New Zealand / possibly pool competitor ever. I'm probably not qualified to put his career into perspective.
Top 3 worldwide. Okay. I would give him, like, if there was an International Hall of Fame, I would be putting Steve Kent in there. He was phenomenal for the Blackfins for so many years, Olympian as well. But it's not just that he's raced well for them. He has been the heart of that team for a solid decade as well.
That's what I wanted to say.
The campaign lead for the last 2 years, he put so much work, literal blood, sweat and tears into that New Zealand team. They did so well. They were so close to taking that big win. And I saw him a lot last week, and he just, you know, here, there and everywhere, like building people up, grabbing the water, getting the food, where's your warm-up? Nope, Jen, they can't do media, they've got to get to this next race now. And this is the culmination of 2 years of prep. To see him back here, to see him having a swim now for Trig Island, I'm sure there were some chats between him and Jake Smith and Harry Hines being like, you're going to be there. You look as fit as ever. Again, never looks unfit. Would you like to come and have a swim now? And it was bizarre when I was doing the prep for this event as well, seeing that Steve actually raced at the last World Championships. Yep. He was racing when I was racing.
Yes.
Like, that is, respectfully, a while ago.
Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And that heat swim was phenomenal as well. 141. Bang. Cop that.
Boom.
When we talk about the Kiwis, I said this to Kevin Morrison, the coach of the surf, the other day. It just means more. The world titles means more. And I think it's because of Steve Kent. There's a couple other guys over there, Danny Morrison and a few other guys that I've spoken to over the last sort of 6 months, and why it means more. They were little brother to Australia for a long time. They just wanted to get it done. And then when they did, it sort of opened this world up of we can be the best in the world as Kiwis. And Steve Kent, as much as anyone, has played a role in that. And what I was trying to say before is he's, as an athlete at the Olympics, as in the surf, he has had an impact, and he's truly great. But I don't think there has been a person who's had a bigger impact on a team outside of the pool either. And that's how special he is. He gets 1,000 points, he wins 1,000 races, he is very good in the pool. But I think his impact's been bigger outside of it than it has been in. And you talk to everyone, and it's a couple of guys in that Kiwi setup, Steve being one of them, that truly have made and changed the sport for a nation. And I don't think it's hyperbole when you say things like that. And I'm just trying to let everyone listening on at home truly understand how big an impact he's had and what kind of athlete he is. And he's an Olympian, he's a world champion, he's a true champion of a bloke as well, and that's more important. But he may have changed the sport for a lot of people in a nation, and that doesn't happen often.
Absolutely. And while we will talk about the people in the water in just a moment, I think one of the reasons that I hold Steve on such a pedestal is that his influence in New Zealand cannot be overstated, but he has actually gone international with that influence as well. He's been on the ILS Athletes Commission. I remember early COVID days when everything was very uncertain, things weren't great. He and I had asked to do like a webinar with the German Lifesaving team, and I was like, I'll go just to listen to Steve Kent
talk.
And the way he spoke about, you know, the family that they have there, the way they support each other, the way, you know, the language that they use. Like, I was practically in tears just listening to his experiences, and the fact that he would give that time to other countries to make everyone else better.
That's it.
Oh.
And that's what I was trying to get. When you say it just means more to the Kiwis, it actually does. And it's not insulting to anybody else because it means a lot to a lot of people. But he's the heart and soul of that team, and this World Championships is the heart and soul of Kiwi surf sports. And it's what we love to see. And we'll see him in the final tonight with that Trig Island team. That is for sure. They absolutely flew in heat number 2. The Australians pushing very, very hard in this one. The Spanish club Deportivo Nacional, not too far away either. So these two clubs will be competitive tonight as well. They fly into the wall, 144-1-2. Not as quick as Trig, but still very, very competitive here. And Currumbin will be happy with that. They've been very, very strong so far, and they'll be one of those teams pushing for that overall title. They're good in the surf. Not your favourites in the surf, but I think they've got that balance of being maybe the second best or equal best pool team and the third or fourth, fifth best maybe surf team. That's enough to win them a title, isn't it?
Yeah, agree. And great to see CJ Brennan just getting a great touch on the wall there. The team from Currumbin, 144-1-2. Spain, 144-2-9. So again, setting up these wonderful performances for the finals. Halle Salkris from Germany. Marangi Bay is in the mix there. That's Corey Taylor's.
Yep, old club.
Old club. I think he's actually racing for them.
Oh, is he?
Because you can only take 10 in a Northcliffe team.
Too hard to go to North. Tough for Northcliffe. Nobbies as well. They've benefited a lot from that Northcliffe team there. So interesting to see.
So there we go, Currumbin on the board. We have only one heat remaining here. We're flying through these obs. We're about to take one of the obs out of the pool so we can do this line throw coming up next. But we've got Magdeburg from Germany. They will be in lane 1. Maroochydore, Dordrecht, Reddingsbrigade from Netherlands. Rene Rossi, watch for them. Middle of the pool, BMD Northcliffe in the mix as well. Raider Weidenbroek from Germany. Switzerland in the mix, and Ryan Boland rounding out the field. So I love that we're seeing these full heats. Everyone is here to race. Everybody wants to be a part of it. But middle of the field, you got to think Northcliffe and Rene Rossi, they are the ones to watch here. Look at that underwater work.
Absolutely flying. Rene Rossi there. This is good swimming at the moment. Oh, one big butterfly stroke from the swimmer goes down and under there. 25.05 is a great way to start this relay. Northcliffe put under pressure at the moment because the Italians, they're half a body length out at the 3/4 mark of the second lap. Look at that underwater work. Michael Phelps-esque, if I've ever seen it. Head down, don't breathe, all the way to the wall. We are watching very good swimming, 49.36 to start. So that's on world record pace. I think world record just a little bit behind world record pace there, but to get into the 40 odds for that opening 100, that sets you up very, very well, because you're not going to slow down on that second half. You've got to set it up there. The butterfly kick underwater from this Italian team has been an absolute class above there. 114.45 through the 150, and we're seeing something truly special for a heat swim in the morning, and they're sending a message to the rest of these nations.
My gosh, we've got Ippolito, we've got Giovanni Mastarilli. We saw both of them in action for Italy. Kevin Lasserre raced for France last week as well. So they've really built this superstar team. The fact that they are pushing this hard in a heat swim, and I love the no breathing before that last obs. That is quick. This is going to be a fantastic time as well. Wonderful to see. 140.41. Northcliffe in the mix, still 143.3. And that Northcliffe team, 3 of the big Kiwis from last week, yep. Chris Dawson, Fergus Eady and Louis Clark, all in the mix, teaming up with Bailey Armstrong.
Yeah, they did a good job there. The splits for the Italians, 25.05, 24.31, 25.09, 26.19 on the end there. That's probably the reason they didn't get under that 140 mark, but the 24.31, the quickest split of the day by a country mile. Very, very good swimming there. And that is, that's good swimming, especially with 2 obstacles. And that's good swimming regardless. Yeah. And Maroochydore will survive in 8th place there. 146.60 is what it took to get themselves through. So Rene Rossi there in 144.1. Trig Island, Northcliffe, Currumbin, Club Deportivo Nacional Adaya from Spain, Biarritz from France, Luc Van Wald from Germany, and Maroochydore are your top 8 there. So tough for the couple of teams from the Netherlands and Germany to just miss out. But you had to go 146.6 to survive in that one. And what a morning it's been so far. Enough obs racing. It's time to get the lines out. It's line throw time. A lot of heats here. We're about halfway through the program from this morning. We've just got the line throw and the mannequin tow to come, or the mannequin carry, to come this afternoon. So shorter events, a little bit more speed, but plenty of heats coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say that the line throw, just grabbing, okay, we've got 40 and 42 entries for both the women and the men. So while that is quite a few teams, they will run through this quite quickly. You do have a 45-second time limit on the line throw as well.
God.
So it's
I would have been going forever. I'd still be here from my line throw in 2004. They would have gone and gone and gone. But that time limit, it is important because we've seen a couple of teams, especially in those B finals where you're trying to get points, maybe miss the first throw, reset, pull it in, go again, because you just got to finish. The worst thing that can happen to you is to get timed out. You don't want that there. So getting something's better than nothing, and you'd rather be looking at it than looking for it. And these guys, they'll have a couple of throws if it goes south early on.
Yeah, it's always a little bit sad when you're the patient and you've been waiting in the water and you can see your thrower
cold.
just getting a little bit intense, and then having to do that little sad swim back to the wall by yourself.
The swim of shame, I think it's called. Jenny Parry, talk me through a line throw. What is the key to getting it done and getting it done fast?
Well, we talked earlier about, when the way you do a mannequin carry or under the obs, whatever works for you. You're about to see so many different techniques of line throw that, again, it comes back to whatever works for you. We are seeing a lot more of what we like to call the windmill coming into
I like
it.
That. The big arm over the head, get it wound up.
Big whips through there. But again, we think of these world records that we've seen. One of the I think it's the oldest team record in the books is the women's line throw. So that was set by the Dutch team way back when. That was an incredible race. That has not been touched for quite a while. So looking forward to that one. Let me just turn this on here.
Yeah, we're not too far away there. And so the world record, so much training goes into it, so much time goes into it, so much effort. But there's that element of luck. The wind's blowing today, you can catch a snag, something like that. And that's the most difficult part. If you've got all the training down, sometimes it just comes down to the right conditions, the right time, the right throw. And although the swimmer, it doesn't mean much, but the right catch as well, because if they miss it, it can be all over before you know it.
Absolutely. So much goes into this. And yes, if you see yourself on the screen, give us a wave. We do love that. And something that really struck me last week, because again, the way that I live my life, in my privilege, I've never had to think about this before. I was talking to athletes who haven't swum in an outdoor pool before, or they don't have access to outdoor pools back home because it is so cold where they live. So just number one, for them to come and swim in an outdoor pool or to race in an outdoor pool is so different and exciting for them. And they were getting really nervous about the line throw, and they said, I've never had to do a line throw comp outside before.
And it's things you just don't think about.
I've never had to, because I live in Australia and it's wonderful and it's warm and we have these outdoor pools absolutely everywhere. We do line throw outside all the time. And so, we think about the beach and the ocean competition. Of course, the conditions come into it so much, and that's why we've seen some events moved around today down on the beach. So if you're here, if you're targeting the line throw and you're presented with some outdoor conditions, some windy conditions, really tough for you to, again, we talk about resilience. You've got to adapt. Everyone's doing this. We can see the flags at the far end of the pool there really starting to wave in the breeze. I managed to sneak into the officials briefing earlier today just to figure out, I wanted to know what they were talking about for the line throw. So they have decided they're going to start at the same end of the pool that we did the obs earlier today. They may change that.
Wind behind them there, so they get a little push on. Maybe does it make life easier or make life harder? Southerly blowing, so you got the wind at your back. Yeah. When you throw, whichever way it's going to continue to go that way.
Keep on going.
So you better get it right the first time, because if it's just a little bit to the left or the right, it's going to go to the left or the right every single throw here.
Yeah, so they are going to start at the same end of the pool that we did for the obs. They may change that later in the day if the wind swings around. They also did say that they may choose to change the order of events for the finals program depending on how the wind is predicted to move across the day. So wonderful that we do have that flexibility built into the program. As we hear more about that, we will let you know what's happening. But again, if you're a Taj and Fletcher, who are our secret champions, 8.69, they will be waiting on those decisions, because this is their event. This is
Yeah.
their Super Lifesaver. This
what
is
they
their
came for.
Ironman.
And they've definitely practiced, that's for sure. And what will happen as we sort of see the beautiful skies, that wind, while it's southerly at the moment, it tends to swing onshore, which will mean it's coming from behind us as we look out over the beautiful Gold Coast skyline there, and it will push across the pool the more the day goes on. So at the moment, it tends to blow sort of basically down those lane lines. It was pretty straight southerly this morning, but it's going to turn more and more onshore as the day goes on, and an east-southeaster later in the day. And it might be a matter of putting this line throw final first up in the finals package this afternoon, because while the finals package only an hour and a bit long, it can that's around the time when it really tends to change. That 1 o'clock to sort of to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock is when that wind sort of really swings onshore later in the day. We're just seeing, of course, some highlights from earlier in the competition down on the beach and what's happening down there today. There was still 2K beach runs and the beach relay going on down at the beach pit down there at Kurrawa, but the water events have all been cancelled today due to that wind.
Yeah, I think that was a surprise to everyone, or maybe not a surprise to get that notification come through last night that the officials in the safety committee looking at the conditions, looking at what's coming through, making that decision to say, hey, we're going to pause the ocean for now. However, we still can run these events up on the ocean, up on the sand there. Yep. And again, Kurrawa feels as though it is purpose built. It is one of the most perfect locations for beach events.
Yeah, and I said this a couple of times over the last few days. I don't know internationally, but here in Australia, it's a spiritual home of surf sports, because for so long the Australian Championships were held here, well over a decade, and it's been back a couple of times and then gone away for various tragic reasons. But it just feels like the home of surf sports for us, and we can see on screen Lani Pallister on the left, Ali Bull on the right. 2 Olympics each, or 1 Olympics there for Bull.
Oh, no, she's done 3.
Three for Bull, sorry.
Yeah.
And 1 for Lani there. An Olympic gold medal for Lani Pallister in the 4x200 freestyle relay. I thought I would have seen her this morning in that 200 obs, but deciding against it. For the main event, the line throw, I don't know how much experience Ali Bull has in line throwing. None would probably be a good guess there, but she has been involved in a couple of state teams and some Australian setups in the past, more for the surf stuff. She may have done it in there, but I think the girls are getting out here to have a crack, and it's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what we want to see. It gives us not only these wonderful stories, but it really does role model so beautifully to the other competitors here. If you want to be part of the World Champs, jump in the line throw. You get just as many points for a gold medal in the line throw that you do for the Taplin, the Super Lifesaver. Every other event, it is equal points across those individual and those team events. And maybe if you think you're a bit too cool to do line throw, or you don't want to get out there, hello, Lani Pallister, Ali Bull. This is what we do. This is how we do it. So there's great to see them in the mix.
An Olympic gold medalist and a 3-time Olympian lining up. I don't think you're too good to do this event. That is for sure. We love to see it. I don't know how they'll go. Who knows? Is Lani's throwing the line? She's done a bit of it in the past. She's been involved in this Australian setup,
She's thrown for Australia before.
Yeah.
Yep, she's going to be fine. So excited to see what pans out here. But we can see, just checking, we will have 5 heats for the ladies. And again, a truly international flavour. We're about to see Half Moon Bay. They will lead us off. They will be in lane 1. And in lane 2, Naval Sauvetage, they were successful in the Cirque yesterday. Already points on the board for them. Clifton Beach is in the mix. Spain, Germany, Sri Lanka is in there as well. So loving to see so many teams rocking up here. And it's a real, you just got to go. If you want to be in the A final, let's face it, you're going to have to get the rope out first go.
That's exactly right, because there'll be too many guys and girls that actually get it out and have a crack. And you'll know as soon as it lands the first time whether you're a chance or not, because it can go so south so quickly in this event. And a couple of different techniques, like you said, the big overhand technique, a couple get it down on the hip, little sort of circles there. I don't know which is better. Whichever one feels good is probably the best option. Half Moon Bay getting set to go. The Canadians, the South Africans, Germans, the Spanish and the Sri Lankans here.
It's also your choice, Josh, if you are throwing the rope, which side of the blocks you stand on. Again, whatever works for you, as long as you're not impeding the competitors in either lane beside you. off you go. You'll also see on screen that we have some tape behind the ladies on screen there as well. There's like a back mark there.
They can't go that any further.
Yeah, I think they're... I did write this down earlier today because I wanted to get it right. I wanted to bring you all the good news. Here we go. Line throw. Cannot step out of the back box when pulling the patient in, and that is marked in tape. But once the person is in, once your patient has touched the wall, and we saw this in the national teams, there were some celebrations. People got excited. You're allowed to have 1 foot out when you're celebrating, if you're turning around and saluting the crowd. But if you go out, you are out.
Okay,
so
very
just
interesting.
to confirm what is happening there.
I'll keep an eye on the celebrations. That is something that I really, really enjoy. And I was excited when I got the call up to come down here today and call the pool events.
You've chosen the best day.
This was the one. The only event I've done is 200 obs. Well, I've done them all, but the only event I've done well is 200 obs, and the only event I love is the line throw. And have a look at them go. The Sri Lankans at the bottom, first to get it out. Oh, lightning quick there. Don't you love to see it? Oh, no, she's going to have to go again. And heartbreak. I thought we were going to have a cracker from the Sri Lankans there. Maybe Clifton Beach come in and touch the wall. Wait and see. Someone there on the edge. I thought the Sri Lankans were on for all money there. She got that out so quick, but it just didn't happen.
The fact that she got her second throw out and still came back in a 19.72.
Great performance.
That is fantastic.
I'm going for the Sri Lankans here. I love this. Hopefully they get a shot in the final, but I don't think they will be. Half Moon Bay there, very, very quick. Another one of the teams, the Canadians, they were in charge and finished in 16.85 seconds. Not a bad throw.
Yeah, 16.85 is great. Half Moon Bay, 17.24. Otis Spree from Germany, 17.64. So you've got to think those ladies in the top 3 there, the 16-17 mark, that should be enough for a B final, considering that we have 5 heats in total. However, devastated for the Sri Lankan team not to get that line out. They look so good in their prep. And we can hear actually that the 45-second mark has passed. The whistle has gone, and unfortunately 2 of our teams will get a DNF on that one because they were past the 45-second mark.
I was so excited by that Sri Lankan throw there. The way she brought that in was unbelievable. I thought we were on for a world record here. That's how quick it came in, because it was in within, I would say, 2 or 3 seconds. Bang, 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 gone, and just missed there out on the throw. So very, very tough, and that's the marker we were speaking about there. When they grab the patient, they can rip that line, take a step or 2 back, and this is the lady we were talking about. Didn't have the Olympics she wanted, which is a crazy statement to say about an Olympic gold medalist, but had to withdraw from the women's 800 freestyle because of COVID there, and we'll take a look at the results there. The German team, the Canadians, the Australians, the Sri Lankans. Great result from all of those. 16.72 there. Sorry, I called the Canadians first there, but it was the Germans that got it done. Lani Pallister in this one sat out the 800 freestyle. Well, first of all, withdrew from the 400 freestyle before the game started because she had such a big program. Sat out the 800 freestyle when she got COVID there. Saved it all up for the 4x2. Delivered on the biggest stage possible, the second leg for the Australians, along with the likes of Molly O'Callaghan and Ariane Titmus there. An absolutely spectacular performance of those Australian girls. Back that up with a 1500 freestyle final. A full superstar. Her teammate, on the other hand, kayaking in the second week. Talk about talents there. K4 1000 and then the K2 1000, or maybe, sorry, the K2 500 in there for the ladies. And 2 finals from that. She was with Ella Beer in that K2 and with, well, a lot of other clubbies, Eve, Ella and Ali Clark in the K4 for Australia. So some multi-talented ladies. I don't think they've ever done line throw together. They may have practiced twice out the back. Let's have a look at how they go. Closest to the screen, Alexandra Headland. They're set and ready to go. Jenny Parry, call us through this one.
Yeah, we can always tell the officials will have the hand up, the hand to the side. Lani throwing here. She's got those nice big long arms. We can see a few windmills in the mix as well. But here she goes. Can she get that one out? No. She's already re-going. And
different lane.
I don't think any... Maybe Karawa.
Top of the end, Karawa. They've got that one absolutely flying. They'll bring her in. Bang, 17.05. And I don't think Alexandra Headland will take any more part in this one because a couple are in. Pallister was out quick, but the wind caught it. It was in the other lane, and, well, that's all she wrote. No, she's missed again. And just
big
like
build-up. A lot
Good
of pressure.
result for the Swiss. Yeah, great performance for the Swiss. And there's our winners, Karawa. They're very happy with that one. Great performance, 17.05. I think that'll put them into third overall so far. So Michaela Whitney in their part of that team. A great performance from the girls from the Karawa Club, and Kaya Sugars. Well done.
Great work there. And we can see Nat Pete on screen. But Karawa coming through with the good 17.05. And yes, that is third overall. Otis Spree from Germany from the previous heat still in the lead, 16.72. Naval Sauvage in 16.85. So there you go, 16-17. That is your top four at the moment. Still three heats yet to go. And that wind really starting to make the difference out there. And I always think of this must be what it's like doing flags, the nerves, like the pressure of like you get one shot, and if you muck it up, thank you so much for coming.
But you're out.
Off you go. That's
exactly right. There is no, it might be, I guess it's like running the 100-metre final at the Olympics. It's over so quickly that one mistake is magnified on a giant level, and it might sound silly, but it is a pressure cooker down there, and the wind is really making a difference because that line's so light. It's probably, I think it's 5 mil line, 6 mil line all up, and it just drifts off with the wind and sort of ends up a fair way across, but no dramas for the Karawa girls. They absolutely dominated that heat, well over 3.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and the second fastest or third fastest time overall. So great performance. Club Deportivo from Spain. The Bulgarians were back, Singapore, the Swiss, and then the rest of the girls, big old DNFs down there.
Yeah, that one hurts. Unfortunately, Karumban, Alex and Fasa from Argentina, the three of those teams will bow out now, but no rest at all. We can see the next heats are lining up already. You will hear a few whistles in the background. The first whistle is for our patients to enter the water. You never want to be the first one in because you're never too sure if that's the whistle for you to jump in on, but we can see the ladies, the patients, they will make their way out into the pool. They'll take the rope with them. They will make sure it is extended past that back barrier, and you'll notice that they do have to keep their hands on the barrier at the back as well, where we had the obstacles, and they have to stay holding on to that until they have grasped the line. So a few rules here as well, George.
Yes, you got an incredible there for Alex, just not to harp onto them. They were the defending champions in terms of Interclub from 2018. That was Tian Raymond as the line thrower with Lani Pallister as the swimmer. So maybe Lani should have maybe switched it around in there. But the Swedes, they won last week, ultra quick.
So good.
They were very, very impressive. And that's how quickly you can go. You can go from being champion to not even finishing in just a matter of one throw. A lot of the girls using that overarm technique there. The lines go out. Does anyone get one? Ooh. Yes, one off and away. This will be very quick in there. Bang! Fastest of the day, 13.92. Oh, you love to see it. The Germans have come and they have delivered on the line throw there. Great performance. Isn't she happy about it? What about the celebration? That's the best celebration of the day as well.
Yeah, fantastic work. Bietigheim Bissigen from Germany, Alexandra Stenzel and Lily Marie Groger. What a swim, 13.92 for them. Fantastic start. That's what you want to see. And this is why we had to say, only 1 foot out when you're doing your celebrations. Ladies, please stay there.
I think it's even a shock for them when it sticks sometimes. They can't believe that it's actually worked. And top three from that heat, the three fastest. So I don't know what's happened there, whether we've got to a bit of the quality or just maybe the wind dropped ever so slightly, but bang.
We'll take
1, 2, 3, all under that 16-second mark. And have a look at that. Head down, don't breathe, get the kick going, and all the way to the wall, boom, and geez, they can rip that. Oh, throw the line, high five, celebrate. I love to see a solid celebration there, and the Germans are coming. They are on fire.
Wonderful to see. Fantastic result across the board there, and we'll make it official now, 13.92. And a big shout out the team from Sweden who won the women's event last week at the national teams. It was wonderful to see. Their men got third as well, so they got 2 medals in the line throw. They were absolutely pumped, but I think the celebrations were huge as well in the open men. The team from Iran got a silver medal.
Oh, the Iranians have been on fire. They got a silver in the beach relay on the women's side of things as well. So come on, the Iranians. They have been the real find of this championship, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been wonderful to see these teams that we may not see feature as regularly in either the pool or the beach, targeting an event, training hard, getting here and executing. Chinese Taipei was another one for us. There's Mariah Jones, Australian team captain, on screen at the moment. She would be a little bit tired after
a big
week.
I can only imagine.
She also raced in the Masters before the national team's comp.
Why do it to yourself, Mariah? Have a day off. You deserve it. You've worked hard enough. Met Caloundra on screen there, doing a fantastic job next to René Rossi, the Italians there. So they'll be good at this. Sunshine Coast Grammar, Tweedheads, Coolangatta, the Germans, the Dutch as well, and the Italians. Off and away, very, very quick. You can see TH&C, the only one not using that back overarm technique, out very quick from a couple of the girls. One, in and away. Have a look at this. This will be absolutely flying. Bang! 12.52, the fastest of the day so far. TH&C not too far behind, but the Netherlands, what a performance for them. And they don't even look like they're celebrating. They look like they expected it.
It also might just be relief. You've got to think if there's been a bit of pressure on you, you're coming in, you've seen the wind, flying around. You're like, I just want to get this out. I just want to get through. And they've done an incredible job, a time of 12.52. And it is a Dutch team that set the world record in this event back in 2009.
Wow.
That was Annelies Poulin and Marianne Peters. Fantastic work, 10.40.
Very quick.
Flying. Wonderful to see. But yes, I love the steeliness.
Yeah, they didn't look like they didn't celebrate, not like the Germans in the last one there. Have a look at that. Great technique, head down. You've got to stay nice and flat. If that head goes up, the hips come down straight into the wall, and you can see there was maybe even a little, damn, like they thought they could have gone faster.
Oh, the relief, though, just to know that they are solidly into the, not only the, well, I'm assuming a final at this stage, but clear leaders at the moment, 12.52. Abiti Kine-Bissigan from the previous race, those Navy caps, 13.92 for them. Hallie Salchris, and then TH&C, the Jones sisters in the mix there, 16.10. So wonderful to get some fast times on the board, and again, the nerves building for those teams in the marshalling area at the moment, knowing there is only one heat yet to go. So let's grab where we are. Leaderboard. Oh, Kurrawa currently in 7th. Kurrawa.
17.05, right on that edge there. This is going to make things very difficult. Half Moon Bay already out. They will not be in the final. You look at those results there, and if you think, there was 9 teams in it, but there's only 5 teams on the results. The rest of those clubs have been timed out, so they did not finish. They won't show up on our results there. So there's sort of 8 and 9 in a heat, but there's been, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 already that got timed out, and a couple that have been right on the edge there. So you're better to get it out than not, but if you don't see your club or the reason they're not on a results sheet, that is because they did not get it out within that 45-second time limit.
Yeah, and that's what we love about live heats. You do get all of the information here. You'll know if it's a DNF, you'll know if it's a disqualification, or you'll see the times come through from both the heats and the finals.
That is exactly right. The Sri Lankans back again, so they're in lane 4. Let's see how they go. The Brazilians, Maroochydore, the Germans, no, Sri Lankans. Here we go, off and away. A little slower on this end. The other end absolutely flying. We'll see who gets it out first. Closest to us. Got there. Oh, she's got it. Little stumble there with the jump as she comes into the wall. It'll be slower than the first 2, but still very quick. 14.36. The Germans are on fire at the moment. That means we'll say goodbye to the Kurrawa girls in the final, and I think there might be 1 or 2 from this heat that'll end up in the final.
But the team from Northcliffe there as well, that's Zoe Crawford and Maddie Kidd, basically the New Zealand Blackfins, doing an incredible job there, 17 for them. So we'll grab these results as they are finalised. We can see the girls very happy with that result. As a patient, as soon as you get that rope in your hand, you're just like, yes,
going home.
Take me home. I'm done.
Zimmerman and Korneck from the German team there. That was the 3rd fastest time of the day, 12.52. Was the best of them so far, and we go down, and it's basically a German sort of thing. We've got 3 German teams in there, 4 German teams in that final. The Canadians, 1 from Australia, and the Dutch on top, and they're going to look hard to beat. They're a full 1.4 seconds in front of the rest of the field. Yeah,
that is impressive. But again, clean slate once we get to the finals. You just need to get your foot on the line. A fantastic work. The pink cap there from Kusel in Germany, 14.36 for them. 3rd fastest qualifier overall. So wonderful to get the rope out, get your patient back in, book your seat in the A final. And as we said, clean slate from there. If you're in the A final, you have a chance of being a world champion.
Yeah, you're spot on there. A couple of the clubs vying for the title in that second B final there. Half Moon Bay, BMD Northcliffe as well, Mount Maunganui. And the Sri Lankans, they get there. Watch for her in the B final. I think they can win that. Even though they're the last into it, her heat was so good that first throw. Expect big things. This one's going to be good as well. Men's line throw ready to go. Mermaid Beach, Half Moon Bay and Sri Lanka. Well, three of my favourites, to be completely honest, as we go down here. The world record broken a couple of weeks ago. Talk to me about the Seacliff boys and what they've been able to deliver.
Yeah, I think everyone's got a bit of a special spot there for the team from Seacliff. And I think it comes back to we can get behind anyone who's passionate about something.
And good at it as well.
They're good at it, but they love it. Like, they train hard. They give amazing interviews. They talk about what it means to them at the end. It's all over their socials, which we absolutely adore as well. And the fact that they can continue to deliver with that pressure on them as well. They know that all eyes are on them, and they thrive on that. At the Aussie Pool Champs a few weeks ago at this location here. Sorry, I'm just going to pause because someone has nailed this line through. 2-3 are out already. Have a look at this for the start.
Good. Wow, 11.84. 11.84, 12.42, 12.48. All three of those could end up in the final there. What a start. Have a look at that. And he's happy. The boys are happy with their performance, that is for sure. Mermaid Beach, I don't know who's in that team.
That's Callum.
Okay. He's been around for a while. He's done it before. He knows what's up. And that's a good start. That's as good as it gets.
Start. I was mid-chat and I was like, please hold. We need to watch an incredible line throw right now. And three really different techniques.
Bang,
showing.
bang.
Oh, look at them go. Yeah, Callum Lowe Griffiths has done many a line throw in his time, and I think that's the experience, being able to pull Kaylan Brackenbush in very, very quickly. Look, Brendan Smith was rescuing Luke Linehan from Half Moon Bay, and Sri Lankan team comes through
They
only
did a great job.
0.04 behind that one.
Well, the difference there was that maybe the final metre and a half, 2 metres, because the Mermaid and Half Moon Bay boys, they were sort of hand over hand dragging in. At the last minute, they sort of took the step back off the edge and really threw themselves, where the young lad from Sri Lanka just kept that hand over hand technique, and he didn't have that push towards the line there. So interesting to see the little differences, and you think, oh, it won't make that much of a difference, but it does in the end.
Yeah, and I really do love as well, thinking back to Taj and Fletcher, our current world record holders, our current Australian champions as well. They do know that all eyes are on them, and that a lot of pressure does come with that. I did see that Taj put a post up earlier this morning that said, thank you guys so much for supporting Fletcher and I on this journey. I'm deleting Instagram today. I'll be back online later tonight or tomorrow. So they're removing the distractions. He said for now it's time to lock it in for Seacliff.
Well, I think...
Smart move.
I think Michael Phelps did that at the Olympics, and this is what you got to do when you're a true elite athlete of surf sports, and I like to see it. Let's go. The boys from Seacliff in South Australia, it is a great club. There's a lot of great guys down there. Jonesy and a few of the guys down there that I know really well from the surf side of things, fantastic people. They care, they get behind them, and I think if they win this world title, they're just a line throw club. Pack everything up, sell the skis, drop the boats. We're just line throwing from now on.
Bunnings, get some more rope.
Get some more rope. Let's go. But you love to see it. And like you said, they're passionate about it. And
can get behind anyone who's passionate about anything in this sport. And again, we've spoken that there is something for everyone. And there's something for everyone on the world stage as well. We allow everyone to shine. And that is what is really special about our sport. We can see the athletes just doing their final preps as well. And it is actually quite nerve-wracking being a patient out there in the water as well. The officials are saying you need to do this or extend your line or, make sure your grip is really clear, because there's so many ways to get disqualified in all of these pool life-saving events. They are highly technical, but have a look at this. I think there are a lot of...
one gone out already. I don't know if he's grabbed it. Yes, we've got one on the far side. Singapore maybe bringing that one home. Very good. Clifton, Ripley's Rascals from GB, not too far behind. You've got to be in the 11s today if you want to be in the final. This is lightning quick. We've got 3 teams already in the 11s. We've got another 2 at 12 low to 12 mid. So there might be some teams here who score 12-second results and do not make the final. That's going to be very devastating for them. But Singapore Swim Teachers Association, thank you very much. 11.49, that is going to be very good. And he's standing there very official as well as a couple of the other clubs still going out there.
I kind of like that though. No chance of DQ. You're waiting where you need to be. You're not going outside your blocks. Often, I know when we talk to the nippers about this, we're like, when you finish, just sit on your blocks. Just sit on your hands. You can't go anywhere else.
Because someone like me would have jumped in circa the World Swimming Championships in 2002. What was it, the girls? Gian Rooney and the girls 4x200. Who cares? Jump in, ladies and gentlemen. But I like to see it. You see that gets the result, stands there. No chance of being disqualified. No celebration until they know that
job's
45 seconds. Job's not done. Mamba mentality out there from the Singaporean lads. And you love to see it. Great job. And 11.49. Lightning fast.
11.49 is quick. That's the team of Dennis Sau and Mohammed Hisham Bil Kasami. So fantastic work. Job done. Halfway done. You've got to get through to the A final. You've got to deliver. And I love the team name as well. Ripley Rascals from GB. Luke and Daniel, 11.89.
Mohammed Hashim bin Kasami is someone I'm looking forward to as well. I think he's been drawn next to Lockie Tame in the ski race later in the competition. I mentioned him in an article I wrote earlier on. If he wins a gold medal here, he'll be an absolute legend. But I'm pretty sure he's been drawn next to Lockie Tame in heat number 5 or something of the ski race. So Lockie Tame, Olympic gold medalist, world champion ski paddler,
somewhere,
Australian
surely.
champion, and the poor fella from the Singapore team has been lined up next to him. So pray for him when it comes to the ski race later on. But he'll be in the final tonight in this line throw, and I think he's a bit of a fan favourite as well down here. Singapore, if the Sri Lankans don't win, I want the Singapore boys to. Well, very quick.
They're both still in that A final, remembering that we have quite a few teams yet to swim or yet to race. So we've got Heat 3 lining up one. That pink cap from Kusal, we saw their ladies do an incredible job earlier. Oh, Noosa, they're back.
The Killian boys. The Carroll boys, Killian and Nolan. They've done some pool rescue in the past as well, probably more at a local level, so watch for them. Rene Rossa in the centre in lane 4. Club Deportivo from Spain as well. Watch for them.
And they are
off and away. Here we go. A lot using that backward swinging arm technique. Oh, quick in the centre. Ooh. Got him. We're off and away. This one's going to be lightning fast in lane 5. The Germans, 11.11. Then the Netherlands, they're 11.93. You've got to be in the 11s. There is no way you make this final if you've got a 12-second line throw. So there's going to be a lot of teams here right on the edge. That is for sure. But what about that one from the Germans? 1-1-1-1. Make a wish, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11.11.
Oh, so good. And just to give you an idea of how quick these boys are, the A qualifier for the Open team, I think the Open national team was about 13 seconds. So again, I know there's less teams in the nationals. I know that we have more people rocking up here for what we're doing right now. But what a performance, 11.11.
Do you know the shocking part is there was only 4 teams at the national teams competition that went in the 11s at all in that final, and so we've already got 5 that have run in the heats this morning. So maybe we were talking about conditions being not so good for line throw. I think conditions are on fire. We might see a world record here in a few seconds. Seacliff not far away, and I don't want to call it too early, but is there a world record in them? Can we see it again?
Oof. Yeah, in an outdoor pool, that is a tough ask. But with the standard of competition that we're seeing, Raider Weidenbroek, 11.11 for them. Dordrecht Reddingsbrigade from the Netherlands, 11.93. Kusel in the mix as well, 15.25. It's incredible to me that 15.25 may not be an A final.
May not even be a B final at this point. That's how quick that is. And I know you're used to calling world records left, right and centre all
week.
It's
been a big week
It's been a massive week, but I've never called one. I've never seen one in pool rescue events anyway. I was lucky enough to call Kate Campbell in 2016 in the women's 100 freestyle, but I think this is going to be maybe even better. I've never been more excited about an event like this. And with the boys coming up in just a few heats, conditions are good, the wind blowing, and maybe we need to get, like the track running, they have a wind sort of a plus reading minus, there, plus minus there. Maybe we're going to start to get into that sort of territory.
Is it wind legal?
Because at the moment we are seeing super fast times. Marangi Bay from New Zealand met Caloundra. A few more of the German teams. Retford District in GB. The Hammerhead Lifesaving in Singapore. They were good in the last one. The Singapore team. BMD Northcliffe
Oh, the nerves. You can feel them from here. We can see all the teams lining up, the officials just making sure that they are happy with how everyone is lining up and how the patients are positioned as well. The patients can move left and right on their obstacle out there, but they cannot let go. That's really important. Have a look at the windmill action here.
Bang, quick again. Are they going to get the jump? Yes, 1 gets there, 2 gets there, 3 gets there, off and away. This will be super tight again. Oh, more 11s. Oh, BMD Northcliffe first there, 11.87. And maybe the Germans at the bottom, Langenberg, they got in there 11.98, just creeped in there. So I think you're spot on from here on out. You've got to be in 11 seconds to get in this final this afternoon. And Fergus Eadie, Louis Clark, they've done it 1,000 times for the Kiwi team and for their club as well. They got it right here. Fantastic performance.
Big race.
Very impressive. Very impressive there. Langenberg.
So good.
11.98. Great performance from them there as well. And once again, Marangi Bay, 4th place, 15 seconds. Normally you go, oh, that'll be close to the final.
Yeah, it's enough.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to get in the B final here this afternoon. Have a look at that. Don't they love it?
And Fergus, back in action. We'll see him in the 100 carry.
He's a lump of a lad, isn't he? He looked like a giant doing the beach sprint against some of those beach sprinters there. He looks like he probably should play front row for the All Blacks rather than doing this, but he is an absolute animal.
Yep, fantastic work then. Imagine the speed if you were in the water being pulled in.
Getting dragged in by, they'll have windburn from going through.
And thinking of injuries from last week, Tom Treblecock, he was racing for GB.
Oh,
he came in that, I think it was the medley relay, and he came in at such speed but on such an awkward angle that he actually fractured his
wrist
arm on the way through. So that was his world's done.
We saw the Team GB tease up for Tom, and I saw a photo actually online the last couple of days of him. It's in a cast now. He's on the mend, but it's a big hole in Team GB, that is for sure. A heartbreak for him, but I think they dragged something good out of something bad. It's not perfect, but I think they raced better and they raced for him all weekend long. So it was good to see Team GB really lift for their teammate.
Yeah, not the way anybody wants to see their worlds unfold, but, we talk about resilience. Team GB had to really quickly pivot to say, what do we do now? We're going to have to redo some of our ocean teams. We're going to pull different people into the surf race.
And they did.
It's tough, but these really unexpected things happen. If I think of what we saw over the last few days, we had a broken lane rope the other day. That meant that we had to all of a sudden race with 6 lanes.
I've heard the stories.
No one had this on there. Oh, look at Corbin, got the sunnies on as well. Loving that for speed.
There, looking fast. And if you can't be good, you got to look good. That's for sure. Off and away. Here we go. Oh, quick in the middle. Very quick in the middle. Does he get it out? Oh, we've got one. Yes, Corbin from Sunshine Coast Grammar in. Have a look next to them, coming fast. Bang, 11.39. You've got to be in the 11s or go home. That is it. We're another one there from Sunshine Coast Grammar, and the pressure builds on the rest of these teams because that's lightning quick. And I think we're going to have every single one. Oh, no, maybe a disqualification. And he's blowing up as well. Why has he been disqualified there? I don't know what he did.
And get some intel on that one. We'll have to see if it was something that he did, if it was something maybe that the officials didn't like in terms of how the patient collected the line as well. Did he
step out at the back? I saw him come backwards. Maybe he's been disqualified for looking too good with those sunglasses on. I do not know. The officials are looking around. Corbin's looking around. He can't believe it. The only guarantee is there'll be a protest after this one. And he's just getting a few words from the officials there. I guarantee he doesn't like it, and we'll wait and see. So no guarantees at this point for both Sunshine Coast Grammar and the final, because I think they'll put in a protest on this one. We'll wait to see why. You can see him reefing in. He just trips backwards there. I don't know. Steps in, up, no dramas. Looks all reasonably clean from my perspective.
We will find out. We'll jump out on pool deck in a minute, maybe see what the inside word is there. But yeah, it was a fantastic time, so that'll be devastating for the crew if that one is discounted. But from GB, we have Haynor.
Look at him there. He knows something's wrong.
He would have seen it on the board, I reckon, at the end of the pool. Arms go up there. Haynor 12.63. Hasewinkel from Germany 12.83. So that is how it stands at the moment. We will keep refreshing in live heats. If anyone is reinstated, we will bring you that news as well. But again, highly technical racing. We've all been disqualified, and I've been disqualified in the obs. I mean, it just...
It happens.
It happens.
It happens.
And a big shout out to all those officials that I recognise on pool deck.
Who've disqualified me
in the past. Hey, good to see you again.
Love your work. Here we go, the big one.
Ooh, the last one.
This one's going to be quick for no other reason that there is some absolute pool rescue specialists in here. Currumbin, Biarritz, Trig Island, Seacliff, the world record holders. Let's go, Seacliff. Lees in there as well. Baden Bruges from Switzerland. The Germans in there. Güterschlot from Germany. This one will go very, very quick here. All I want to see is Seacliff.
Oh, we're all here for lane 4. We're all here for Seacliff. Now, we said it was probably going to take a quick time, but yeah, you're right. It's going to take at least an 11, 12.15, the 8th fastest qualifier. All eyes.
With Sunshine Coast Grammar hanging out there as well. Off and away, Jenny Parry. Let's see how quick they can go.
Come on. Oh, he gets it in the air. Yes, there we go.
What a catch. Here we go. How quick are they? Bang, 998. Let's go. Let's go. World record conditions this afternoon. A shake of the hand. Sit down. Don't worry about it. What a throw from the boys from Seacliff there. Oh, don't you love to see it?
I love seeing people deliver under pressure. This is what is great about them. They're passionate about what they do. They train hard. They embrace all eyes on them. The Instagram is off, the focus is on, and they have delivered the first sub 10-second time of the day.
Then we've had the Germans and the Swiss both go in the 11s to knock out a couple of the teams there. So what about that? First heat of the day, the Dutch team runs into an 11-second run, and we thought, oh, that'll be easy in the final. I don't know if it will be. There'll be a couple of teams here who go 11 who'll miss out.
What could also be quite exciting, if Sunshine Coast Grammar isn't reinstated, we're going to have a throw-off. We've got a tie.
We've got a tie. If it could get any more dramatic, this is it. Let's go. I'm line throw for life. I'm heading to Bunnings after this heat. I'm going to buy myself some 8 mil.
There we go. So the team of Dordrecht Reddish Brigade from Netherlands and Langenberg from Germany have both posted a time of... Oh, no, it's just been updated now. No throw-off.
Oh,
it's been updated.
Heartbreak.
Stand down.
Heartbreak.
Stand down. Netherlands look to be the 8th qualifier there as the times are updated. But Seacliff delivered under pressure.
What about the boys?
And I love that they didn't go easy and go, look, we just need to get the line out. We're just going to do a good swim. They bang out 9.98.
Let's go.
In the wind, in an open door pool, all eyes on them. Seacliff, Taj and Fletcher, too good, too strong. Then it's Germany, Singapore, Germany, Australia. Oh, we've got Mermaid Beach. Mermaid Beach in the final. The Kiwis from Northcliffe in the mix there. Ripley Rascals, they are through. And the Dutch just get that 11.93. So there you go. We actually had 10 teams sub 12 seconds. Unfortunately, not all of them in the A.
Well, Jenny, you talk about, we didn't try and take it easy and just get the line out. Maybe they did. Maybe that's them just taking it. There's a full 1.3 seconds to go from their world record from their last couple of throws. So maybe that was them safety first. Let's just get through to the final, and who knows what we're going to see tonight. I'm talking it up. I think we're good for a world record here, night 1 of the Interclub Championships. And, well, pressure is a privilege, and Seacliff, they delivered in spades in that heat. That has been the best heats event of the morning by a country mile. You love to see it. The finals package this afternoon is going to be red hot.
I just love that we've got 0.7 of a second between second and 8th position there. So this is going to be a fantastic race. I mean, obviously they had to go hard just to get into that heat. They're going to leave absolutely nothing for this next one. But there you go. The obs are done. 4x50 obs relay is finished. The line throw is through. We now have
13 heats. 13 heats to come through of this ladies 100-metre mannequin carry with fins. For the uninitiated, the mannequin carry with fins, talk me through it.
Oh, welcome. You're in for a treat. So the competitors will start at the same end of the pool as we've had here. They will have their fins on the block, and that's probably where we see most of the time taken in the prep and the reset of these races. The fins that they wear, they're big, they're huge, they're broad, they're heavy. They're really tough to get on as well. They're actually moulded.
And they hurt when you wear them.
They are moulded to the athlete's feet. So you'll see a lot of them in their prep. If you're wondering what they're doing on the side of the pool, they'll actually have some shampoo or some soap just to try and get these fins on a little bit more easily. So they're also rounded on the bottom. So you'll see them getting up on the blocks very, very gingerly. Yep. You've got to get up there safely. A lot of our Masters competitors just start from the side of the pool. You don't want to get another half metre up. Yeah. So the start is off the whistle as per usual. They just need to get that first 50 metres done as quickly as possible. As we move through the heats, you will notice that for both the men and the women, most of our top athletes will actually stay under the entire 50. So they will go all the way underwater.
The Pankratov method.
Oh, 100%. Just get in, go.
The submarine, the Russian submarine.
It's wonderful to watch. And I think what we're seeing now with the underwater cameras, you'll see some of the athletes stay on their front, some go on the side and some on the back. Whatever is fastest for you, get to the other end of the pool.
Yeah.
Once they finish that 50 metres, there is a mannequin that is submerged at the other end of the pool. They weigh about 40 kilos. You've got to pick that one up, bring it up within 10 metres, and then you carry it to the end of the pool.
To the finish. Pretty simple.
That is it, back and forth. And one of the big stories from last week, this is where we saw an incredible world record from Fergus Eady. He broke a record that had stood for quite a while, previously held by Jan Michalski from Germany. 44.04 was the previous mark, and Fergus the first man to go sub 44 seconds in that race.
That
43.
Is lightning quick.
97. It was huge. It was a great battle all the way to the end. Harry Hines from Australia, he'll be racing here for Trig Island. Harry was 44.19, so only about 0.2 in it. Tim Brang from Germany is not here. He was third following an Italian disqualification last week, but we have 6 of the top 8 from the national teams entered in this race. Racing
around, I love to see it. And to put that in perspective for those who maybe don't understand, the Olympic final, they swam around that 46-second mark for 100 metres freestyle. And these guys, yes, they've got the fins, but they're also having to carry that 40 kilos back. It's like getting the speed down and then lumping somebody on top of you all the way home. And obviously it's simulating a rescue for these guys. So these guys are good 2 seconds faster than what your Kyle Chalmers would have done to win silver at the Olympics in the 100 freestyle. So that's how quick these guys are going. We're seeing absolutely elite speed, just like we saw in the line throw earlier today. Take a look at the replay here. The Kurrawa girls were on fire early on. High fives all round, but Seacliff, they are, well, there's been some times in sport where you just see some come-ups of great athletes and they've managed to capture the imagination of a nation, and the Seacliff boys have captured the imagination of the surf sports world in the last couple of weeks. Their world record viral performance, and they'll be looking for another one here this afternoon.
Yeah, wonderful to see them deliver. I'm just so pleased that they've done everything they needed to do, and the fact that they also did the obs earlier. You know, they're here to do all the races. They're here to get points for Seacliff. I know they were Taj was part of the South Australian team as well for the Interstate Championship. So they're really, like, it's not just one event that they're here for and then they drive away. Like, they are true club competitors as well. How good was Brendan Smith getting the line throw out? One of these first heats. That was wonderful to see.
Oh, fantastic performance there. And he's got skills, background, and unlike some of the guys who are pool swimmers or whatever, he spends a lot of time on the beach at surf carnivals and stuff, doesn't race a whole lot. Will come for the Australian Championships here and there, but he handles for his cousin, Sarah Locke, who's a great young up-and-coming Ironwoman. So we see him on the beach and at surf carnivals and pool rescue staff. And like you said, he'd been involved in the past. But when you get to that Olympic level and you're training as hard as they are, there isn't a lot of time to be doing other things. But he's one of those who manages to get back as often as he possibly can.
Yeah, we do love that. And I'm loving this quick whip through all of the line throw heats from earlier today.
That's not sped up. That's how quick they went, Jenny Parry. They were on fire this morning. You love to see it.
So good to see. And again, those times just so impressive. If we think back to the national teams competition last week, where I think we saw Sweden won in, let me grab that one for you. It was just on,
I think 10 seconds,
Chinese
10 and a half
Taipei.
seconds.
Yeah, fantastic work. And the fact that we've got, a sub 10 second swim here, and just everyone starting to come through. There we go. Yeah, Chinese Taipei won in a 10.53. Iran was second, 10.88, and Sweden third in 11.01. The fact that we've seen a sub 10 second swim and all those 11s across there, wonderful to see. Might just duck back in. See if,
very, very wild performance all round from those guys. And the crazy thing is, it's probably not like the other swimming events, is where you can have heats that are lightning fast and then finals that are ultra slow because of conditions and because of just a little bit of bad luck. So we'll just wait and see. That, of course, was Sunshine Coast Grammar getting disqualified after delivering a time that would have got them through to the final. So I'm sure they're going through the process now of getting that reviewed, and why not? Because you only get one shot at it. You've got to wait 2 years to win another world title, and they were quick enough to be in the medals tonight, that is for sure. So there's every chance that we see Seacliff go 12 seconds, 14 seconds this afternoon and still win the gold medal because the final's slow. So you don't really know with this kind of competition, and we wait and see, and we're just waiting to get the pool set for the final event of this morning's program, the women's 100-metre mannequin carry with fins. The men will go after that. We had quite the start this morning with the 200 obs, straight into the 4x50-metre obs relay. We've just seen the line throw. And then for day number one, really, let's be honest, day 1.5 here in the interclub pool competition, because we had the circ yesterday. It's been quite the cracking morning. Some really good swims on both the men's and women's sides. What has really stood out for you so far, Jenny Parry?
Those line throws, we knew they were going to be fantastic, and they absolutely delivered. Really enjoying that. Seeing so many of our athletes back up from the national teams is always strong, but I'm really enjoying seeing some surprises come through. Like, I want to see these club, here's a Kurrawa, here's a Mermaid Beach, here's, 3 German teams that are just coming through for those really good finishes. And I think I'm looking forward to this 100 carry as well. If we look at the both the men and the women, we have the current world record holders back in action today. So Lucrezia Fabretti from Italy, she won the national teams in a time of 50.96. She's the current world record holder. She's also got the world junior record, which she's held for a few years now, which is just impressive and shows her strength here. We've also got Zoe Crawford. She was second last week, racing for New Zealand, back now for Northcliffe. The Germans are back as well. Lena Oppermann and Undine Lauerwald from Germany. Maddie Kidd, she's back as well. She was an A finalist. Also Rach Eddy, Camille Julian, they both raced for their national team last week in the B finals. They'll be back in the mix now.
Yeah,
so
I like it.
Basically, the quality that we saw in the national teams, like the best of the best there, they've come back for Interclub. They want to be part of this again. Yeah,
don't they ever? And that's what it's about. You can win a title. And I always thought it was a bit weird. You can win a title last week and be world champion, but until you get it done this week as well, I think this is the real test, because there'll be a couple that sort of maybe skipped out or didn't get picked. If you're an Italian, there'll be some very good Italians out there, didn't get picked for the team, but could come out here and steal one of these events away. So unless you do it for your interclub, can you really call yourself world champion? Who knows? But there'll be a couple looking to go back to back, and Fabretti from Italy, she's basically won everything for the last 2 cycles here at the World Championships. So can she go again?
Oh, you'd love to see it. And again, we think of the training that all of our athletes do to be ready for this World Championships. They've done the work. Then when we look at the men's, I think we've got 6 of the top 8, 6 of the A final from last week are back in action, including our new world record holder, Fergus Eady, the first man to go sub 44. Harry Hines, a massive PB for him as well. He went 44.19. He's back in action for that superstar trig clean now. Chris Dawson, I think, made close to every A final he could for the New Zealand team, like just always there. Jimmy Kosh will be back. Fabio Pizzotti's in the mix. David Cremonini from Italy as well. And then we've also got some other people who are entered for the 100 carry who raced last week but didn't get to swim the 100 carry because they weren't the top 2 for their nation. Jake Smith, Louis Clark, Marc-Antoine from Canada, Sandra Slake from the Swiss team will be there. We've also got some of our competitors who raced at the Masters. They've entered for the Opens again. They want another swim. They want to be part of this World Championship. So keep your eyes out for Troy Ratcliffe.
And you look at Louis Clark there for the Kiwis, and they were 1st and 4th in this event.
In the world,
he could be number 5 in the world and not have got a swim last week. So and maybe has a point to prove out here in this one here to try and get it done. So beautiful day here on the Gold Coast, part of the Lifesaving World Championships 2024. Big thank you to all our supporting partners and, of course, the beautiful team here at the Queensland Surf Lifesaving Queensland have put this event on, along with the Lifesaving World Championship team. The Queensland government have done a fantastic job of supporting us here. They love surf sports events, and so have the Gold Coast City Council. They always do a good job here, and we love their support, and we thank them for their support, along with all of our supporting partners throughout the entire event all weekend long. And a big thank you to everybody watching at home as well, because it would not be possible without your support back there. A big shout out. If you want to be involved in the conversation, join the conversation. Hashtag LWC, so Lifesaving World Championships 24. Jump on there. Hashtag Instagram, Facebook, and all the social medias there. If you got any questions, if you got anything, leave us a comment, leave us a hashtag, tag your photos in there. It's been great to see all the social media stuff over the last couple of weeks, and we're absolutely loving it down here on Pool Deck.
Yeah, what I really, I was actually chatting to Christina Millian from Clifton Beach earlier today.
South Africa,
she was in action in the Masters, and now she's following the team around, doing the interviews, getting the photos, still being a part of it all. And we were chatting about, that seems to be the next level of professionalism that we're seeing within teams. I know the German crew who came out for the national teams comp, they spent a week up at Maroochydore ahead of time, just doing a bit of a training camp. Didn't want to be in the bustle of the Gold Coast immediately, just hung out on the sunny coast for a week, and they travel with a team photographer as well. The content that they were getting, the incredible photos that were just getting posted and reshared around the world. I know the French team contracted a local photographer, Travis Callahan. He was getting all of this incredible content of their training, their racing, just them enjoying the Gold Coast as well. And the fact that we can tell the stories and promote the sport through, some of the athletes have massive platforms and followings now. All of this shows Lifesaving to the world stage. And
I was going to say, sport's a funny thing because it is about top level and performing there, but it's also about dreams and aspirations and being role models. And if you break it down, it's marketing. We're trying to get people to come. We're trying to get athletes to stay. We're trying to get these kids to stay within the sport and want to grow up and be part of this. And all those photos, all those images, all those videos, they're all part of that. And same with the American team. They've brought out a full-time videographer. He used to work in the college system over there, and you know how important that is. And his brother, Connor Kennard, he was racing in the beach flags, and Hunter, his brother, he was the team's videographer, social media guy. Great guy. We love to see him. And first heat off and away, and you can see already one of the girls, the full length underwater, that'd be Holly Holmesby there for the Australians, grabs that up and away, very even from a couple of girls. Hennig there from Germany as well, done a great job. She didn't go underwater the entire way, but very quick across the top regardless.
Yeah, so good to see. And this is where we'll see a lot more of these different techniques start to come through. A lot of our competitors, now that the mannequin doesn't need to be above the water, you don't need to keep the mouth and nose clear. They just keep it low by them side, or it's quite low in the water beneath their body in the slipstream there, and they're doing practically butterfly all the way home now. It's very, very different. I just wanted to... Sorry, this is great for our live stream. I'm showing Josh something on my phone. Trent Callahan, who was the photographer contracted by the French team, just when Anna from France won that beach flags, he's got this most incredible sequence of event, racing Britt Inger, the local from Karawa, just for that final flag. And it's like... it was incredible. I saw it the other day because both those athletes, coached by Simon Harris there, and they were so, in the lead up, they were hugging, and I think they were helping each other get through a little bit, and then when it got down to that final, it got super competitive really quickly. And Trent does a fantastic job, so jump on Trent Callahan Photography if you want to check that out, because it is truly a great sequence of that women's beach flags final. And that final was one of the best I've seen in a long time, along with the men's. It was really incredible, and Shogo Hori got it done from Japan there, and it was drama aplenty, and I loved it. I'm not a huge beach fan, it's not my number one thing I go and watch, but I love when you get to that beach flags final and the atmosphere and how important it is, and the stories, like you said. Yeah, Shogo Hori, actually, let's focus on the ladies right now. Julia Hennig from Germany, the first, that's a great start there, sub 1 minute for her, 59.46. Holly Holmesby from the Aussies, 1:02. See Bulgaria, Australia, Singapore and Argentina rounding out the field. That is the heats for the ladies, we have Heat 2 lining up already, and a shout out to the pool setters who do an incredible job. We've got 2 sets of mannequins running in the pool. That means that as soon as the ladies finish, they move to the side of the pool. They'll take their mannequins as well, and we have the volunteers ready to go. They'll take the equipment back down to the other end of the pool, so we can be constantly resetting this pool and turning the events around as quickly as possible.
The second of 14 heats ready to go. Smith from Australia, Kaiser from Germany, Miroslavov of Bulgaria, Vladimirov of Bulgaria, Sun Sim of Singapore, and Caitlin Huell of Half Moon Bay in Australia. That's how they'll line up off and away, and the underwater work, it's got to be seen to be believed. A couple of girls up very early, but those middle lanes, Smith, she's gone 25. She's gone 35. Will she go the whole way? Yes, she will. Easy work from Smith there. All the way there, touch, turn, off you go, and then the hard slog back. And dragging those mannequins is tough regardless, but doing it in full-blown fatigue and, well, oxygen deprivation, it just adds that layer of hurt, doesn't it?
It really does. And also the mental side comes into it as well. You know, when you're a junior, no one starts off going underwater the whole way. You build into it. But the first time you attempt that in training, the first time you do it in a race, you're really making the trade-off for I'm faster on the way down, but the oxygen debt on the way home is really, really tough. And I love watching some of our top competitors. Not only will they go underwater the whole way, they'll pick up the mannequin, they'll take 2, 3, 4 strokes so they don't break that streamline before they take their first breath on the way home.
So we're talking 60, 65, possibly 70 metres before they get their first breath in. And that's hard enough to do just if you want to go 70 metres underwater. Then to do the final 30, carrying that mannequin on top, as you said, 40 kilos down there. So a big lump of weight to be carried the whole way down. 101.22 for Smith of Australia there. A fantastic performance from her to take the win in heat number 2. Her teammate from Half Moon Bay as well, right alongside her in second place. 105.24. A good performance from both of those. And Kaiser of Germany just under the 110 mark there. Heat number 3 coming up, and a couple of spare lanes in this one as well. So we've seen a few withdrawals early on in the day. Sugars of Australia from the Kurrawa Club there, and Christians from Germany, Nissen of Germany, Palanova from Bulgaria, and Monden from Germany there. The Bulgarians, they are out in force this morning, aren't they? I don't know if it's just today and all their main events are here or whether they've just brought a giant contingent, but they're doing a fantastic job.
And I'm really hoping this does signal towards them bringing a team for the national competition in time. The fact that they have so many quality competitors here in the inter-club from multiple clubs, would love to see them part of that big national teams championship. And that's what we spoke about earlier, the pool setters. They've swapped out the ropes. They're now using them to take them up the other end of the pool. And again, having these 2 sets of mannequins at the least allows us to really move things along. So we've really been able to hone that through the Masters and then the national competition. So everything is running very, very well here. And a huge shout out to all the volunteers making that work. You can see they are now in the starters' hands. And if you're ever close to the blocks when they take off here, the sound that the fins make when they slap the blocks there, it is terrifying sometimes. Yeah,
it's a big noise, and especially when some of the guys sort of, the relasers tend to wear, I hear it where they're doing those 50s with the fins and they really give it some off those blocks. Not as many of the girls choosing to go underwater on this one. Most of them up, maybe one on the other side, has gone the whole way. What about that shot there? Perfect. You can see them, they come down, they grab that mannequin all the way back to the top, and for a few of them, they don't worry about the streamline. It's just get me to the top, get me a breath in.
Yep, 100%. That and the 100-metre rescue medley where they have the underwater work before they grab the mannequin without fins. Also really, really tough. And just to close out our previous conversation, we mentioned Shogo Hori, who won the World Championship Beach Flag title. That was a fantastic race, hugely multicultural top 8 as well. Everyone was in there to play. But I remember when we saw him win that Aussie title a few months back, that was electric. Under lights at Mooloolaba, everyone watching. The crowd went wild when he was the victorious at the end.
I think he's a fan favourite because if you don't have someone in the final or you don't sort of know anyone, you can get behind the Japanese competitors, and they're truly something special. And I think Japanese beach flags has moved past Australian and New Zealand beach flags. Brittany Inga got silver. The Japanese lady got bronze in that beach flags, and there was 2 in the final from Japan on the men's side of things. So although Jason Goff went deep into the competition as well, I think the Japanese have just got it over the top of us at the moment. And there's not too many elements on the beach side of things where you can say that. Maybe ski paddling with the South Africans at times, and New Zealand certainly. But yeah, the Japanese are on fire, and I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to slow down anytime soon.
Yep, no, looking forward to then continuing to build, and we can see again, loving the pink caps of Norderstedt in the mix there to be a Nissen 108.95 for her in heat number 3 for the 100 carry. And we saw Anne Christian Kortshagen as well from Germany, Odespree. We had Kaya Sugars in the mix. So again, moving through these heats, there are quite a few to run. I think it's going to be still 13 overall, but the quality is absolutely here. When we look at how many of these incredible athletes are backing up from that national teams competition from both the A and the B final. And again, love that when we can say we've got an event coming up where we're about to see a world record holder in action, Lucrezia Fabretti. Excited to see her swim. What does she have left in the tank after a very big day, or very big week, I should say, at both the pool and the ocean?
And you said it before that it doesn't matter what it is, but if people care about it, we'll come to watch. But it doesn't matter what the event is or the sport is. If there's the world's best or the best all time, it's something to take note of, because there'll always be someone somewhere who'll try and crack a world title, and to be truly the best to ever do something is quite astonishing. And it doesn't matter whether it's the line throw, mannequin tow, the boat race, you name it. To be the true best in the world and the best of all time is something that you should be very, very proud of.
Yeah, very much looking forward to these big races. And then while it can feel a grind, if you're watching at home, if you're waiting for your athletes to come through, yeah, there's a lot of heats to get through. But we love that so many people have chosen to, come all the way to Australia to be here on the Gold Coast, to finally get the chance to race at a World Championships, where it's been such a long time since we've been able to have this truly international racing. I think it sets up not only this next World's cycle,
yep,
but just how it sets up the season. Like, we've got so much to look forward to. The summer hemisphere season is about to start. The Europeans are just getting into it as well. Or for some of them, they're peaking at this point, and now they get their break.
Yeah, you're spot on. You'd rather have too many heats than not enough. Like 14 heats, it is a big, big contingent, but that's perfect. Athletes want to come, they want to do the event, they want to race, and we love to see it. So a fantastic job by all these athletes. Yarp from Germany, 1:10.58. So a big sort of discrepancy in time throughout the different heats. One sub 60, and then a couple in these later heats were in those mid-teens, and very, very tough. I think sub 60 is where it's at. You're going to have to go sub 60 to be in the final, I think, at the very least, and that may not even be enough to get you. You may end up in the B final with a time like that.
Yeah, I want to say definitely sub 60. So looking at the national teams comp, I think it was about 44, 43 maybe for the open women to be in the A final. The B is about 58 high. So definitely you need to be nudging into those times. But this is why we do love, again, that there's so many people here. We're seeing PBs, we're seeing national records being set. So we have had a lot of competitors talk about the fact that this is a fast pool,
yep,
in terms of the depth, the fact that we're in this gorgeous climate as well. So excited to see what more of our competitors can put together. This is the last of our races, or the last of our events, I should say, before we do wrap up this morning's heats. There will be a break between the heats and the finals. Listening in at the officials earlier today, I think that we are still looking at a 2 p.m. start for the finals. We will let you know if that does change at all. But 2 p.m. for the finals. Oh, do I have that right or wrong? Josh is querying me here.
We'll
what have we got?
Check all the socials, because it was originally a 1 p.m. start earlier today, so maybe they've pushed that back ever so slightly. And here we go. Heat number 5. Well, Jenny looks that up. Scheidel from Germany, Silberberg from Germany, Pieri from Italy, Gracia from Germany, Voch from Germany, Josephine from Australia, Lily Firm from Great Britain, closest to us. Off and away the girls. All of these ladies deciding to come back up and swim along the top, and not a bad option. You get some oxygen in. Oh no, one of the girls underwater, absolutely flying, the German down there at the bottom. I just didn't see her for a second there. You can see she's the first to touch and turn, grabs that patient, off and away on the way back, and you might be a little slower on the way down, but might have a lot more on the way home if you decide to swim along the top. It's all about how you decide to race.
Yeah, Leah Sophie doing a fantastic job there, lane 7. So second from the bottom of the screen here. So it does look like a 2 p.m. start, the Savo. 1 o'clock, though, is warm-up. So if you wanted to jump in and battle, 200 of your closest friends in the warm-up pool.
I don't think so. Not for me today, not with the athletes that are here and some of the good-looking gentlemen floating around. They all look like giant built rugby bodybuilders around there, so I'll be avoiding that like the plague. The ladies come in to touch the wall in there, and it is the German.
Fantastic finish there.
Voch to 1:13.80. Once again, a little bit slower than what we saw early on, but still competitive. When we take a look 100%. At that overall sort of standings at roughly the halfway mark, they're still sitting in that sort of top 8 to 12 mark in those sort of times.
Yeah, Lily Marie Groger from Bietigheim Bissingen, 1:10.81, and just something that I do love about live heats, because we use this so much at the beach. Often, I think the default is, the competitors' initials. Often we'll see club caps in there as well. But for people like Lily Marie, they've gone in, they've updated their profile. We've got her picture in here as well.
As a commentator, you love to see it.
Fantastic. Just makes it a little bit easier for us as well. And obviously, when we get to, our national championships, there's so many competitors and so many clubs represented. Escalate that to the national stage. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for you down on the beach, trying to keep track of not only the Aussie caps, but the entire world of club caps down there. It's going to be tough. Yeah, Live Heats has been a true game changer for everybody there, because at the very least, you can get an idea of who's where on the line, where they started, all that sort of thing. And as a fan of the sport as well, every heat result, you can go back and I know I used to think, was I third in the semi or was I sixth? Was that the heat in the quarter? Go back, it's all there. Every event for the last sort of 5 or 6 years, especially in Australia, and I think they're jumping on around the world. And you can go on there and check out all the results from the entire week here. If you want to see what they swam in the heats of the national team competition last week in this event, it's all there. So if you're a bit of a nerd for those sorts of things like I am, and you like to see splits, times, all that sort of stuff, jump on, check it out, because there's plenty of that there. Once again, international flavour in this final heat. Stump from Argentina, Lynn Luisa from Germany, Luisa Angel from Germany, Lucinda Bendila from Spain, and Saskia Bessa from Germany. Cannot believe how many German athletes we have here at the interclub competition. I thought it was the German national titles for a second there. It nearly was. They'll all be back at German Cup in a few months' time. I do love that comp very much. It's a stainless steel pool that they race
Really?
in. Yeah. So it's really disconcerting the first few times that you swim there, and it's not like a mirror, but the fact that you can see yourself and see your shadow. They also have a diving pool in one end, so it's incredibly deep there as well. But it also means that the pool is probably 1.8 to 2 metres at the shallow end, and then it sort of has the ledge that goes down. That drops away. Which is just where they have the obstacles as well. So whenever we did relays there, I was like, so I'll need to be in that leg because I need to push off the bottom. Push off the I feel you 100% on that one, because I could not do it either. And it's funny how different pools, even the floor, if it's tiled or if it's not, makes a massive difference. And it seems like we're getting down into the weeds a little bit of what it is to be a swimmer, but these athletes, if you say that to them, they will understand immediately. If they're 600 by 600 tiles or 100 by 100 tiles, it makes a difference, because if you can see yourself moving along the bottom very quickly, or if you're looking at stainless steel there, you don't know how fast you're going. It's really weird. Yeah, so, and it takes a few days to get comfortable if you're an athlete, and if you've raced around the world, you understand it. It's just everything's a little bit different, and bringing out good performances requires a fast pool, and it seems like we've got one of those here. Well, based on the amount of world records that we saw set last week for the national teams across both the youth and the open in the individual and some team events as well, it has been really spectacular to watch, and again, really demonstrating how truly international we are now. We can see the results coming up now. It was Luisa Anahile from Germany, 1:06.92, the fastest qualifier through, and we're just keeping an eye on that overall leaderboard for the heats. It is still the pair from Half Moon Bay, Rydell Smith, 1:01.22, and Caitlin Huell, 1:05.24. They are well clear of the rest of the field, but as we said, those times will continue to drop because we are anticipating
We've still got 7 more heats to go.
Probably close to the I want to say sub 55, maybe sub 56 will be required for those big finals this afternoon.
Yeah, this heat going in now, the German Berling, Essig from Germany as well, Rhiannon Kopsi of Maroochydore, Buckentain from German, Holscher, Germany, Leah Carlo, the Swiss athlete, Schultz from Germany as well, closest to us.
Yeah, we've still got so many heats to run. Wonderful. We are moving through them very quickly, so a big shout out to the athletes working so well with the officials to really turn this around, to clear the pool to the side. I know that seems like something that we would just expect all of our athletes to do, but you're so exhausted when you touch the wall. Like it takes so much out of you. The fact that we can clear the pool, they were doing over the top starts at the Aussie Pool Champs as well, just knowing how big the program is and also how many days these athletes and officials have been working for already. Getting an extra 30 seconds per heat. Well, we've got 15 heats here. We've got 15 at least in the men as well. There's you're losing 10-15 or gaining 10-15 as well. But what a finish on the wall. That's a great one there. And again, that looks to be a 105.
From Anna. Great performance.
Yeah, third overall for her, Anna Holschler from Rita Vadenbroek, 105.67. Louisa Arndt from Gütersloh, 106. Rhiannon Kopsi comes through, 108. That'll position her fifth overall for now. So it looks to be, that A qualification still around the 109, 110 mark. Yep. That will continue to fall.
Yeah, all weekend long. We've just seen it, and it's come in dribs and drabs. There have been probably a few heats that have been a little slow, but I think this is the time when we get into heat 8, there's sort of 6 to go. This is when the serious athletes will come out to play, and we haven't seen many of the Kiwis so far or any of those sort of athletes, and of course the Italians. They're who we're waiting for at the end of this, and I think once we get to that final heat, we'll really know where that mark is. And at the moment, while out in front, the two girls from Half Moon Bay are sitting pretty. I think they'd know deep down that if they could make a B final, that'd be pretty good. And
fantastic.
If they could be a bit further up than that, then that's a massive bonus.
And then we can see 5 Germans in the race that was just completed. More of them coming up next. I think we need to do some sort of deal with German tourism, some sort of exchange program here. The amount of athletes that have made their way across the world. And I remember when the German crew did arrive, into the Brisbane airport, then did the drive up to the sunny coast, and was chatting to Kai Sherma, their head coach, and he's like, it's 30 hours, or a bit over 30 hours door to door.
Big trip.
Massive. Because
I'm assuming if you're coming out of Germany, you're flying to a Dubai, Singapore, like Brisbane,
yep.
Brisbane, Maroochydore. It's a hell of a trip, and
planes,
I guess
trains and automobiles.
We've done it for a long time when the World Championships have been on that side of the world, and I know there's an announcement coming up at the end of the week about the next World Championships slated for Morocco over there, a place that I would love to visit. High on my bucket list in terms of surfing culture, and you don't have many countries in the world that still have a sense of adventure about them, and danger, but in the good way. You don't know what to expect. Yep. You don't know where you're going to end up or the kinds of people you're going to meet, and I guess Morocco's got that history, the whole Casablanca and that. So in 2 years' time, if they need a commentary team over there, send me, because there was no place there's no place I would rather go in the world. And I had that conversation with a few athletes throughout the week. I think they're the same. It's maybe not a country that they would go to in their off season because it's so far away, but you put a surf carnival on there and they go, oh hell yeah, I'm headed that way.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting trip. I think the last one that had that sort of flavour was maybe Egypt in 2010.
Exactly the same.
That would have been a really unique experience.
And we know some of the adventures that people had along the time there. It's the time spent afterwards. It's the journey that they go through and the things that they do once they've been there. Not so much the racing itself. That's just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's the ticket to get there. We can see some great swims there. Kira Dale came through 104.51, but she was behind Amy Lilly there from Germany, 104.03. And I think that could mean that we have some changes in the overall leaderboard there. So we've got Amy Lilly Jaguar Spear from Bietigheim-Bissingen. She now moves into second position overall. Kira Dale from Sunshine Coast Grammar, she is now third overall. So again, that A qualifying spot is starting to come down, 107 mark now. So expecting more of these times to drop as we see the great shots there. And as an athlete, getting access to this underwater footage, like, it's so valuable. A lot of the ladies wouldn't have done too much video training or video review analysis of their stroke, of their pickup, of their tactics within a race, and also being able to see, how does Fergus Eady do it? How does Lucretia Fabretti do this as well?
And that's probably the thing that the professionalism of the sport that's changed over the last couple of years. If you're an athlete now who's serious about racing, and not all of them are, but if you're serious about doing well, if you're not going back, watching your heat, watching your semi in between, get on the live stream. It's there on YouTube. You can watch it forever. And going through and seeing the difference and what you did wrong and what you did right in the surf as well, because you can learn so much from that. If you don't go back on immediately, scroll through and go, oh, I should have gone right when I went left. That's probably not the mistake. That's probably not the lane I should have taken. You're not giving yourself the best opportunity to be competitive out there. And in the past, athletes, they had to hire sports scientists and teams and all this sort of stuff, and they had to have printouts and all this. You can do all of that at home on your own now with the live stream. And so it's not just entertainment. It's a valuable tool for these athletes to improve their performance. And I had this conversation with Matt Bevilacqua about 18 months ago, and I said, "Why, if you're not doing everything you possibly can, why?
What are you here for?
What are we doing?" And he wholeheartedly agreed. He's got the Aura ring. He's got the whoop strap. He's got it all. You name it, he's got it, because if he's serious about being the best Ironman in the world, he will do everything it possibly takes. And watching those races back is part of that. And here in the pool, it's even better, because in the surf, you get a couple of angles on the top. They may not show everything. In the pool, you see everything above and below the water. It is truly perfection.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the times continue to come down here in the 100 metre mannequin carry with fins. Julia Steiner from Innerschwitt in Switzerland, 1:01.13. We're starting to drop. Maria Buendana Rodriguez, 1:02.89. Lisa Ferguson, one of our Masters competitors.
Yep.
Expect to see her feature not only in the overall point score here, but she is so valuable for TH&C in the relays. 1:03.16 for her. So we can see the times are dropping, and again, looking at that overall leaderboard now, that A qualification time, 1:05.
That's it, and it'll continue to drop. It'll continue to drop, and expect more of that. We're getting to the business end of the competition here, that is for sure. And while we're talking about the live stream and getting on that, big shout out to the Big Voice team who put on the live stream here. They do a fantastic job. They are the ones who've been bringing us all the action all week long. They will continue. Don't forget, there is the pool live stream and the surf live stream there as well, so you can flick back and forward if you've got certain athletes, certain events you want to watch, or if you're sick of Jen and I and just want to hear a different voice. But we are bringing you all the pool action today, and from the finals this afternoon, 2 o'clock, I'm reliably told. But yeah, make sure you catch all that action right here. We'll have the finals package, and it'll fly this afternoon.
It
just
really
finals.
will.
It's good.
It's just B then A finals for the women and the men of the heat swims that we've done today. Heat 10 we're up to, Josh. Can you believe it? Heat 10, Alina Heinrich-Meyer from Langenberg. We've got Lukenwald, Hagen Imbruschen, Sunshine Coast Grammar, Morty Alec. Hello to our Victorian friends. Currumbin Beach Vikings in the mix. Dordrecht Redding Brigade from Netherlands, and Bad Witzheim from Germany in the mix. So again, showcasing so many clubs from so many countries. This is what we want. Heat 10. And as we said, it's about that 1:05 mark to make the A final. So
it is now.
It is now. Have a look at the girls' motor in the middle of the pool. If you're looking at the lanes as well, the yellow lane ropes are lanes 4 and 5. 4 is the top of your screen. 5 is closer to the bottom of the screen. It just helps us to identify the swimmers across the full 8-lane pool.
Yeah, Paige Holt there just going to the lead from Morty Alec. They're really starting to wind up. Done a fantastic job through that middle section of the second 50. We can see them come in. Short strokes is all that's required. You've got to keep the rating up. Don't let it drop down. In to touch the wall. Bang. Very, very good. We're into the 59s. 59.68. A great swim, and isn't she happy with it?
Yeah, you got to love that. And especially as we see the ladies not only get these great times, for her it may be only the first or maybe a few times that she's been under that 1 minute mark as well. To know that you've done it on the world stage, you've done it when it counts, you've done it when it mattered. The training that you are doing, you are where you need to be.
And have a look at that heat there. 4 girls into that 101. So that leaderboard is going to completely change just like that. We were talking about 105s. 105s might be enough. And now 102 sitting right on the edge. And I think, like you said earlier, Jen, and you know this sport very, very well, you've got to be in. It's got to have a 5 on the front of it if you want to be in that final. 58 may get you there. 59, you're going to be right on the edge.
Yeah, fantastic work. Paige Holt from Morty Alec, 59.68. And just, we can see the ladies getting ready because the next race is on the blocks already. 3 heats yet to swim. Josh, I was thinking about that second live stream that was running for the beach. What I loved for the national teams comp, because we do have that break in the program between the heats and the finals, we were able to pop up on the big screen out on pool deck. They put they put the beach,
the live stream,
and we didn't have the full sound, but just the quality of the vision, the camera angles, the sand was so white, the ocean was so blue, the caps were so bright. Like it just looks spectacular. And in terms of selling and marketing our sport to an international audience, top tier. Could not improve on that.
And I was in commentary, so you could probably avoid that. But it was fantastic to be down there. It was really, really good. The guys do a great job. And, it was a great couple of days there. And this one has looked very quick early on. 19 seconds in that first 50. I've been looking forward to seeing Maddie Kidd do her thing here.
She's so good.
Probably not the result she was looking for in the final of the national teams competition. She was... while it was very, very quick, she would have expected to go a little bit better in terms of her place, but it was a very tight final.
It really was. She was 8th overall at the national teams comp, 53.62 her final time there. But again, it was a quality field, so nothing to be sad about there. We can see, having a look at the field here. Have a look at this. Germany, Johanna Selena. 53.53. We are dropping significantly. And one lady to watch, Kyra Bender. She's been on the youth Australian team in the past. 53.99 for her. She was knocking so hard at the door of that Aussie team selection. Madison Kidd racing now for Northcliffe. 54.28. But Johanna... got my tongue tied. Slino there. 53.53.
Yeah, very
That
quick.
is a drop. That is a world-class time.
And just like that, 8 of the girls or 7 of the girls go faster than all of the other fields. So almost immediately the final changes. Paige Holt goes from fastest qualifier to 7th fastest and right on the edge just like that. You spoke about getting to the business end of this. And that was really the business end. And that heat sent a warning to the rest of the field there.
That felt quite sudden.
Yes.
We're here.
I noticed it almost immediately in that first 50. They were just going that little bit faster than the heats leading up to them. It took us 11 heats to get there, but the cream really rose to the top there. That is for sure. And Johanna Selina there from Germany, 53.53. And that'll be competitive in the final this afternoon. I think you're going to have to go, 51 to get a medal or somewhere around there, pretty low 51 to be in the medals if we have everybody race at their full potential. But 53, that'll be competitive.
Yes, Alna, what a swim, 53. So Kyra Mender moves into 2nd overall, 53.9. Maddie Kidd, 54.2. So that's the racing that we're looking forward to. But have a look at on screen at the moment. Very focused in lane 4. That is Zoe Crawford. She was unstoppable last week for the Kiwis. Held that world record for about 5 minutes in the 100 toe. Incredible race, and the world champion for a reason. She's very good. As soon as she gets a pair of fins on, she absolutely motors. She's a joy to watch here. We've also got the French competitor, Julien Camille. She is now racing for the Caramba Beach Vikings. Summer short, top of the field. The Brazilians have entered the conversation. Italy and Germany in the mix as well. So we have only 2 heats yet to swim. 2 heats to swim, but expecting many of these ladies to be forcing their way into the A final. And as expected, Zoe Crawford, a solid body length lead on the rest of the field before she even gets her hand to the mannequin.
And going away from them as well. It ended up probably a body length and a half by the time she touched the wall. Have a look at that pick up. Unbelievable there. Straight to the top. First breath at maybe, I'm going to say 65-metre mark. So what about that? Head down, breathing every 3rd or 4th, because if you get the head up, take a breath, the hips drop, the mannequin drops, everything goes a little bit slower, but the rest of the field's coming back. That rating from a couple other of these girls a little bit further down. Maybe Julien Camille there from France starting to swim her way back into it as well. What about this? But still out in front. Zoe Crawford gets the job done. The time is the important thing. 54.09. Great swim there. Little slower than the last heat, but still ultra competitive. And once again, almost the entire heat under that 60-second mark. And this game has changed dramatically in the last 2 heats.
Yeah, 54.32 for Zoe. And we were sleeping on the Brazilian there. Thais Bastos Xavier, 55.58. That is quick. The Brazilians, such incredible force once they get their fins on as well. Real specialists, I want to say, in this event. It's still Salna from Halle Salkris in Germany, 53.53, the time to beat. But that A qualifying time, 56-1.
Oh, it's gone very fast.
56-1. Have a look at that. Still one heat yet to swim, and now the girls will know the time's on the board. They'll know how hard they need to push it. But to be perfectly honest, you can't do 100. 100 carry hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts whether you do it easy, and it hurts if you do it hard as well. So I think the ladies will be really keen to really push through here. But at the moment, Northcliffe have second, third and fourth.
Good points. Very,
Great
very
points.
good points. To get 3 into an A final that's just a wealth of riches for the Northcliffe Club. And
that is impressive.
Yeah, very impressive there. And sometimes in these events, we call them like critical events. And in that national teams competition the other day, the beach flags was one of them where big points if you can do them well. And this one looks like one for Northcliffe. 3 in this final with 1 heat to go. Hopefully they can hold on. Well, for their sake, hopefully they can hold on. But for Breddy, this is what you've been talking about all morning. I haven't seen her in person. This is going to be my first time. And if it's anything like the other day, we're in for a hell of a show, off and away.
Yep, the girls are away. The world record holder in lane 4. Also, watch out for the 2 German competitors in the mix here. Undine Lauerwald and Lena Opperman. Absolutely wonderful gals. Got to speak to them last week. They were superstars for Germany. They are in lanes 3 and 5, flanking our world record holder, and we see them come in and around for the turn. It's so important. You've got to whip your feet back. You've got to lead with your ankles for the way that the blades move through the water. But have a look at this.
Yeah.
Lane 5, that is Lena Opperman from Halle Salcris. Fantastic start doing those big strokes now. She is eyeballing the world record holder as we come through, but there's been a change. This is what we want to see. I'll tell you what, when you see someone do what they do well, they are so smooth through the water. We can see the mannequin just tucked in the slipstream there. Beautiful and solid and smooth on the carry. This is going to be a fast finish on the wall.
Bang, 52.14, fastest time of the day. The world record holder shows everyone she is still a force. She was challenged by Lena Opperman most of the way there, but the cream rises to the top. Lauderveld as well, third at the national teams competition, third on the wall here. It'll be tight for her into that final, but I think she'll get there. But in being one of the outside lanes, and well, that one really shook things up as well. But cometh the moment, cometh the lady for Breddy from Italy.
So
proves
good.
She's still number one.
So good. The only 52 swim of the morning, 52.1 for Lena Opperman, will be second in 53. Johanna Salner, that we saw earlier, teammate actually, both from Halle Salcris, 53.5. Kyra Bender is fourth. Zoe Crawford in there. Undine Lauerwald as well. Maddie Kidd, 7th, so still in that final. And then rounding out the field, Lara Lopez Fernandez from Spain, 55.3.
Yeah.
55.3 is a final now. How
Very,
good is
very
that?
close. And you've got to feel sorry there for Kendra Dutoit from South Africa. Misses out by 0.1 of a second on that final. So heartbreaking for her in there. Very, very tough. A couple of the other girls are very close as well. So very difficult for these ladies. When you get to that sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, it's very tight in there. It took a time of 58.25 to make the B final. So in that one, Martina Bastos, Xavier Dutoit, Julian, Melissa Giordano from René Rosso, Jess Oates, Giordano Marsha from René Rosso, Gina Zeik from the Halle Salcris, the German club, and Julia Henning in there as well. Very, very tough racing.
Fantastic racing, and actually, just when we think of the overall teams here, we talked about Northcliffe earlier, but for the team from Halle Salcris, they've got Lena Opperman qualified in 2nd, Johanna in 3rd, they have Undine in 6th, and then their 4th competitor, Gina Zeck, qualifies final position in that B round. So all 4 ladies entered in this event will be featuring in this afternoon's finals. Fantastic work.
And that is big points for them as well. The Germans, they will be in this one up to their eyeballs in terms of the overall point score at the halfway mark for sure. What they can produce on the beach, who knows? But wow, big start on the boys' side of things there. 18 seconds in the centre. Very, very quick first 50 from Paul Bjorn, making his way down. A great swim so far from Nita Olm, Wartstadt in Germany there. And the thing I noticed about at the end there about for Breddy compared to the rest of the girls is the final 25, her rating. They're doing the butterfly kick underwater, and like you said, and I know you said it, but I didn't really think that it was just genuinely one-arm butterfly on the way home, but it was the rating so much higher, and if you can't if you don't have a lot of power and like some of these ladies compared to the men, the rating is everything. Keep it going, bang. Don't give yourself an opportunity to drop down, and super tough for the girls to do, super tough for the guys to do as well. But keep the rating up, keep your body up, keep your hips up in the water, and keep that weight up. And rating was everything in the final 25.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with Paul Bourne.
48.
Bangs out a 48.05 by himself in the very first of those races there, doing an incredible job, and I think he's really happy with that one as well. He's giving a few waves to the crowd, as well he should, because I reckon... Okay, how many heats do we have in total? I want to say it's 17. 17 heats now he has to wait to see if that time of 48.05, I reckon that'll stand the test. If I look at the times that they would, I reckon he's in a B. I'm going to go early.
He'll go B final.
Heat 1 of 17. I reckon that's a B final time. And again, I base that only on the times that we saw for the international team competition. A qualifier was about 45.46. The B final was 47.48.
Okay.
So I reckon mad props to him for laying it out there in heat number 1. Like, that is a mammoth effort.
It
by
is
yourself.
Very impressive. It is
you may as well
impressive.
be doing a time trial.
And why not? And some people enjoy that. All the pressure's off, no expectation. Drop a time and force the issue for these guys. And he's really set them up. And I think there'll be a few gentlemen sitting in that marshalling area in the ready room going, oh, if that's what Heat 1 does, imagine what Heat 17 is going to do. And so it's going to make things very, very difficult for them. And I think that'll force the level up of every single heat here, because they'll go, oh, okay, if he's going 48, this is going to be very, very quick. So let's get a wriggle on. And if you think 48's enough for a B final, what are we looking at for an A final here? 45?
45, 46.
Somewhere in there?
Say.
It's been quick all day long.
Quick.
And I think we've been out by a second, maybe half a second on each of these events. So I think we're going to have to go 45 in there, a hard mid-45 to get in this final, and especially after that one. Way to ruin it for the rest of us, mate. That's what they'll be saying in there. Let's go heat number 2. Heat number 3, actually, on and away. We had no heat number 1. Yep. They moved a few of the guys out of that one. Waipo of Singapore, Heimel of Germany, Carol of Noosa in Australia, Histov Kranchev of Bulgaria, Patrick Wale of Germany, and Hodges from the Hills Swimming and Lifesaving Club in Australia. Very quick down as well, all under that 20 seconds. And that's what you need. If you want to go anything in that 40s, you cannot be down over 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look up really quickly. What I do enjoy, one of the events that we have at the Australian Pool Rescue Championships, we actually just do a 50 with fins.
Just
like
a straight
that is
one.
just
Let's
a race.
go.
Like one lap, pop your fins on, do whatever it is that you think you can do here. And that's actually really valuable for those athletes who are looking for like relay combinations and things like that, because it's so rare that you get to do that with the timing pads, with the right conditions. But have a look at this. We've got another strong swim there. Sebastian from Germany, 50.65, makes his way through there, setting it up beautifully. And actually, I'm really second-guessing what I told you earlier now about what it would take to make an A final. Just thinking about how many Germans are in the house now, I probably need to drop at least another second.
Yeah, maybe. And that's been the case all day. It's been what we'd expect to be a good enough swim to make a final is just not cutting it at the moment. And 50.65 for Sebastian Patrick Vale from Gottesloh in Germany. Nick Hodges from the Hills, 51.17. Histov Kranchev from Bulgaria, 59.55. Heimel, 100.18. Nolan Carroll, not his best event, 107.29. And Sizwe Po from Singapore Swim Teachers Association, 107.63 there for him. Great swim. Heat number 3 has been run and won. Heat number 4 coming up next.
And it is still Paul Bourne with that 48.05 that he set up early. Wonderful to see. And I've just had a little look back again. This is why we love live heats. You can check things on the fly. So at the Aussie Pool Rescue Championships just a few weeks back, at this pool, we actually ran the men's open 50 swim with fins. Harrison Hines, the world record holder in the tow, 16.19. 16.19 start to end. Jake Smith, 16.32. And James Kosh, all of those 3 men, Aussie teammates, 17.1 for him. So
he could do 2 laps in the time it takes me to swim He could swim, 2 laps in the time it takes me to swim 1. He's that
even
quick.
Even if we did a relay,
back,
we're not in the
not
mix
even
here.
Close, not even close. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's speed to burn, that's for sure. The Olympian Brendan Smith in lane number 5. Stephen Kent getting up and set and ready to go in lane number 1. Great to see these gentlemen here. Off and away. They'll have speed underwater. Expect Smith to be very, very good in the underwater as well. He's got that medley background, the butterfly and backstroke elements there. He'll fly along, but it's all the back half that's proved the difference so far. Yeah. If you don't have it in the front half, it's all the back end.
Yeah, good luck finding that towards the end. It's always going to be tough. And I do love that for the Trig Island crew. We can always pick their cap so brightly through here. It's the Christmas tree colours. It's the red, the white, and the blue. But here we go. We've got a bolter. We've got Brendan Smith in the middle of the field. I think he'll come home really, really strongly. But it's Robin Moorman from Germany in lane 5, the best of them so far. We'll have to pick up the men as they come through. And I'm loving seeing more of this butterfly stroke start to come through. That's really new, I want to say, in literally the last 2 years of competition. A lot of the talking points that we've had over the past few days is, the change in technique and just the drop in the increase in speed that we've seen in the last 2 years since the World Championships. And that butterfly stroke is very, very new. And
it's funny that we talk about innovation and pushing the sport forward. It just screams Michael Klim 2000 Olympics, the butterfly kick at the end of 100 freestyle. And he'd been doing it a long time because his legs were tired and he had that straight arm technique as well. So instead of the butterfly, maybe it's the Klimmy for the final 50 out here, because he was a great swimmer and could move through that water very, very well. Brendan Smith in first place in that last heat. You can see, look how hard they're working up underneath and bang, straight into it there. You can see those legs together, a little different from the lad in second place there. And big stroke onto the wall there. Brendan Smith does a great job, touches that. A big, big performance. I think there's a bit of a mistake on that one there. I don't know if it was Stephen Kent going around in 6th place there. Might have been one of the other lads in that one, because I think Stephen Kent a little bit quicker over that distance.
I think he's gone faster than 1:14 before, but so great to see Brendan Smith back from Half Moon Bay, 55.71. And again, if you've been in nippers, if you've been in clubbies, we will always welcome you back. If anyone who wants to come back and have a swim, wonderful to see him reuniting with that Half Moon Bay team. And excited to see what they could put together for some of those ocean relays as well.
Their Ocean Man relay, I think, can win. It'll be tough for them, but I think they can win. And because they've got some great ski paddlers, Tex really Dixon and former Australian board race champion Brendan Smith on there as well. And their mixed relay. You throw in a Carly Northern, you find yourself a beach sprinter in there, Brendan Smith, Tex Dixon, maybe a ski paddler, whoever you've got, you are a shot at winning that at Half Moon Bay. And Mr. Goulding down there, Cliff Goulding, who is in charge, well, not in charge, but he's sort of the heart and soul of the Half Moon Bay team. It would be a very famous and very popular victory if they can get a world title for the Mooners down there. It's a great part of the world in Victoria. Heat number 5 in the water at the moment. Shin Yon Lim from Singapore, Greiner from Germany, Lemboromov from Bulgaria, and Seo of Singapore there. Up very quickly, a few of these lads. They sort of immediately up, and that mannequin can feel very, very heavy after a full lap underwater.
Oh, so much so. Really impressed with the work of the Singaporean Shen Yong Lim over into leading the way at the moment. But I think we've seen a real challenge come through from the Bulgarian in lane 7 now. Leobia coming through that big black cap and that big, big loping right arm coming through. So smooth through the water here. Great head position. I think it is going to be a Shen Yong Lim, though, that's going to come through. No, I'm wrong. He just loses his grip there as well. But a fantastic finish there. Singaporean, it'll be 1:00.09, 59.4 for the Bulgarian. But again, Paul Bourne, 48.0.
Still hanging in there.
He did a great job.
Still
thinking about that race.
He is on fire at the moment. A fantastic performance so far. To just be, at this point, still in the mix. And you love to see it. These athletes who send it at the start. He's still a good 2.5 seconds ahead of second place. And we're, 6 heats in at this point? 6 heats down.
Quite a few still to run from here. And I just saw, hope everyone who is watching and definitely everyone who's competing has downloaded the Lifesaving World Championships app. We just saw a a notification pop up about the IRB racing as well. So make sure you're keeping an eye, because as the conditions change, as the officials really work through the different programming, it is a marathon, not a sprint here at the World Lifesaving Championships. 17 days of racing in total from woe to go. So make sure you've got the app downloaded, because we have seen a few notifications pop through, and as we get updates for how the beach competition may progress over the next few days, I'm sure there's many athletes who are refreshing that one madly, wanting to know what's happening.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than uncertainty and not knowing when your events were going to go, and it's even if your event wasn't today or your main event wasn't today, you think, well, how's that going to change the program for tomorrow, and who's going to be in and who's going to be out and who's going to be tired. So there'll be a lot of nervous athletes without a shadow of a doubt, that is for sure. Off we go again. Heat number 6 so far, Cooper Armistead in this next one. We'll watch for him. He's a very, very good swimmer in here. Wait to see how he goes underwater. He'll have plenty of speed to burn from Maroochydore. Eric Oden Hubner from Odesprit, Marc-Andre Mueller from Lys, and then the two boys from Met Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast, Henry Nelson and Pat Holmes closest to us. Armistead up and then back down, but the leader, Eric Oden Hubner from Odesprit there, absolutely flying. He's got 2, maybe 3 body lengths on the rest of the field just after that initial first 50.
I was going to say, he is pulling away from the field now. He is so consistent through the water there. If we think back to, when you're doing your swimming training and all the rest, and we think about the head being the conductor of the orchestra that has to stay very still, very serene in the middle there. And because you are towing that mannequin to the side as well, you don't want to be moving your shoulders too far either way. You don't want to be moving around in the water, creating that drag. And I think we're shades of Paul Bourne at the moment.
Yeah.
This bolter out the front. A 54.61. Fantastic work there from Eric from Germany. Good times on the board. And I love that they can touch the wall, turn around. We've got a massive screen at the other end of the pool that will be telling our athletes, yeah, you're allowed to be happy with that one. Put the arm in the air. We want to see that. And Josh, something that Harold and I spoke a lot about earlier in the competition, because we were seeing some fantastic finishes, some great times, those new world records be set. We want more claims.
Yeah,
we want bigger celebrations at the end.
And I think that a lot of these athletes, they come from a background of maybe not showing that emotion or anything like that. And it was funny to see that a few of the guys on the beach, big claims. They didn't care. They were happy about it. And Joey Collins set them off on day one. And then there was plenty in the beach flags. The Egyptians went absolutely mental after they won both the beach relays. But Anna from France, she got the job done as well. So we like to see the claims and bring it on for what I'm saying. And I think if you win that line throw competition, big claims out there. That's what we want to see tonight. Jump in the pool for all I care. I want to see it, but but stay within the rules. Stay within the rules.
Disqualified just for us.
But geez, it'd be good.
I think we're allowed to leave some room for celebration here. We're allowed for our athletes to be proud of their achievements. They've worked for an incredibly long time. They've put the work in, and I love when we do get to speak to them afterwards. They do talk about the village that they have around them, the amount of people that have been crucial to their success. We actually had a few moments with the interviews over the national teams comp. We had athletes tearing up, and Harold and I are just trying to stay strong. We're all sympathetic criers here. As soon as you go, I'll go as well. But just seeing what it meant to them to get these results, and often it was, we made an A final. I was so close to a podium. It was just phenomenal. And to be able to celebrate with the athletes, to bring you this incredible vision. And we can see now these heats are filling up as we get into the business end of these. And again, we're only up to heat 7, but it looks to be nearly a lane 1 through lane 8, a full house. Yeah,
and in the words of Bon Jovi, we're halfway there. You're exactly right. The emotion is the part, and I said to you when we got in this morning before the live stream kicked off, it's probably the part that I hadn't expected, just how much it means to some of these athletes to represent their nation and to do what they're going to do and to really enjoy their experience out here. And when they're successful on top of that, it's just another layer of how much they really, really want to be a part of this World Championships. And we've truly loved to see these athletes do what they've done. And it's the part that struck me that they were in tears, where coming from an Australian background, there's this expectation that you come to the World Championships part of the national team and you will just win, or you will bring home the title, because there is this element of it is your sport, you should do it. And to see the French athletes and the Egyptians and the Iranians and and the French and the Americans and the Canadians who win, and all of a sudden it is like Anna said it best. She said to come to Australia and to win at an Australian event and to beat an Australian is something truly special, and she will never forget. And until I saw that, I hadn't realised just how much it meant to her and it meant to them. And it was truly something special to see. And so that's the beauty of the World Championships. And for someone who hasn't been involved in it over the last decade like you have, it was impressive and refreshing to see.
And I love that we get to see these things. We get to be a part of it. And I remember watching Anna, you know, she's been out in Australia for a while. She did our Aussie Championship. She was strong there as well. And now that she's done that, now that she's had this incredible achievement, there will be nippers in France being like,
I can do this.
I can do that too. It's not impossible. The Aussies are not unbeatable. It's not an Aussie-Kiwi stranglehold on World Lifesaving anymore. We are incredible. We work just as hard and we can be rewarded with these results.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're just seeing Chu Chong Chai there from Singapore. The big fella doing a great job in there, very strong on the way home. You're spot on. If you can't see it, you got to see it to be it. And that's exactly what we're seeing from these internationals. And the French are coming. Don't pretend like they're not a force to be reckoned with in world surf sports. They beat the Kiwis in both the men's and women's youth surf competition. They struggled to hang on in terms of that third place, but they got there in the open men's competition, and that's just because it was so competitive at the top end. The British, the Americans, the Canadians, the South Africans, they were all fighting it out for that third place, and they knew they were in that fight up to their eyeballs down there. And so the French will be a force, and it wouldn't surprise me if they get together and Renaud Rosso may be unbeatable at this event in a couple of years' time, because they will have the pool competitors and those Italian kids. They saw what one or two of them did and jump up. And then you get one of those French clubs who see what the Italians do and go, well, we can get some pool competitors and jump across. And they're getting better and better and better. And it's up to the Australians to improve in the pool. It's a reality of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite exciting to see.
Yeah,
and
we love
also,
a challenge.
What I'm excited for as well is that transition for some of our incredible youth competitors who've been over here. They've done maybe, you know, the youth for the international or the inter-club. As they transition into that senior ranks, it's a big jump.
Yeah.
Like, to break into the Black Fins, tough
massive.
ask. Like, how do you get ahead of Maddie Kidd and Zoe Crawford? But then we saw Zoe Peterson, one of their juniors, broke the world record in the medley. Surprised herself. Like, and that's what you've got to do. Like, that's what it takes to make a national team.
Yeah. Exactly
That's
right.
ridiculous.
And to be like, and on the other side of things, to use the Blackfins as an example, you have to be in the top 5 Ironmen in the world to make the Blackfin side. Joe Collins, Corey Taylor. They could be. There wouldn't be a country on earth that wouldn't pick those two. Maybe Australia, but even then, you might have Joe Collins in there in the Australian team. And
did you see him do flags?
Yeah, he's quick. Oh, that was easily, by far and away, bar none, my highlight of the weekend. That kid surviving so far into that flags competition. And he should, a massive shout out to the Spanish, the Egyptians, everyone who protected him through that one. They just loved him. They knew he had no business being there, and he got a couple of alliances. So the big fella, I think he owes a few people a few beers over the week. Heat number 8 of 14, and we come down to the business end now. Jonas Launas from Germany, 59 still, and Paul Born, he just keeps on keeping on there in the big 40s. He's got a 4 in front of his name, and as I said before, you'd rather be looking at it than looking for it, and right now he's number 1 with a bullet.
So impressive, but Jonas Launas from Germany, 59.02, fantastic swim for him. We've got Sean Muganius, 59.7. Zach Waters in the mix as well. But, yeah, back to that leaderboard. I just keep on refreshing it. It is still Paul Bourne from Nita Olmore start, 48.05. Sebastian Patrick Wale from Gütersloh. Nick Hodges, 51.1. And then Eric Hoda Hubner from Odesbury, also in Germany. Brendan Smith, still in that A final for now, 55. But
I think it's going to be rough.
We're thinking it's got to be mid-40s, high 40s.
Yeah, I think so.
Mid-40s. I'm going to go mid-40s. I reckon we've got, if I look at the top 8 from the international results, Fergus Eady, Harry Hines, both here. Dorso, still here. Jimmy, Fabio, David Cremonini, all here.
So our top, basically our entire final from the international competition, still to go. If we can get to Heat 12 or the start of Heat 13 and Paul Bourne's still on top, he'll at least get a B final.
That's so good.
You've got to think. But it's a bit of a mission between now and then. They're the results from the last heat. Heat 8, Heat 9 on the blocks, and not as many as we would have liked in this one. We're missing a few, that's for sure.
Few withdrawals, but we do have Conrad Sheepers from Clifton, Jord Wasag from Maggenburg in the mix, Maximiliano Urban from Argentina, Ian Wicken from Canada, Kevin Hobble from Netherlands, and Harrison Cook from Moraine Bay. So, again, everyone's here, whole world.
Big morning for Cook. He's had a couple of events already. He had the relay in there for Moraine Bay. One of the most famous clubs in New Zealand. We've spoken about them a few times. Yeah, beautiful part of the world.
Dreams.
Is that what it's called? I love it. And they've got big dreams here for the World Championships. He leads on the turn there. Cook closest to us, the Kiwi. We'll see him up very, very quickly there and into his work. Doing that butterfly technique as well. He's doing a great job. High rating. I think that's the key. High rating. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Don't worry about how much it hurts. Just keep the body going. Swing that arm as hard and as fast as you can. Then set yourself with a little bit of technique. And that butterfly looks very, very good for him there. He's got it tucked up underneath him in that slipstream there. Is he going to go 40? No. 50.8. Maybe that's good for the third fastest time so far, Harrison Cook. But he'll be competitive and right on that edge for a B final, maybe. I don't know if that'll be enough to get him there. We're thinking you have to be in the 40s just to get a start this afternoon.
Yeah, it'll be touch and go, but fantastic work there, Harrison Cook. And I've just looked up their Instagram. So the way they describe their club, which I absolutely adore in their bio, the home of the best, capital B-E-S-T, lifeguards, athletes, juniors and people up the bay.
I think there'd be a lot of people that would have something to say about that, but I appreciate the attitude there. It is one of the most beautiful parts of the world. I've just got back from New Zealand a couple of weeks ago, and I'm thinking of moving. It's that good over there. I completely love it, and yeah, haven't been up the bay in a while, but stuck to the mountains this time, and they're very, very good at what they do over there, the Kiwis, and are lovely people. I know they can go a little bit over the top when it becomes Bledisloe Low Cup time and they're talking about the All Blacks, but I, to be honest, don't care too much because they're very good people and they're certainly lovely out there. They're mad as cut snakes, but that's why I love them. They're just
they're
some of they're my people, that's for sure. And yeah, it's a good part of the world. Cook will be happy with that one from the Bay, 50.8, sitting in third overall after that result. Wicken from Canada, Hobble from the Netherlands, Sheepers from South Africa, Visag from Germany, and Urban from Argentina. They're all our people.
All our people. Clubbies are clubbies everywhere.
That's exactly right.
And we can see, we are up to Heat 10 already. This is what we want to see, and it looks to be a pretty full one from here, maybe one or two missing. We've got Julius Osterman from Arada Vadenbroek in one. Trey Ratcliffe, we mentioned him earlier, he was fifth in the 45 to 49 Masters category in this event. So expecting him to back up now. He's had a little bit more rest. He's back in the mix here. Lucas Miller from Sunshine Coast Grammar, Benjamin Gaia from Bietigheim Bissingen, Mario de Andre Nunez Romero from Spain, Patrick Torv from Halle Salcris, Marius Olshaman from Luckenwalde, and Mark Hobler from Halle Salcris. Full heat, full house. We want to see more of these. Heat 10 on the blocks right now, 17 though to run in total, and we're expecting the times to drop. However, Paul Bourne
still in front,
48.05.
I love it. He is on fire, the big fella. He's sitting back, relaxed, say, catch me if you can, gentlemen. And very even this heat there. We're starting to get into the real business end, and these heats are going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. Second from the bottom there, Sharman. He's done very good job. First to the wall, 19.5, I think, on the touch. He's quick off, up, and already into his stroke. Just labours ever so slightly. You can see that. The reason they tend not to breathe all that much. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped that mannequin there. It's not only slowed him down, but it's almost stopped his momentum. And he's gone from first back into, I would say, fifth or sixth.
Do you reckon he got caught on the lane?
A little bit there.
He's really close on the side there. And unfortunately, close on the side that he carries the mannequin. So he may have even got tangled up there. Remembering that anything Josh and I say is unofficial until you see a gold medal.
Super unofficial.
Until there are gold medals on necks.
Still 55s for Osterman there of Germany. Fastest across the line. And we got distracted for a little bit because Sharman, he really battled there. The poor fella, he did a great job, but yeah, not what he wants. Oh, and Ratcliffe, sorry, I thought Osterman was first, but Ratcliffe just got him on the touch. 55.62, and Bourne still in front. Another heat gone, and
yes,
yeah.
we are the Paul Bourne fan club here. 48.05. We'd love to see him get into that final. But Troy Ratcliffe, fantastic to take a heat win there. 55.62. He went 55.44 at the Masters event just a week or so ago. Great to get that touch in on the wall and just have so many people lining up here. Here we go. There it is, official. Troy Ratcliffe, 55.62. Osterman in the mix there as well. Lucas Miller, part of that as well. So lots of heats yet to swim, but just grabbing those results as they come through. We'll see how that places them on the leaderboard, because what I'm really keen to do, as we saw in the women's, just keeping an eye on that top 8 time. You know, that just, it started to trickle down like a second here, a second there, and then we saw the big drop as those seeded finals come through. But Brendan Smith at the moment is in 8th position overall from Half Moon Bay, our Olympian, 55.71. So 55.7 is the mark to make the A final right now.
I don't think he's going to be in the A final. I think there's going to be plenty of changes. It would shock me if he was in a B final.
I think there'd be a significant run of disqualification, Stephen Bradbury style, for that to be maintained. But again, another full heat, loving this. Max Hendrik Rennebaum from Gütersloh, Diego Devora Shanea from Natasio Montanaz, Hector Tarancon Moreno from Spain, Kelton Rosny, that Trig Island cap, middle of the field, Samuel Pocking from Morangi Bay, Julian Gebby from Langenberg, Lockie Zink, Met Calandra, watch out for him, one of our young up-and-comers, and John Merton from the Netherlands. They are up and away. They have turned for home already, and have a look at the leg rating we're seeing from some of our athletes. Lane 4, Kelton Rosny.
Absolutely flying. The rating is high, and he got down that like he'd been shot out of a gun, and look at him go, starting to slow ever so slightly then. The bent arm sort of freestyle stroke with the butterfly kick. Good momentum in his back half there. He continues to go away from the rest of the field. Look at that. What a performance. The gap's 5 metres there. Bang, 48.85. Oh, another one in the 48s, but not enough. Another one in the 48s, but not enough to knock off Paul Bourne. Now we're starting to get serious.
Yeah, this feels like we've just shifted gears.
Let's go.
We're really ready for this. Kelton Rosny, so excited for him to be a part of that incredible Trig Island relay now that they have superstar Steve Kent in the mix as well. Whoever brokered that deal, hats off to you. That is
well done.
Strategic masterstroke there. But Kelton Rosny, a long-time Trig Island competitor. We've watched him come through the juniors. We've been keeping an eye on him for a while. And now a 48.85. Fantastic swimming there. Samuel Poaching, New Zealand, 52.21. So this is where we start to see the drops. But for Kelton Rosny, hope he's really pumped with that swim, because it's one thing to win at your local events, to perform well at the Aussie Champs, but to step up again. I know it's a home Aussies, which makes it a touch easier, but you're on the world stage now. You're sitting in the marshalling area. You're hearing different languages. You're seeing people that are different to you. Like, it's quite overwhelming. Yeah, it is. And touch easier to deal with, but he's still 5 hours away from home and Trig Island here. There'd be Kiwis who'd be closer to the Gold Coast than he would. That's for sure. So it's a big jump across from WA, and the boys do a very good job. They find themselves over here a lot at the home of surf sports, so they tend to sort of stand up and make the effort to come across, and it pays off. Trig Island, they're as good as it gets in terms of a surf club anywhere in the world, but I think they're slept on a lot of the time. Just like every 2 years we come to a world championship and we go, René Rossi, they're damn good, and they could probably win the title, but you don't see them every day, so they drift out of mind. And Trig Island's exactly the same. If you sleep on them, they'll come at you fast, and they've got a good support base there. They've got great programs. They've got some of the best in the business in terms of people over there. There is not a group of humans I enjoy hanging out with more than some of those guys from Trig Island. Absolutely fantastic, and it's good to see the success they're having over here, and they have a plan. They don't just wing it. They come with a plan, and Steve Kent is part of that plan. Love that. I am very keen to see what progresses from there. But for now, we have Heat 12 in the water. Jean-Philippe Nad from Bietigheim-Bissingen, Matthew Gibbs from Sunshine Coast, Taj Ward.
He's back.
Boys back from Seacliff.
Don't use too much, Taj. You've got that final coming up.
Sit the next one out. We got Lasse Peterson from Germany, Callum Lowe Griffiths. He was also great in the line throw. Henrik Dick from Hassevinkel, Charlie Walker from Currumbin.
Corbin Zahn. Yeah.
8. So here we come. The boys are away, and a big start. That pink cap, you can pick it from anywhere.
Yeah.
Nordestedt. Wonderful to see them here. Their girls were fantastic as well, strong across the board here.
Yeah, absolutely. Flying out in front. Really straight arm there. Not the greatest technique, but damn, it's effective. That's for sure. Full body length. This heat's very, very quick. 47, 48, 49. He'll be over the 50 mark. Paul Bjorn, I think he's going to make some kind of final tonight, whether it's A or B. 51.93. So maybe it's a little slower than we expected, and 51 will be enough to get something this afternoon, but I don't think it'll be an A final. We'll have to wait and see. It'll be close for Lasse Peterson of Germany. Lowe Griffiths not too far. Gibbs not too far away. Lowe Griffiths there as well. Corbin Zahn, Charlie Walker, all good swims. Big Aussie contingent in that one, and all around that mid-50 mark.
Yeah, loving those pink caps. Any else we can see?
Off the bottom.
There, off the bottom.
Little bounce off the bottom for Corbin Zahn, and they're still... I can see them going in and out. The Sunshine Coast Grammar crew, they're still having meetings with the officials about his line throw. So he'll have been upset after that one, but that's life, that's racing, and nothing you can do about it now. But our winner, fantastic performance. You can see the disappointment. Oh, I think that was French. He said, the French, they got me. So disappointed with his result there, but you can see how much it means to him.
Yeah, that is what we are here for, 51.93. And then a cavalcade of Aussies in the mix there as well. So that is heat number 12 is done. 13, 14, 15, 16,
Oh, we've still got a few more to go.
I am excited by many of these races. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces start to come back into the mix from that national teams comp, and really keen to see who's looked after themselves well in the time since that national team comp. Not all of them did the circ yesterday, so that's essentially a day off between comp. But who's taken on the right hydration, who's been eating right, who's been getting sleep, the transition from the national team to the interclub. I remember it was always such a downgrade as well, because you generally stay in really lovely places for the national teams with a bigger budget.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what it's like to be at the top, one of those special teams.
And then you get into interclub and you're like, I wish I grabbed some bananas before I left. There's no food here. And you're in like a different place there. But
I love
again, this is why we come to the Gold Coast as well. Like, as
perfect.
you said, spiritual home, beautiful beaches, but like there's so much accommodation.
The options, the
there's
options.
So much here.
It's so good. And sometimes, hey, we've stayed in backpackers before at carnivals and stuff
fantastic.
Like that. But it is, and it's a great story afterwards, but at the time you'd much rather a nice hotel room, and there's plenty of those around
100%.
Available on the Gold Coast, that is for sure. And it's funny as well, you talk about who's slept and rest and that, and there's restaurants to go to, there's things to do, there's things to see on the Gold Coast. And there used to be a saying in swimming that only tourists do things during the day, not athletes. And so you might come to the pool and warm up and that sort of thing, but if you're going out and seeing things and doing things on your day off or what's like that, you're being a tourist, you're not being an athlete. And the swim team used to have that saying, there's no tourists on the Australian swim team, you come to perform, and that it's an interesting one for these athletes. You can't enjoy the place until your job's done.
Yep. Job done there for Philip Asterman, Germany. 51.31, 51.31 the time on the ball. Paul Bjorn.
Still hanging
Still there.
Let's go, Paul.
Great to see Luke Lynham in there as well from Australia. 52.60 for him. So you can see the boys just taking in the big breaths, looking back towards the scoreboard, seeing how they went from there. But yeah, I think the day off yesterday for circ would have been greatly appreciated for so many of our athletes. But yeah, loving being here on the Gold Coast. I think every second official I've talked to has been to Australia Zoo at least once in their time here already.
Go and see the crew at Australia Zoo there, yeah. Still got a few friends that work up there at the zoo. It's a great place, and they do a good job. There's a few locations down here as well. Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary, fantastic.
They're doing a great trade at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. Go and see my wife at Lone Pine in Brisbane if you want to go and see a zoo as well.
Josh sent you.
Oh, don't do that. She'll hate that. Osterman from Germany in 1, Lynham in 2nd place, Robert from Switzerland in 3rd. 52 and a bit. It's pushing it at this point to be in the B final, especially with 3 heats still, or 4 heats still to come, and there's plenty of action now to be in that top 8, 52-2-1 to be in that top 8, and you're definitely going to have to be in it's going to have a 4 in front of it if you want to swim this afternoon.
100%. Yep. Loving watching this 8th position time just sort of move and shift slightly. 52-2-1. That is what we're chasing at the moment. It looks to be a pretty full heat. Lining up next, we've got Spain, Germany, Switzerland, New Zealand in the mix here. Wonderful to see Nathan Proctor closest to us. Bottom of the screen from Mount Maunganui. We've had the Mount Maunganui crew out to the Australian Pool Rescue Championships a few times. They actually brought some juniors last time as well, which was great to see. I think they just had enough for like a few line throw teams and things like that. So you can pick that cat from anywhere. They've had a few of their juniors make junior blackfin teams as well.
Nice.
So it's really, really strong pipeline there with a focus on the pool stuff as well. We are up and away. I want to say lane 2, Luca from Germany, the best of it at the moment, up and stroking very, very strongly. Lane 7, the Swiss man there, Elias from Baden-Brugge, looking very, very strong, but you can really tell who's done the work or who's comfortable holding a mannequin this last 20 metres. That is where we saw so many of the leads change over the national team's comp.
It's like you use 20% of your effort in the first 80% of the race, and then the last 20 metres, you just empty the tank all the way to the wall. 50.48 for Lucas Magnus Maya from Germany there. A good swim, but doesn't get under the 50-second barrier. And you can see he's looking at that, and he might be a little bit, he doesn't really believe what he's seen there. He thought, oh, geez, I don't know what's happened there. But great swim nonetheless. But that 50-second barrier proving very, very difficult, very hard to get to at the moment. And Thor Weston there from Germany, 51-1. Rudolph from Switzerland alongside his countryman there, 52 lows for the gentleman. Babel from Germany, 52-6, along with Heros from España. And you can see that last little bit, they just start to labour. Like you said, the final metres there, it starts to drop, the rating slows, he touches the wall, goes, I got the job done. He looked up at that final result. That wasn't exactly what he wanted there, but a good performance nonetheless.
Yeah, 50.48, always good. Just keeping an eye on that 8th position there. 51.31 is now what it takes to make the A final. 51.31, fantastic swimming there, but it is still Paul Bourne, 48.05. That heat 1 bolter, even more impressive. The longer this goes, the more heats that swim, the bigger fan I am.
15 down, 2 to go, and he'll be sitting there thinking, what are the rest of these guys doing? Why wasn't I in one of these heats here? And it's crazy to think he might be in the A final. He might get a medal with the rate you're going at this, but there's some really, the next 3 heats, the cream, that's where it's at. And I think this is where it starts. And like we saw in the women's, there was a distinct moment when it went from competitive to ultra quick, and we might be seeing it right here, right now.
Having a look at the lineup, we've got some international competitors making their return. David Cremonini, Tom Duriger, Fabio Pizzotti, Rolly from the Dutch club as well, Matt Magnussen. He was phenomenal in the 200 obs earlier today.
Yeah.
You've got to think we're about to see some more sub-50 swims.
This is where
right
it's
now.
at, and I don't know much, but I know speed when I see it, and that is speed at the moment from these gentlemen. Have a look at the underwater work there. Those fins are working overtime on the way home. None of these boys will come up before the wall. They'll hit straight, turn, and get into their action.
Yeah, here we go, looking for those feet to the wall very, very quickly. You want a strong push there as well. Remembering that these boys haven't taken a breath since the gun went as well. They would be burning at the moment. But lane 5 looking very, very good. Fabio Pizzotti, so strong in this race. He's great for Italy. He's fantastic for Rene Rossi now, making his way home.
The hip drive there. Woo! You can see the hips up and down. It's enough to make an old woman sweat, that is for sure. Have a look at him go. Drives into the wall there. This will be quick. This will be very quick. On the wall, 46, 4-6. What about that? Paul Bjorn, you lasted a while, but not long enough. A great swim from the Italian. What about that one there? Unbelievable. And doesn't he look happy with that? But he had to work for it.
Had to work, and I love that you just see the nod at the end like, yep. Got that done.
Yeah, I'm good.
Got that finish. 46-46, David Cremonini, his teammate there, 47.10. So fantastic work The crew starting to come through. The gear has been shifted.
That was
dialed up the speed.
There'd only been 2 men go under the 50-second mark, and that entire heat almost all went under it there. So bang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what it's about. And tough for a couple of the guys at the back end there. They'll just miss that A final if it was to stop here after going that quick. But at the moment, you've got to be under 50 seconds to be in the final.
Yeah, fantastic work. Daniel Miller from Sunshine Coast Grammar, who joined us in commentary a few days back. He's now currently sitting in 8th position overall, 49.79. Fantastic work there. But Fabio Pizzotti from Italy, 46.46. David Cremonini, 47.10. Tom Duriga, now he raced for France at the international comp last week. Wonderful to see him back now. He's racing for Rene Rossi, and that is why the Rene Rossi relay team is so good.
So good. Unbelievable. It just, incredible to see. And I was a fan of them. I knew of them coming into this, but this morning they've been that good and that impressive. I was starting to truly understand why. And very, very impressive. Heat 15, Heat 16 on the blocks, set and ready to go. And well, that was a gear shift, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're expecting big things here. And watch out for Harrison Hines in lane 4. He is rocketing underwater. He's always one of the first to the wall. He's very strong on this first leg. He was second at the international comp to Fergus Eady, and it took a world record to knock Harry back into the silver medal spot here. Also keep an eye on Jake Smith, his teammate Sandro Schleich in the mix as well. But as expected, lane 4 so strong.
I was watching the clock when he hit the wall there. I would say late 17.1, somewhere in there. That was that first 50 metres. So absolutely flying and much more even in this one on the way home. You can see the little break for our leader as he starts to work into the final stages. This is where the race is won and run. He starts to get a little bit of momentum up. He's going up and down on the spot, but he'll get there and bang, 46 again. So the last 2 heats, the drop has been very significant, and 46s, 47s at the moment. If you want to be comfortable, you've got to be 46.
Yeah, fantastic work. Harrison Hines there first in 46.77. Teammate Jake Smith just behind in 47.24. David Vivalda from Italy, 47.5. So this is where we start to see the times drop. So having a look at Paul Bourne's incredible 48.05, set so early. He's still in the A final right now.
Paul.
I reckon he'll be in the B though. That is incredible. He's 48.05, currently in 7th position.
I want
overall.
an upset. I want him there.
I want him so badly there in that A final.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the next one has got pure speed to burn.
This is going to be tough. But Harry Hines, he'll take a huge amount of confidence from that swim. Still a little in the tank as well. He went 44.19 to get the silver medal, 46.7 here. Great to see Jake Smith, the Australian team captain, back in the mix as well, 47.2. Will
that be enough for him to get there? Sitting in 4th with 1 heat to go, and it's going to be very tight with a couple of the boys in this one. Fergus Eady, world record holder, up next, and this is what we come for. We come to see the big dogs do their thing in their specialty, and they don't get any bigger than this man. Fergus Eady, he's a lump of a lad, but very, very quick.
Yeah, we can see on screen now that is Chris Dawson. He's been a long-time Blackfin, fantastic work. Not quite the stature of Fergus Eady,
not quite.
But you can see Fergus just as we pan out there, those 2 maroon caps of Northcliffe. And next door we've got Maximilian Ulrich from Lukenwald. Watch out for him as well. There's some serious faces down there on the blocks.
Yeah, very serious. When they sit on the blocks like that, you think they're relaxed, but once you sort of zoom in on the face, the focus is there. Yeah, very, very, very important there. And the boys will be set, ready to go. Fergus there, we said he's a lump of a lad. Wait till he stands up. Have a look at him. Pure power there. I saw him in the beach sprint yesterday. It was terrifying. And we had a chat. I said, are you a water animal or a beach animal? He said, I can do anything, mate. And I cowered in fear. Off and away, the world record holder. Look at him go underwater. Dorsko's with him as well there in 5, looking very, very comfortable. They're out in lane maybe 6 or 7. The German doing a great job as well. He might touch in front. 17 point on the turn, a little slower than Hines, but this is where the real action is on the way home, and it's the German who goes to the front at the 70-metre mark.
Yeah, Maximilian Ulrich, have a look at him in in lane 6. But this is where Fergus Eady really made his mark. His last 20 is just phenomenal. You'll see those big arms start to come through. But Andrea Vivalda, have a look at that. The Italian, the red cap. We've seen Rene Rossi do such an incredible job. They come through now, the big touch on the wall. And it is going to be Chris Dawson who comes through there. Great
swim from Dawson there. Another veteran of the New Zealand team for a long, long time. Spends a bit of time, is out here on the Gold Coast as well. A great swim from him. So 6'8", and it's probably going to take a 47 really low to be in this final, and we've seen that. So it's going to be very, very tough for a couple of these guys. 47.5 it looks like. The ones in the final. Bjorn misses out on the final. Very, very tough. So that one was tight, but it wasn't as quick as we expected in the end, to be completely honest. And yeah, very tough. Take a look at these final stages here. Very good from Dawson. The touch on the wall gets it in there. That's what you want.
I reckon his last 6 or 7 metres, he was third through to first.
Yeah, great performance there.
Finish.
Good swim, that's for sure. 46.8. That was those final sort of 5 metres, like you said, Jenny Parry. Fergus Eady, Andrea Vivaldi there from Italy, 47.1. He'll be in the final. And Ulrich, he'll miss that A final with a 47.7, and that's how tight it can be. We'll run you through the finalists. Pizzotti from Italy, Harrison Hines, Dawson and Eady. We just saw those. Cremonini, there from Rene Rosso. Vivaldi from Italy as well. Jake Smith, the Australian from Trig Island in 47.24. Gets there, and Vivalda from Italy gets in 47.51. Maybe slower than we thought, but still very quick.
Still quick. And in the biggest news, what everyone has been waiting for, Paul Bourne is 11th overall. He will be in the B final. So yeah, get your shirts ready. Get the cheer squad.
He's my favourite athlete by a country mile. Don't we love to see it? And this man on screen, he'll be in the final. Dawes did a great job in there. He's a very good athlete, and we'll expect big things from him this afternoon, that is for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. The Kiwis are on fire for Northcliffe, if that makes sense, down here at the pool. But there's a real international flavour about that Northcliffe team, and they understand to get it done, you need to draw from everywhere in the world of surf sports. And they've done that this morning. And I guess that wraps us up here on the live heats. Jenny Parry, what's been your highlight this morning?
Line throw, Seacliff.
Oh, by a country mile.
A final.
Let's go. I love to see it. Fantastic. And we'll be back this afternoon at 2 o'clock for the finals package. Don't go anywhere. A big thank you on behalf of myself and the entire team here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championship. This has been day 1 of the Interclub Pool Rescue Competition. A huge thank you. We'll catch you right back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you and have a nice day.
imagine. Better call on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, last camera action.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships from beautiful Kurrawa on the Gold Coast of Australia. My name's Josh Minogue. Joining me in commentary this afternoon, former world champion Jenny Parry. We are at the Southport Aquatic Centre for the first day of the Interclub Pool Rescue Championships. Jenny, it's finals day one. We've had a huge morning of action so far, but this is where it really comes to head. The gold medals are going to be handed out this afternoon.
I can't believe we're about 5 minutes away from naming our first world champion of the Interclub competition here. A lot of our athletes backing up from that national teams racing last week, so a few tired bodies on the line, but I'm more excited about a few of our fresher athletes that are coming through, some youngsters, some bolters, and one to watch, Poppy Stevens. She'll be in our first A final, the fastest qualifier from Bet Caloundra.
Yeah, we're in for some upsets, that is for sure. Beautiful conditions out here, except for the wind. Roughly 26, 27 degrees. A little windy out of the south. It'll make things interesting in the line throw. Let's take a look at today's list of events. We'll kick things off with the obstacles over 200 metres, then the 4x50 obs relay for both men and women. The line throws, they're the ones we cannot wait to see. Is there a world record on the cards for the team from Seacliff in South Australia? And we'll wrap things up with what I think was the most competitive event of the morning, or the morning's heat sessions. Those men's and women's 100-metre mannequin carry with fins. Super fast heats racing this morning, very competitive as well. Some of the events shocked us at just how good they were, and some of these finals, I think they're going to continue on with it this afternoon.
Absolutely excited that for both the men and the women in the 100 carry with fins, we have the current world record holders qualified through for that big A final. Fergus Eadie only set that new world mark in the men's race last week, so we know he's fresh, we know he is on form, but a host of competitors backing up from the national teams, and don't be surprised if you've seen some international allegiances shifting. They race for their national teams. It may be a different nations club team that they line up for, so your eyes do not deceive you.
That's not the first event on screen there. The officials getting the pool ready for action, and a huge thank you to all the officials and volunteers that have made this event possible. We're halfway through basically a huge 3 weeks of these World Championships, just the 5 days to go after this. The pool events for the Interclub Open competition, the beach events currently happening for the youth competition down there at Kurrawa Surf Club. Things will switch on Friday. The Open competitors will head to the beach. The youth will head back to the pool here. Jenny, it's been a fantastic 2 weeks of competition so far, but this is what we came for. We're about to crown ourselves some world champions, and blustery conditions, that's for sure. That southerly's really hit. It caused a cancellation of a few events in the water today. Tough stuff out there, but these athletes, they're the best of the best and they can handle anything.
Absolutely. This is what they have been training for the previous 2 years, for 4 years actually, since we held the last Interclub Championships at the world level here. And we can see on screen Lana Rogers. She was actually part of the Aussie crew last week, took out the Ocean Woman title, and a bit of a change of scenery for her now. We've also got Georgia Miller, one of our top iron women, in action for this B final as well. So very excited to bring you the best of the best. And I think it felt like the German Club Championships at one point earlier today. We've got everyone is here, and you can see a very strong Aussie flavour in this B final, but we've got Bulgaria, Germany and Italy out to ruin the party. Yeah,
very much so there. A reminder, here at the World Championships, we're racing for points as well. So we have a B final, 9 through 16, all earning points for their club for that Interclub title. The last couple of World Championships, it's been a real mix between the likes of Northcliffe and Rena Rossi from Italy there, and a couple of these ladies from Northcliffe, they'll be looking to score points in this one. That is what it's all about. Antonov in 1, Holt in 2, Hennig in 3, Di Belladonna in 4, Georgia Miller, Summer Short, Lana Rogers and Rose Bentley, the Australians, 5 through 8 there, all for their different clubs. And 200-metre obstacles, a few of these girls unlucky to miss that final. They were very, very close this morning. Super competitive, really tight, but at the top end there, we spoke about before, Poppy Stephen from Met Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast, not somebody we'd spoken about before the race, but she absolutely delivered this morning.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see. We'll see her in the very next race. We do run the B final first. So in lane 4, it is Elisa Di Bonellia from Rane Rossi in Italy. She was the fastest qualifier through here, a time of 2:15. And Josh, what we saw in the international competition is that these ladies are about to take it up a gear. They gave it everything in those qualification rounds in the prelims, but I would expecting them to be dropping a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds off this morning's times.
Yeah, there is nothing left to lose out here. 4 laps of the pool, 2 obstacles per lap, one of the toughest events in the pool rescue calendar. And you can see some of the girls going under very, very early, a couple pushing off the bottom as well. And it's those central lanes that really have had the best of it so far. Georgia Miller will lead them round by 0.03 in front of the Italian there. 31.05, not a bad first lap, but they're going to have to build from there.
Absolutely. And I know that I love that we know Georgia Miller as one of the best iron women in the world. Swim, board, ski, she's won it all. She can do it all. But we sort of forget that she does have this incredible pool swimming background, this pedigree behind her, and it is just, it's what she needs right now.
She went to the World Junior Swimming Championships, part of the Australian 4x1 freestyle relay. There's some famous names in there, Campbell, a few others that we've seen at the top level. So she understands the pool world better than most, but that lead has changed. Elisa Della Bellonia there from Italy has gone to the front there, 1:04.76 through the 100, and this is really the moving lap, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where the girls will absolutely go to work. I love the red cap in the middle of the field there from Rane Rossi. They will be featuring so heavily in those obstacle relays coming up next, but here the girls really start to go to work. We can see Georgia in that maroon cap from Northcliffe, very, very strong, but this final turn, who's got the legs, who's got enough left, as we look at Julia Hennig as well from Germany. She is in lane 3, so just outside those yellow lanes at the top of the screen.
Yeah, Hennig, there's big mover on that third lap, and I think she's going to really start to challenge the Italian on this final lap as well. The Australians faded, but it is all the Italian out in front with just 25 metres and 1 obstacle left to go. There's maybe 4 or 5 challenging for the minor places. A reminder, this is the B final, so no medals up for grabs, but just points, and they're going to be as valuable as in that back end. And it is the Italian who'll cruise home there very easy and a nice time, a little bit faster than this morning. Hennig in second, Miller gets third, Summer Short from Maroochydore finishes in fourth ahead of Lana Rogers of Northcliffe as well. Paige Holt from Mordialloc of Australia in sixth, Bentley, and then Antonova from Belarus in 8. Big swim from the Italian there, maximum points, and well, the Italian club, they're so good and they're on the board, and that's, well, first blood over Northcliffe.
Yeah, that is a fantastic swim. For each of these individual events, the clubs can enter up to 4 competitors in each of these. And for Elisa, she had an incredible week last week for the Italian team. Watch out for her in the Super Lifesaver and some more events as the next few days progress. 2:13, great swim for her. And I was watching Summer Short just in that last 10 metres. She ended up 0.01 of a second off the third position. So close on the touch with Georgia Miller.
Yeah, good start. We saw the guys from Maroochydore. They said they've had some illness and injury in the days leading up, but they've done a fantastic job here. Summer Short, that famous short name in surf sports. A great result there for the Italian club, just ahead of the Germans and the Australians there. Big Australian contingent in this B final. It's not the same in the A final. Well, we've had the entree. It's time for the main course. The women's 200-metre obstacle A final is up next, and there was a bit of, not an upset in the heats this morning, but someone we weren't expecting to be at top of the psych sheet heading into this final, and that's Poppy Stephen from Met Caloundra. Not a name synonymous with pool rescue and at the World Championships, but a star of the future if there have ever been one.
Absolutely. We have seen Poppy in action along with her Met Caloundra teammates at the local carnivals here. You can see she is in lane 4, the fastest qualifier from Met Caloundra. Watch out for her. She'll have the pale blue cap there. However, chasing closely behind will be Chelsea Jones. She was was a silver medalist last week at the international teams competition, clocked a 2:08 in that final that actually had to be rerun, which was quite dramatic.
Yes.
So Chelsea, her qualifying swim here was 2:11, so we know she's got at least a 2:08 under her belt at this championships. Molly Shivnan from Northcliffe, she's in the mix. She raced for New Zealand previously. And another two of our Rane Rossi girls, the Italians, Anna Pirovano and Chiara Costaligli, next up. And another familiar Ironwoman, Naomi Scott, backing up for the Northcliffe crew.
Got herself in the final there. Very impressive from Scott. And Fabretti, we'll see her later on in the 100 carry as well. So doubling up this afternoon in this one. And it's going to be a quick one. Very, very good. We saw those girls. It was all in those middle 250s. 200 swimming. It's all about your ability to build through that centre 100 and have something left in the tank on the way home. Maybe the toughest distance in the pool, and this is one of the hardest events. It seems simple, but can be so complicated. The girls set and ready to go. That's Shivnan there from the BMD Northcliffe Club. A couple of the big Australian clubs vying for the title. Rene Rossi there, obviously the Italian club vying for the title as well. 3 in this final, and this is the first sort of battle between them and Northcliffe here, because I think when it comes down to it, they're going to be the big two.
Yep, at the end of the day, that is who we'll be looking for at the top end there. But for now, I would love to see Poppy Stephen come through here, get herself a pot on the spot on the podium. We've got a few little favourites from this morning's qualifiers, but a strong start. We were expecting the girls to drop some time, definitely about a second and a half faster in that B final. How much better can Poppy Stephen get in this race?
Yeah, I think she had the swim of her life this morning. Very good technique, down nice and early and leads them through at the moment. Chelsea Jones from Australia, she'd have to be the favourite, but doesn't have the best of it so far. It will be Stephen who leads them through. Very quick there from Poppy Stevens. 29.46 is the first split for the 50, and she looks strong, but not far behind. Jones was just 0.09 of a second through there. The rest of the girls over that 30-second mark as we're halfway down the second lap, and in that B final, this is where we saw the winners start to really go to work.
And I love Poppy really backing herself here at the moment. She does go down a little bit earlier than Chelsea Jones in the white cap in the middle, but Poppy coming up absolutely beautiful. The Italian still in the hunt, the red cap there, Anna Pirovano looking very, very strong. All the girls going through within a half a second or so, but here comes the Italian on the close side to us, looking very, very ominous. But Poppy, she's holding her own here. She is not being overshadowed or overawed in this big moment. Yeah,
Pirovano there and Shivnan probably more experienced than Stephen here. So will experience come into play, or will the young lady from Met Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast hold on? She leads coming into the turn on the third lap. It's about a body length in front, maybe half that now. Pirovano coming for her. 0.6 of a second's the difference between our leader. The turn was better from the Italian. And down on the bottom, Fabretti from Italy as well. Watch for her. That was a massive turn off the wall. There might be an outside burner here coming down the lane 8. Pirovani and Fabretti are absolutely flying, but it's Stephen trying to hold on. We've got a race in 3 coming into this final obstacle. Under they go. It might be Fabretti. It might be Fabretti down on the inside. It's going to come down to a touch in the wall. Stephen, Fabretti. Stephen gets there only just 0.31. Pirovano gets third there. The young Australian gets it done, and I thought for a second the more experienced Italian had stolen the show on the outside, but it was Poppy Stephen who gets her first world title here, and the first one of the day at the Interclub Championship. Met Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast will celebrate for a long time after this one.
Oh, they will be on their feet after Poppy Stephen really showed some incredible maturity, held her head as the Italians were really coming through. How's Lucrezia Fabretti from lane 8 comes through for a silver medal, 2:08.31, an incredible swim for her. She went 2:09 at the national teams. She's getting better and better and faster and faster.
Unbelievable swim there from those ladies. What a performance. Poppy Stephen, 2:08 flat in a very, very good time there. Would have put her on the World Championship podium last time as well. So what a performance from these ladies. Unbelievable. We love to see it. Lucrezia Fabretti from Rene Rosso in second, and Anna Pinovani from Rene Rosso in third. Big points for them. The rest of that result there, Chelsea Jones from Currumbin, BMD Northcliffe with Molly Shivnan in fifth place, Costagelli and Pippa Nicol there of New Zealand. Naomi Scott rounds out the field. No shame at all for Naomi Scott. A great performance for her. Good points for the Northcliffe club, but it's the Italians who've done the best of it so far. Massive points in the first event of the day. From the women to the men, the men's B final of the 200-metre obstacle is not too far away either. But first up, let's hear from our winner down on the beach with Jenny Parry.
I'm down here on pool deck with our newest world champion, Poppy Stephen from Met Caloundra. Does it feel different being a world champion now?
Not really. I haven't really processed it yet, but I'm super stoked. I'm really happy with that swim. So.
And you must have been confident coming off that incredible heat swim, fastest qualifier. Did you think that you could deliver on the big stage?
Honestly, not really. I'm kind of known for, stuffing up in the finals. So I was really happy to hold my own and, take away the win. So.
Now talk us through that last 50. We could see the Italians starting to come through, but you held your nerve. What were you thinking?
I was just thinking, don't hit the obstacle and keep your underwaters.
Well, Met Caloundra will be cheering so hard for you. Is there anyone that you'd like to say hello to or give a little thank you to?
My parents at home. Hey, Mum and Dad.
She's done so well. We're so proud of her. Big waves down the camera. Poppy Stephen, newest world champion. Congratulations.
Oh, what a champion there, Poppy Stephen. Fantastic performance, and nobody can say she doesn't deliver on the biggest stage. She is the world champion. What a performance, and congratulations to everybody involved there at Met Caloundra. Up next, men's B final of the 200-metre obstacle. Lane 1, Bailey Armstrong. Lane 2, Felix Hoffman. Gus Shivnan in lane 3. Jacob Lovnan in lane 4. Jackson McCleary in 5. Fabio Pezzotti in 6, Timo Zembold in 7, and Javier Balsavigo from Spain in 8. That was a fantastic performance. And what about that one, Jenny? She's known for stuffing up in the final. She delivered when it mattered most there.
What an absolute superstar. Adorable to have a chat to her right now. And the courage that she showed on that last 50 to keep on going, stuck to her race plan and absolutely delivered. Met Caloundra has a brand new world champion. I don't think they'd have too many of those in the cupboard.
I was going to say, I don't know how many they've had. It's a great club up there. They do a great job. Fantastic part of the world. And now they've got a world champion. That is truly something special. Zembold from the Germany led that one in 27.91, the first one through, but it looks like Bailey Armstrong's worked his way through on the second 50, has he? No, just behind Jackson McCleary. So a changing lead here for these men, very tight, all sort of 59s and 60s through that first 100. A little bit slower than what we've seen this morning. Most of these men sort of outside that 2 minutes, 2:01 in there, and they're really going to have to get a wriggle on if they want to go a little bit quicker on this third 50. Maybe Lofton and McCleary in the centre starting to get their work in, and Bailey Armstrong on the outside as well. It is McCleary who'll lead them through just ahead of Bailey Armstrong, the 10K swimmer. He'll have a big back end.
Big back end expected all the way up the top of your screen in lane 1. Bailey Armstrong from Northcliffe looking great. Jackson McCleary, we were so hoping that he would just get into that A final. The boy from Maroubra doing very, very well. Have a look at him wind up now. The kick comes in. All the boys are absolutely flying, but McCleary needs to do some work if he wants to get to the wall first, because we still have Armstrong top of screen. Yeah, final ob gets down and underneath that one. Maroubra's got a rich history of swimmers. Armstrong's coming late. I think he's going to get there. He does. Sneaks it home. We thought McCleary had it, but Bailey Armstrong in 2:02.29, and doesn't he love it? He's celebrating like he's won the A final there. He just got maximum points for Northcliffe, and that's what you like to see. The 10K swimmer represented Australia in the past at the World Championships, managed to get it done, and we said it this morning, it's about, 9.8 kilometres too short for him. Yeah, he was just warming up on that one there, and I love... Once you get to an A or B final, you have every opportunity to get maximum points, to do a Poppy Stephen, to win a world championship. So I love Bailey really taking every opportunity. And I know Northcliffe, they've got a lot of supporters in the crowd. We saw a lot of them arrive over the lunch break, and they would be absolutely pumped to see Bailey Armstrong come through. Max points, wins the B final. Show us the claim.
Oh, he got out first. Don't you love to see it? Fantastic performance. 2:02.29. just 0.15 behind that. Jackson McCleary of Maroubra was saying they've got a rich history of swimmers down there. Some of the greatest surf swimmers of all time have come out of Maroubra. So he adds his name to that list. Loughnan in second as well. Fantastic performance there by all those gentlemen. From the B final to the A final, this is one I've been looking forward to all week long, and this has some absolute quality about it.
Absolutely. The fastest qualifier from this morning's heats was Louis Clark from Northcliffe. Raced last week for the New Zealand Blackfins, and he has a nice little buffer on everyone else. So he came through in a time of 1:57.78. Matt Magnussen from Maroochydore was a 1:58 high. Simone Locci from Italy was 1:59 high, as was James Koch, who was the silver medalist at the national teams comp. So I'm expecting that all of these boys are going to be, it's going to be the touch at the end, I reckon. This is going to be a fantastic race. CJ Brennan comes in as well. The Spaniard Tejea is in there. Kevin Lasserre from Rene Rossi. We saw him in a French cap last week, but this is going to be a big one. It was tough just to make this final, and as we can see now, Louis Clark, the fastest qualifier, is brought now onto pool deck, and again, could Northcliffe go the double? Could they get the B and the A final?
That would be something. The boys would be up and about, that is for sure. Saw him warming up before. He was flying. I had to duck and get out of the way when we were having a swim earlier in the afternoon. But they're very fired up, these big boys. They've waited all day for this one. And it's the pure swimmers of pool rescue here. These boys can absolutely fly. These races have been won so far by the guys who've gone out and grabbed it by the scruff of the guys and girls who've gone out and grabbed it by the scruff of the neck early. So while the first 50 you can't win it, you can definitely lose it there. You've got to be in that top 2 or 3, and I think we're in for a bit of speed. We saw at that team's championship the world record go by the Polish swimmer Kasper, and he's not in this one. He went 1:51. I don't know if they'll go that fast, but let's see. Off and away, men's 200 obstacle final at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships on the Gold Coast. Quick and even start from all men and immediately into their work. And it looks like maybe the Italian in lane 3, Locchi, up at first, and he was the best under that first obstacle, and he'll go down and under the next one as well. And maybe his Italian counterpart closest to us in the screen in 8, having a great swim as well. Koch was quick there. So first place in lane 3, the Italian. Koch not too far behind. And Callum Brennan from the Currumbin Vikings Club, someone we haven't spoke about but is very, very good.
Absolutely. CJ, one of the men just outside that Australian team selection. He would have been watching from the sidelines last week saying, let me get in there. But we know the Italians, they always lift. They always have a significant improvement from heats to finals. Now, Jimmy Koch in the black cap from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, currently in second, might turn in first.
Very tight.
Now, he did a 1:53 high to get a silver medal at the national teams. He was only 1:59 in the heat, so we know that he's got some space to give there, but this is going to be a finish. You can see the boys really starting to wind up now.
They turned in just on 56. They might struggle to go that quick with that kind of time, but here comes Koch. He starts to go. I think he's hit the lead. He's gone past the Italian. He's gone past Callum Brennan from Currumbin as well, and Koch will hit the wall first at the 3/4 mark. He gets a big, nice turn underwater. It's turned into half a body length. So the man from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, he's the class act in this event, and every time he goes underneath one of these obstacles, he comes up further and further in front. Louis Clark starting to storm home. The Kiwi starting to really wind up from BMD Northcliffe. Koch out in front. It's Burleigh, Northcliffe. The Italians faded into 3rd place. Jimmy Koch will get it done. Big result for him. What a swim. Fantastic performance. 1:54.72. Not his fastest swim, but it doesn't matter when you get it done at the top level.
Yeah, 1:54.72. To pull out that sort of swim after a 1:53.72 last week at the Nationals. Oh, he looks sped, but I reckon he looks very quietly happy with that result. What a performance. Louis Clark, what a finish for him. Just to come in on second, 1:55. Simone Locci from Italy, and Callum Brennan, another fantastic finish there, 1:58. So CJ making that move at the last World Championships. He was in the juniors, now he's into the Opens and showing that he belongs here.
Yeah, CJ Brennan just faded in that final 50 there. The other boys, 28.6, 28.5 for the final 50 for both James Koch and Louis Clark. And Brennan and Simone, they were outside that 30-second mark there. So a big performance from all these boys in the result. In the end, Brennan in 4th, Magnussen, Taddeja, Giovanni and Lasserre. That was how they finished. Let's take a look at the official results here as it comes through. Koch in 1st place, Clark in 2nd. and Simone Locchi from Italy in third. And Burleyhead's Mowbray Park have a world champion, their first one of the week in only the second event of the day. What a performance, James Koss. He's had a huge program so far. He's really dominated for that Australian team, and now he's getting it done for his club right here on pool deck, and don't you like to see it? The other boys will be happy with that. Not the fastest final we've seen in a long time, but that's very, very quick swimming considering what these gentlemen have been through over the last couple of days. A wonderful performance all round for these men. Jenny Parry is just heading out onto the beach, out onto the pool deck, to get an interview with our winner, James Koss. Of course, he is very tired lad getting himself out of the pool there after that enormous effort. And after the last 5 days of racing for the Australian team there, a wonderful performance. Burleyhead's Mowbray Park will be very competitive come to the beach competition. And let's hear from the pool deck, James Koss.
Oh, we've got another world champion in the house, James Koss from Burleyhead's Mowbray Park. Silver last week, gold this week. World just keeps on getting better.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't ask for anything more than that. I went out there last week, there was a lot of nerves to do it for, Team Australia. So it was awesome to be in that race, especially with that world record. So it was pretty cool. PB for myself. This week it was just about coming out here, having fun. And, look, 154, that's a great time. I didn't think I'd do that today. I kept the race really simple, and me and Louis had a bit of a joke about whoever wins the last 50's the champ. So,
and it was all about that last 50. You just wound it up about 10 metres out on that third lap. You brought it home. Was that the plan the entire time?
Oh, I think it was, just keep the race really simple. I know if I rush it a bit early and think about it too much, I force it, and it ends up becoming a whole world of pain. So, it was just a simple race, and then last 50, just race the boys and have a bit of fun.
A simple race results in a World Championship gold medal for you. Big waves down the camera. Burleyhead's Mowbray Park. So excited for that one. You're a superstar.
Thanks, Jen, and congratulations, Jimmy. What a performance there. What we're seeing on screen right now is the B final of the women's 4x50 metre obstacle relay. Pretty similar to what we've seen so far out there, but 4 swimmers, 50 metres each, that traditional relay format. It looks like at the moment, fantastic job out in front, Met Calandra. They were led off by Poppy Stevens. They did a really, really good job there. They'll lead at the moment. The clubs in there at the moment, Lukvenwald from Germany, Sunshine Coast Grammar, Tweedheads Coolangatta, Langenberg there, the Bulgarian Lifesaving team over there, Nordstedt from Germany, and Bissinger from Germany as well. And it's the Australians so far, TH&C and Met Calandra, that have been flying out in front. They were set up on those first laps and have just continued on with it so far. Jenny Parry, you're here, there and everywhere. He seemed really happy with that.
He seemed really quietly satisfied with that. And if you know Jimmy, he keeps his cards pretty close to his chest, like he's pretty understated. And I think there was a real satisfaction in coming through, getting a world title, getting a gold medal and showing I deserve to be here. I can bang out 153s, 154s consistently. But how's this for TH&C? The touch on the wall. Yeah,
very good. 201.808 down there for TH&C. And the Gold Coast here. That is the result of the B final. So no medals, just points there, but all those points are super important in the overall scheme of things. We're here to crown an interclub champion as well. From the B final to the A final, this one is going to be really, really good. And it's a little mini battle, but it will have a lot of sort of meaning at the end of this competition because all the big clubs who are really chasing the overall title are here. The Rene Rosso Italian team, Northcliffe, Currumbin, Half Moon Bay, very good as well, Maroochydore and Clifton. While it doesn't seem like much now, these results could have a massive impact on the overall point score because these are all the big clubs coming into this one trying to win the overall title.
Yeah, when you think of the who's who of Interclub Lifesaving, this is who you expect to see up there. And just going back, just to refresh your memory, there was 0.05 of a second that separated Rene Rossi, the fastest qualifiers, and Northcliffe in two. So this is what we're here for. It looks to be a race in two. But as we've seen, a lot of teams really starting to lift. There may be some last-minute sneaky team lane changes as well, because we had the German team, Halle Salkris, they are in there. They were the third qualifier. Currumbin Beach, I reckon they'll have something up their sleeve as well. Maroochydore, Half Moon Bay, Clifton, you pointed out, and Nita on Worcester, 2:01.87. And they were clear of the TH&C crew, but TH&C just went 2:01. They qualified in a 2:03. So we're expecting
that 2 seconds.
We are going to
half a second per swimmer into the final. Clifton Beach from South Africa have had a good start to the day. They won a beach relay for the junior competition down on the sand as well. So they'll be riding high at the moment. Northcliffe, they'll know what they need to do here, but the big favourite, Rene Rossi, they were fantastic this morning, lightning fast and skills to pay the bills. You've got to be quick, but if you just throw it all out there and sort of send it, sometimes mistakes can cost you. So blink and you'll miss it. Here's the ladies' 4x50 metre obstacle relay, the world record, 1:46.16. I don't know if we can go that quick this morning, but we'll wait and see. Off and away, very clean from all the girls almost immediately. They're up and into the work, and already the Italians, maybe a quarter of a body length in the lead there. That top of the yellow lanes, that's lane 4. Northcliffe next to them in 5, and then just below them down there, Currumbin Vikings going with them as well, and it really is a race in 3 at the moment.
Oh, how's the start from Italy here? That bright red cap, it makes it so much easier to find them. You normally just have to look to the lead and they'll be there, but this is the start we wanted. This is the pressure that we wanted to see Rene Rossi put on the rest of the world.
Yeah, absolutely flying at the moment there. The Italians, look at them go. That is a fantastic performance. Northcliffe starting to wind up, starting to get into it. The gap's closing, but maybe not enough. Still the Italians lead ahead of the Australians. Currumbin Beach in 3rd place, and they're about a body length off. I think the gap's closed, but it's still half a second between the Italians. Georgia Miller there touches the wall, 55.23. That was the split through 100 metres. They are absolutely flying at the moment. The Italians continuing to push it with the Australians right now out in front, and there's almost daylight in 3rd. Currumbin hanging on, but it's a race in 2.
I was just pointing on screen here. I was like, have a look at Georgia Miller's kick as she comes through here. This is someone who's done some pool racing. Have the Italians done enough at this final change? That looks to be Zoe Crawford again. Oh, she's nearly there. Come on, girls, get this one home. Italy, Australia, Northcliffe and Rene Rossi, they are away. We have got a race on our hands.
0.36 was the gap, and I think it's gone. Northcliffe's coming. Northcliffe's coming for Rene Rossi. One obstacle to go. Whoever gets this one right, the Italian goes first, the Australian's late. That might prove to be the difference. The underwater from the Italian, unbelievable. It proved the difference in the end. Skills pay the bills, and the Italians get it done. And what a final underwater effort that was for the Italian there. She delivered when it truly mattered most.
That was impressive. I thought Northcliffe got a little bit of a hint of it there. I thought they were going to come through for the win, but there we go. 1:54. The ladies came through 1:50.5. No, they've each gone a second faster over their individual legs.
Unbelievable. What a swim it was from the Italians. And you see that underwater so important. And I thought as Kyra Bender really came up alongside her Italian counterpart in the final 25 metres, we might be on here, but that underwater work was truly something special for the Italian. And you could see it here, just stays under that little bit longer, and that ended up being the gap. And I think that entire gap came from just the final obstacle in there. Unbelievable. And she paid for it as well. Have a look at how much that one hurt. Got to the wall, couldn't even look around. She knew she'd done everything possible to get the win. What a wonderful performance. Rene Rossi from Italy gets the job done. BMD Northcliffe just half a second behind from Australia. The Australians rounding out the podium as well from Currumbin. Halle Salkris from Germany in 4th place. Half Moon Bay in Victoria, fantastic performance to finish in 5. Maroochydore on the Sunshine Coast in 6th place. Nida Wo from Germany in 7th, and Clifton from South Australia in 2:01.05 rounds out the field, and that is the A final of the 4x50 metre women's obstacle relay here at the Interclub Championships. From the ladies to the men, they will be up next. We'll have a B final as we saw before. We're going to try and get our Italian winners down for an interview as well with Jenny Parry. We're not too far away from picking up the girls, but what a performance it was. 1:50, very, very quick over a full second faster than last World Championships. These ladies are the world champions. Let's hear from them.
Rane Rossi, too good, too strong, too fast for the rest of the world. You were so fast in the heats. You're faster now in the finals. What's the secret?
Yes, the team is very fast. It's an amazing team, and it's a beautiful group, and all this is very, very fast.
And some deja vu. We saw you last week. You're back again this week. You must be exhausted.
Yes, me and Magali also another race for the per club, but this is beautiful, beautiful swimming pool, beautiful people, and we love this sport.
Well, we love having you here, especially when you're so fast. Big.
Well, thank you, Jenny Parry, and thank you to the Italian ladies. They are wonderful competitors and even better people there. We love having them come and visit down here in Australia, and we're glad they're enjoying their time with us. The men's 4x50 obstacle relay B final up now. So the boys are on the blocks, set and ready to go. Jenny Parry, you are back and forward, bouncing around everywhere. Let's take a look at the start list of this one. They're off and away. Rita Weinbrook from Germany there. Baden-Bruges from Switzerland. Marangi Bay of New Zealand. Dordrecht Redders Brigade from the Netherlands. Halle Sacres from Germany. Guderschlock from Germany as well. Excuse the pronunciation on there. Sunshine Coast Grammar. Hopefully I'll get that one right. Half Moon Bay in Victoria as well. Very quick through that first 50. They were absolutely flying.
Yeah, Half Moon Bay. The bolters out here in lane 8, closest to your camera. What a start they have made. That is what we're here. That is what we want to see. Fantastic racing. And we can see the boys really starting to go to work. Lanes are 1 and 3 at the top of the pool, but Half Moon Bay not out of this yet.
Yeah, great start there. They've just come back to the field, that is for sure, on that far side. They'll head in and touch first. A big change, Marangi Bay from New Zealand. So good to see the Kiwis getting into the mix. There's been a lot in finals so far, but not many for Kiwi clubs. A big underwater there for the Kiwi. Massive, and he's gone well out in front at the moment. That underwater, he stayed down a lot longer than I've seen. The Germans on the outside, they're really lifting as well. Have a look at this underwater. The Kiwi on the far side, we can just catch him. He stays down a lot longer than his counterparts, and bang, big change over there, and they'll lead with one leg to go.
How good is this? Half Moon Bay on one side of the pool, Marangi Bay on the other. The Bay of Dreams would love to get a fantastic result here. Pick up some great points as well in a B final.
Everybody's charging in this final 50. One of the tightest races we've seen all day, and the Kiwis staying out in front. I don't know if they're going to be able to hang on here because there's a couple of very, very quick customers coming home. They're coming from everywhere in the centre of the pool, but the Kiwis get there. Good result. Harrison Cook brings them home. 146.74 for him. Great swim for Marangi Bay in New Zealand. What a club, what a team. And, well, it's not the A final, but they've got to be happy with that.
But still the world stage. They still get their mug on telly here. They're doing an incredible job. The team of Jack Dufour, Joe Wilson, Tom Lowe, and Harrison Cook. I would not have picked them for their win, but they have come through, and this is what we love about doing heats and finals. Teams find something special.
And when it's a 4x50 as well, you just deliver. There's nothing better than getting ready with the boys and going, I just have to throw down for 50 metres. 25 seconds is all I've got, and that's good because it's all I need. And the boys from NZ got it done. In the end, it was pretty easy. They had about half a body length. Those centre lanes, though, they left it late and came very, very fast. Let's take a look at the result here. Quick swimming as well, 146.72. That's pretty good. I like it.
Pretty good. 146. Loving that. Loving the Marangi Bay. Loving the international field here as well. New Zealand, Germany, Netherlands, Australia and Switzerland all in the mix there for the B final. And if you thought that was good, just wait. A final coming up
even
next.
Better. I can't wait for this one. And all the big guns there. You take a look at the start. Let's run us through that one. Jenny Parry, good to see the Spaniards there. Obviously, big Italian and French connection as well.
Yeah, loving that. Look involved in lane 1 from Germany. Club Deportivo Natación Aleda, Team A in there. Northcliffe in the mix. Now, Rane Rossi, they were the fastest qualifiers. Expecting something special for them, but Trig Island is here to ruin that party. They've done some recruiting. They've got New Zealand superstar Steve Kent to really augment that incredible strength they have already with Harrison Hines, Jake Smith and Kelton Rothney. Currumbin Team A I reckon they could be the ones that drop some time here. We saw some of the men do a lot of races earlier. Most of them were in that 200 obs as well. Biarritz, Sauvetage Cotier are in lane 7. And then over the page, we see the Black Swans, Maroochydore, Matt Magnuson just backing up again after that 200 obs, joining with Palmer, Higgins and Piper, a few of our Ironmen and board paddlers in the mix.
Do we call is it salties? Is that what we call them here in the pool? And good luck to Adam Palmer. He's a good young lad, but he might be a bit done for pace here. He can throw down a 50, but I don't know how it's going to go compared to a few of these guys. But he's a very, very good board paddler and Ironman. That is for sure on the comeback trail. We'll see how it goes. This is all the big boys fired up and ready to go. 50 metres is all you need to deliver. If you can put 4 of them together, you might be the world champion. Who knows your luck? If you've got a lane, you've got a shot. The men's 4x50 obstacle relay final. The world record of China is 1:34.80. It'd take something truly special if we were to see that knocked off and away. They're in 1 lap, 2 obstacles per men. Do it 4 times. Jenny Parry, they are off to a flyer.
Oh, I'm so excited. Northcliffe, third from the top of your screen. Very, very strong. Rene Rossi, the red cap in the middle of the field. We just saw their women take the gold. They would love to match here, but Trig Island, white caps, they could produce something special. You've got to think it's going to be that top 3. As I say that, though, have a look. Maroochydore in the mix of it at the bottom of the screen. Nothing splitting them here, and it was 25.03 on the touch.
Very quick, and only 0.7 separating the top 4 teams. Things are starting to open up just a little bit more at the moment. Lane 4 really starting to wind up in the centre there, and they're looking to go back-to-back for the Italians. The underwater is unbelievable. It looks like Michael Phelps there. Oh, they're a full body length out at the halfway mark. What a leg that was there. 48.97 for the Italians. They're sitting on sort of that world record pace. They're going to try and give it a nudge here. If they can go another 47, they'll get very, very close. They're continuing to hang on out in front. Northcliffe there trying to work their way into it as well. Trig Island, but that's the battle for second place at the moment because it's the Italians out in front, but the gap's closing into the turn. The Italians will lead. Trig Island and Northcliffe are coming, and wow, what a third leg from the Australians.
Oh, we knew that we were going to see something absolutely special here. The boys really pushing the Italians in the middle of the pool. Have a look at the kick. Have a look at the stroke right here. Oh, Italy, though, I think they're too good. I think they're going to get there. That underwater work is just absolutely phenomenal. They'll come up near the flags. But this race for second, this is going to be the touch on the wall. I don't want to call this one between Northcliffe and Trig.
Oh, no, Trig Island gets there for second. Northcliffe gets there for third by 0.02. But in the end, a class above. Rene Rossi from Italy, 1:38.69. Very fast swimming, just about the same time the last World Championship was won in, and not too far off that world record, just over a second and a bit there. So that's world quality swimming. The Italians, I thought for a second at the end of that third lap, maybe the Australians would give them a run for their money, but this Italian club, they're the best in the world when it comes to pool rescue. Nobody goes close, and it's relays where championships are won, and they've been doing a fantastic performance today. Rene Rossi in first place there, and don't they love it? The Australians of Trig Island and BMD Northcliffe in second and third. Currumbin Beach not too far away as well, but a full 3 seconds off the podium. Club Deportivo of Spain finishes in fifth. Luckenwald from Germany in sixth. Maroochydore in seventh place, and Biarritz from France in eighth there. What a final that was. Truly unbelievable swimming from the Italians, and they've come to get their inter-club title back off Northcliffe, and they have started the right way. 2 relay wins and some dominant performances in those individual finals, and they mean business out here, and they are certainly sitting atop the point score on day one here at the Interclub World Championships at Lifesaving World Championship 2024 on the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia. If you're just tuning in, we're halfway through that first afternoon of the World Championships. Let's hear from our winner.
Oh, Rene Rossi, they won the women. They had to win the men. Just too good for the rest of the world.
Yeah, in this final, we want this medal. We are happy because we are a strong team. And a
truly international flavour. We've got Italians, we've got French. We've built the dream team here. Was it always the plan to come away with a big win?
Yeah, we are so happy for this win.
They're overcome down here. Big waves down the camera, everyone. You're world champions. Congratulations. Fantastic.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny, and thank you to the Rene Rosso boys. They've done a fantastic job so far this afternoon. We change gears now from the obstacle racing to the line throw. We reset the pool, and this is one of the events that I've been really looking forward to all day long. We had some lightning quick times earlier this morning, very, very quick all around, and we will see plenty more of that action this afternoon. It took very, very quick times to get into this final for the women's line throw. Jenny Parry, the men's was unbelievable. The women's super fast down there, and we're just resetting the pool at the moment. This was a real favourite of mine this morning. Haven't seen much of it live in the last couple of years. It's probably been a good 5 or 6 years since I've seen any line throw work, and it's gone to another level as an event. It used to be 15, 17, 18 seconds was super competitive. You'd win most things. 15 seconds only just got you into the final this morning.
Yeah, we do love seeing that the standard of competition has improved across every single nation. The times are dropping championship on championship, and we are seeing more specialists start to come to the fore. So while some of these athletes would have raced last week for their national teams, we're really seeing the clubs come to the fore here, and that's what's most exciting. And it's looking at the qualifications early today, Australia, the top qualifier there with Tweedheads and Coolangatta, the Jones sisters in there, but apart from that, Netherlands, Germany, Great Britain, Germany and Canada. So loving the international flavour, loving that the rest of the world is showing us how it is done in this women's race. Sweden took out the international championship last week. They were just incredible. It was wonderful to watch them, a time of 11.91. Norway was in second, New Zealand in third, but that 11.91, I reckon that could be in danger. I reckon the club 100%. Teams could show us how this is done.
The one I'm looking forward to, lane 8 from Sri Lanka there. She was super quick this morning in the heat, and just the wind was blowing so hard, blew it out of the lane, had another throw and still made the B final. The only one of the clubs that had a second throw and made the B final. The rest of them first throw athletes only. So if she can get it right, there's a red hot chance she wins this final. That's her on screen there, closest to us on the edge of the pool. And well, while the Australians are in the centre lanes, this one, it doesn't really matter. You said it best this morning, Jenny Parry. Big risk, big reward.
Absolutely, and I think there'll be a lot of people cheering for Sri Lanka here. The fact that she got 19 seconds on her second throw.
Yeah, incredible.
We're all trying to do that on our first throw, and I love also that she didn't panic.
No, great.
It didn't go to plan. She didn't get the rope the first time around. Held her nerve, recovered, re-threw, immediately back in 19 seconds. I just want her to go as fast as she can right now. Let's just see what happens.
Let's see. Mount Maunganui in 1, Hammerhead Lifesaving of Singapore in 2, Nederholm from Germany in 3, Karawa in 4, Half Moon Bay in 5, Rita Winderbrook from Germany in 6, BMD Northcliffe in 7, and the Sri Lankan Lifesaving unit in 8. Let's go, ladies. The B final of the women's line throw here at the Interclub 2024 World Championship. You drag the line in, throw it out. Hopefully you grab your athlete the first time round and drag them to the wall. If not, you got 45 seconds to have a go. Let's have a look. Different techniques all around. The lady from Sri Lanka out first, very quick. She's got it. Oh, a little stumble there. I told you she was good. She got very, very good performance this morning. Bang, cop that. 12.7, and don't they love it? High fives all round. That would have been enough to put them well into the final this morning. That's how good she is, Jenny Parry. Sometimes I tell fibs, but that was not a lie. She is good at what she does out there, and the disappointing part is she's just not in the A final.
Oh, it doesn't matter right now to get that throw out. 12.7, Sri Lanka take the B final. They are absolutely stoked. They're looking around. They're getting the photos already.
Oh,
the race isn't even over yet. This is what we want.
There's the finish there. Guys, good acceleration into that wall. You can see the line just goes dead for a second. She slows down. The line thrower grabs it again, reefs on it, and bang, straight into the wall there. And she was very good this morning, and they get the win done. The other end, Mount Maunganui over there, they were pretty good as well, 13.6. So all of these times, if you'd done those this morning, you would have been in the A final. But it's so tough out here in the line throw arena. We spoke about the wind. This morning it was kind of coming from the south, so it was at the thrower's back. This afternoon it's just swung to the east a little bit, so it'll be pushing it kind of across the field, across the pool there. Super tough to do, and you got to get it right. You only get one shot at it.
Oh, so good to see Sri Lanka coming through for a win in the B final. And there we can see just how strong that wind is at the moment. And those gusts are really, really tough. So if you're one of our athletes, who've arrived at the World Championships, you don't normally swim at an outdoor pool. You've never had to deal with conditions at a pool event before. This is a whole new ball game. And that can really test your confidence. It can really make you question, have I done enough? Am I ready to go? How do I deal with this? How do I show this resilience that we've been talking about?
Unbelievable. You were spot on there. Your ability to overcome the obstacles and deal with it. It plays a massive role in how far you'll go in this one. The Sri Lankans get it done in the B final. Huge shout out to the wonderful island nation there of Sri Lanka. NZ and Singapore in 2 and 3. Great throws from both of them. Half Moon Bay, BMD Northcliffe, and the Germans round out the field. Once again, only 7 results, because if you don't complete the throws within 45 seconds, that is a DNF. So unfortunately for Karawa, did not get it done there. But a great job for them regardless. What a performance to be in the B final. They will score points regardless there. From the B final to the A final, this is where it's at. And if the pressure was on in the last one, this is for all the chocolates right now. You get one shot at it, because if you don't, somebody else will.
Oh, well, you could see another Sri Lanka come through and take that opportunity. They made it to the final. That's all they needed to do. And every team who has their foot on the line right now for the women's line throw has an opportunity. So top of the screen, we do love that cap, the bright pink there from Otis Spree. We've got the Jones sisters from Tweed Heads and Coolangatta. Oh no, it's Kusel in the pink there. Wonderful to see them. The Netherlands, the only Dutch team in this one. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in lane 4. Bietigheim Bissingen from Germany. Now, they were celebrating that heat. We love to see how stoked they were to be in this position in the A final. Let's see what they can do from here. Hallie Sauerkris from Germany in the mix from GB, Retford and District Lifesaving Club, and from Canada in lane 8, Naval Sauvetage. So the GB team, Retford and District, they have quite a few line throw specialists. We saw many of their teams in actions in the Masters comp. I think they got at least 2 gold medals that I remember.
Right, specialist club.
So watch out for the pale blue cap in lane 7. So Retford and District looking very, very good. But can the Dutch get it done? Can they maintain that winning form from this morning?
Oh, let's have a look. We're about to find out. Very tough. The patients just setting the line, ensuring that they're at their full length. The Canadians, 3 German clubs, 2 Great Britain, the Netherlands and Oz for the line throw championship of the world. They're in the starters' hands, off and away technique. Most of these girls using that overarm technique. Who gets the line out first? It's key. The far side. Maybe the Aussies there. Maybe the Aussies. Oh, no, one in for them. Kusel from Germany. It's going to come down to a touch. Oh, the Dutch get it. 13.04 for the Dutch in that one. And that one came down to the touch. And incredibly, the Sri Lankans were faster in the B final. What about that one?
They were. The Sri Lankans threw a time of 12.87, 12.87, and the winners here.
Doesn't matter. You've got to get it done in the A final. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from the Netherlands. They are the world champions. 13.04. If you're not in the final, you don't get a shot at it. Kusel from Germany and TH&C. What about that? Get there for the bronze in 14.36. Good to see the Netherlands. What a performance. Kathy Groot and Sharon Wolfs there. They deserve that one. What a fantastic performance. And wow, that was as close as I've ever seen. 0.18 between the winners and second place. And don't they love it there? Look at the celebration. What a performance from these ladies. It's such a difficult event to do well at. There's so much that goes into it overall. And it is so tough for these ladies to get it right in these conditions. But the Dutch team has managed to find a way. 13.04 seconds, 13.12 for the Germans, and then 14.23. Retford and Districts finished in 4th, just ahead of the Germans, Hallie Sauerkris, and the Canadians and the other of the German teams round out our top 7. Unfortunately, Bietigheim Bissingen from Germany was disqualified in that one, and they will finish in 8th place. The girls down on the pool deck are certainly celebrating there. They're having an absolute blast at the moment. We'll be with them in just a few seconds. And then next up, the B final for the men's 12.5 metre line throw world championship. And Well, could we see a world record in this one? The world record holders are coming up in the A final. They looked electric this morning, and they said they've wanted to win this title. They're taking it very, very seriously, and the boys from Seacliff are not too far away. So we're just waiting on the girls from the Netherlands, from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade. They're a very, very powerful club over from Europe, and they have delivered on the biggest stage here, and they were so happy with their performance. Let's hear from the ladies now. They're with Jenny Parry.
No, not yet, but it feels amazing. Yeah, it's a relief.
And you were the fastest qualifiers. You were the fastest this morning. You've executed perfectly. You must have done so much training.
I did. Yeah, I did. Really, yeah.
Now tell me about your amazing patient here.
Yeah, it's a new patient for me. So, yeah, just a couple of days for us. So she listened to me and...
And you're the only Dutch team in the final as well. That carries a certain sense of pride.
Yes, it always does. So,
well, we need to go and give these ladies the gold medals. They are now world champions. Big waves down the camera. The training's paid off. Congratulations, ladies.
Fantastic performance there from the Dutch ladies, and aren't they happy with that? The specialists here for the line throw. Next up in the pool is the men's B final of the competition, and these gentlemen very fired up. Haasvinkel from Germany, they are in lane 1. The Sri Lankan unit in 2. Beatingham, Bissinger in 3. Langenberg from Germany in 4. Lies from Switzerland in 5. Half Moon Bay from Australia in 6. Hanor Swimming and Lifesaving Club from Great Britain in 7. And Luckenwald from Germany in lane 8. Off and away. The boys are into the action. Oh, some big throws. A lot of falling short. I don't know who'll grab at the top end. Lane 2, maybe the Sri Lankans again. Oh, back-to-back B finals for the Sri Lankans. They are on fire at the moment. Have a look at that. 12-2-3. Very, very good performance. The Sri Lankans are the kings of the B final right now. What a performance from those two gentlemen there, and very, very good. I'm a big fan of the Sri Lankan guys and girls. They've done a great job.
Oh, and I love that, again, we talk about people lifting from a heat to a final. These athletes, they knew, the Sri Lankans, I'm in the final, anything can happen. I am going to give it absolutely everything. To hold your nerve in these conditions when there's so much happening around you.
That's the key.
Ooh.
Spot on. Hold your nerve when you can, because it is super stressful in there. One mistake and they say slow is smooth, smooth is fast, and that's what these guys try and do. They try and slow it down, keep it smooth, and that allows them to get the line out, get it to their patient, get them back, and what a performance. Great job all round. Have a look at that gap. Massive lead from the Sri Lankans.
Yep, that looks absolutely fantastic. And with the B final done, we're just waiting for the competitors to be released from the pool. We'll wait for that final whistle. It means we only have one more race until we take a short break to do some medal presentations. We will bring you all of that. But the big one is coming up next.
This is all I came for today. I cannot wait.
You can head home after
to
this
see
one.
the Seacliff boys. They have lit the line throw world on fire. They broke a world record a couple of months ago. If you're not a big line throw fan like I've become over the last couple of months, they threw 8.6 seconds for the line throw. It went viral on the internet. People all over the world who had never seen this event before could not believe what they were seeing. The memes came left, right and centre, and then they dove into it and really embraced it and thought, we're coming for this world title. And I've never seen a bunch of guys take it more seriously than they have. And these two gentlemen, they were quick this morning, very, very quick this morning. And you've been out there. It's so windy out there. I don't know if a world record's on the cards. I could see you in that interview there. You almost got blown away into the pool as it was coming through, and it's just getting stronger and stronger as the afternoon goes on. Not the best line throwing conditions, but stranger things have happened. And if we can get it right down here, the boys from Seacliff. But as you said, just because you're fast, there's no guarantees. If you mess this up, it will go to some other part of the world, that gold medal, before you know it. So hold your nerve, do your best. You only get one shot at it.
You only get one shot. And for the World Championships, you get one shot every 2 years.
Oh, I love it.
It is a long time between drinks.
Let's just add a little bit more pressure.
We'll add to that the fact that we actually haven't held the Interclub World Championships since 2018. It was the team from Anklam in Germany, 10:08, won this back in 2018. COVID ruined everything for us in 2020. 2022, we had a reduced program only. So it's been a while. Anklam have been reigning champions for the last 6 years, which is wonderful.
Let it go.
But have a look on screen. We see the team from...
Yeah, the boys coming out
Mermaid
now.
Beach.
Yeah, Mermaid
it's
Beach.
It's the pale blue.
Yeah.
It gets me each time. I
don't like it. Yeah, give us the stand of the Germans walking out there. It'll be super interesting to see how these guys go. I'm looking forward to this final. The Singapore lads, and once again, no Sri Lankans in this final, but just they can win a B final.
Can they ever? We do have the Dutch back in lane 8. We just saw their women do incredible things, take a big world championship there. The ladies were still in shock when I was speaking to them. They were just like, oh, we just won worlds. I was like, yeah, you did. Yeah. So good to see.
And don't we love to see it? Absolutely fantastic. A great performance from all of these men. There's the Ripley's Rascals in one from Team Great Britain. Fantastic performance for these boys to get into the final. You can see they're just checking the line there, making sure everything's ready to go. Mermaid right alongside them. Singapore in 3, Seacliff in 4. The Germans in 5 and 6. Northcliffe from Australia in 7. And, well, can we go back for the Netherlands? Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in 8 there. And we've seen a couple of double-ups today in the relay.
A pair of gold.
Maybe.
Love that.
Maybe we're heading north in Europe, but... If I can be, I'd love to be biased, and I'm really rooting for the Seacliff boys here. They've put on a show so far, and I just want to see a world record. I like quality. I like quality sport, and I think they're a shot here. They're fired up and ready to go, but pressure's a wonderful thing. You can either deliver on the biggest stage, or it can turn you into half a man out here, and we're about to find out which is which. The lads from Singapore were good this morning.
Yeah, they were great. Really clinical in their execution this morning. They had a job. They came out, did it. I tell you what, Singapore Swim Teachers Association, they are in those blue caps. They will be in lane 3, just next to the black caps of Seacliff, the current world record holders in this event. However, there is quality across the field, and as we know, you just have to make the final. Anything can happen. It's the last big race before we take a little break for some medal presentations, and for Taj and Fletcher of Seacliff, the current Australian champions as well, at this very location just a few weeks back.
Home ground advantage for the boys. Let's wait and see. The lines are set. I've got goosebumps, Jenny Parry.
I know. I'm so nervous.
We're about to crown ourselves a world line throw champion. 8 teams, only 1 gold medal. 12.5 metres is all you have to cover, but it's the toughest event in pool rescue to get right. Big risk, big reward is the best description of it. They're in the starters' hands.
We can see the hand go up. It'll go to the side, and we are away. Josh, go, go, go. The windmills are working. Who's going to get out there first? Who's got it? Can he get it?
Out. Seacliff there. They've got it. Oh, they're going to dominate. Brings it home. It's all about the time. 9.83. Not a world record, but a world championship. Don't worry about it. That's good enough. A huge performance there. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in second place. The Dutch are on fire in the pool, and the Germans finish with bronze. Seacliff, don't they love it? Tents up for the Seacliff boys. Have a look at them. They're the kings of the line throw, and no man on earth can throw a bit of rope better than these boys can. And they're the world champions. They're the world record holders, and they are the best in the business without a shadow of a doubt. What a performance, and I don't think they can believe it down there. Big result. Let's take a look at the replay. Very clean, very clinical. They were coming from everywhere. He gets there, gets the win, arms in the air, and he throws that tense up signal. This was the gap in the end, closest to us, the Reddings Brigade there in second place, and it was just the speed he got the line out. That technique of the thrower there, unbelievable. Got the job done, and what about that huge performance? The Germans in lane 5, fantastic in 10.93 to get there in third place. But Seacliff in South Australia, Jonesy and the boys will be celebrating down there tonight, that is for sure, because they are the champions of the world, and they will not let you forget about it either. Big old tents up from the Seacliff boys to celebrate as well, and don't you love to see it? What a performance out there. Fantastic. And we'll hear from them, Ward and Luscombe, from with Jenny Parry in just a few moments' time. And I don't even think they know what to do. Sunglasses on, looking cool as a cucumber. 9.83, not their fastest effort ever, but good enough, that is for sure. Second place, the Netherlands in 10.72, 10.93 for bronze. Goodersloh from Germany in 11.68. Ripley's Rascals from Team GB, 12.17. The Singapore boys in 13.02. Northcliffe in 27. And their Mermaid Beach, unfortunately, did not finish that one there. But what a final. It lived up to expectations. They had the pressure of Australian surf sports on them. I think this is the most watched line throw final there has ever been at a World Championship, because everybody loves the Seacliff boys, and they have delivered when it matters most. Step aside Ali Day, step aside Matt Bevilacqua. We have two new superstars of surf sports, and it's the boys from Seacliff in South Australia. What a performance from both these gentlemen. Unbelievable. We're just a few moments away from hearing from our champions down on pool deck with Jenny Parry, and then we're going to have a run of medal presentations from the opening 6 events here on afternoon 1 of the Interclub Championships here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships on the Gold Coast. We're here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. But now we're going to go down onto the pool deck to hear from our champions, the boys from Seacliff.
World record holders become the world champions. Clinical execution. How does it feel?
The whole race from start to finish was literally perfect, and Fletcher and I are just so stoked about our result, and especially winning our first ever World Championship. This is something I've ever dreamed of ever since when I was growing up as a young little nipper. So yeah.
And how does it feel having the entire world here? Everyone is in there. It was such a multicultural final as well. It really is the best of the best at a World Champs.
It certainly is. It's absolutely fantastic to have like the blend of all the countries coming over to good old Gold Coast, Australia, and just compete against one another. But then again, it's friends for a long time as well.
Now, you won the Australian title here just a few weeks ago. Did the familiarity with the surroundings help you at all?
It did. Home away from home, bit of that home soil advantage. So yeah, it definitely did help get familiar with everywhere else and stuff. But yeah, we're just.
And props to this guy catching the rope in the air. You couldn't ask for a better patient.
Oh no, he's a brilliant kicker. He's brilliant. Yeah.
I tell you what, boys. Is there anyone you'd like to say thanks to as we wrap up?
I'd like to thank Matthew Perryman on coming behind us, and everyone watching us from South Australia and even the country as well. It's an absolute privilege to represent not only the club, the state, but also the country behind our shoulders, and we're really thankful for that.
Well, we love having you here, and it's wonderful to see world record, world champion, has a wonderful ring to it, all the way from Seacliff, boys. Big waves down the camera. Congratulations. Bucket list tick.
Yeah.
And another tense up from the boys. Don't they love it? That is a wonderful performance. And what about that? He's dreamed of it from being a nipper, and that is a dream realised here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre today at the World Championship. What a performance from the lads from Seacliff. 6 events down, 6 gold medals handed out, and we're about to get to the physical presentations, and that's what we like to see. Just 2 events to go. The 100-metre mannequin carry for both men and women coming up, and they're going to be 2 of the best finals of the day. And what about that one? Unbelievable performance. I think they were the sentimental favourites, Jenny Parry, and a dream realised.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, they've been working towards this moment at this location at this time, and to deliver with that sort of pressure, knowing that all eyes were on them, you got to love it. You got to love someone who is that consistent. They are consistent in an event with so many variables. So much could go wrong, but they controlled everything they could. The skills came to the fore, and Seacliff, world champions.
I don't know how they dealt with the pressure, and they've had champion competitors for a long time. A very strong ski and board club, and not one of those clubs you kind of think of when you think of pool rescue and that kind of competition, but I think they're a pool rescue club now, whether they like it or not. The boys have got it done, and Taj and Fletcher, what a performance by them, and very, very, very stressful if it was me out there. The pressure was unbelievable for them, And yeah, it's good. It's the new favourite event for a lot of the clubby guys and girls. They love to see it.
100%. And a special call out, the team from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade. Lots of team hugs happening there. I saw a few tears on my way out on pool deck. They won the women's, silver in the men as well. I tell you what, they target events, they train so hard, they're rewarded with not only the points, but now they get to head up to medal presentations, get those gold medals, get those silver medals around their neck, like dream world championships for them right now.
And they say that the medals are earned in the hard work, but they're handed out on race day, and these guys deserve it because the hard work that goes into winning a world title like this one is, it can't be overstated, that's for sure. Years and years worth of training, dedication, support from families around them, and it's very, very tough. And all of these medalists deserve what they've got today.
They really do. And speaking of, let's head up to the medal presentations right now. We'll be back in just a moment with the final races of the day.
Representing René Rossi, Italy. And the gold medal and world champion, Poppy Stephen, representing Metropolitan Clounder Surf Lifesaving Club, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your Lifesaving world champions. Representing Northcoast Surf Lifesaving Club, Australia. And the gold medal and world champion, James Koch, representing Burleigh Heads, Mulray Park Surf Lifesaving Club, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and congratulate your Lifesaving world champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Lifesaving World Championship Interclub Open Female 4x50 metre obstacle relay. Medals being presented by Mr. Perry Smith, Secretary General, ILS Sports Commission. In third place and the bronze medal, Currumbin Beach Vikings Surf Life Saving Club, team of Jones, Pete, Julian and Bentley. In second place, and the silver medal from Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club, team of Scott, Miller, Shivnan and Bender. And the gold medal and world champions, Rena Rossi, Italy, team of Rosé, Fabretti, Laurenti, and Pavarani. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and congratulate your life-saving world champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for Lifesaving World Championship Interclub Open Male 4x50 metre obstacle relay. Medals being presented by Mr. Perry Smith, Secretary General, ILS Sports Commission. In third place in the bronze medal, Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club, team of Dawson, Edie, Clark and Armstrong. In second place in the silver medal, Trig Ireland, Australia. Team of Hines, Smith, Rothney and Kent. The gold medal and world champions, Brenny Rossi, representing Italy. Team of Lasea, Lapazio, Masrelli and Loschi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and congratulate your life-saving world champions.
Well, Jenny Parry, the presentations for the first 6 events this afternoon have been done, and congratulations to all of those medal winners. What a fantastic performance. Jen, just the 4 swims left, 2 gold medals to be handed out, and probably the most competitive events of the day.
Yeah, these are the big ones that we've been waiting for, with our world record holders in these A finals. Very excited to see what they can deliver. It was a massive heats of racing, I should say, this morning. I feel like we really front-loaded the program.
Yeah.
We talked from about 8 until 12:30 consistently, and now finals. Yeah,
and I'm very, very excited and privileged to be here today. Some of these events, the quality of athletes, you can't deny hasn't been an exciting start to the program so far, and we can see on screen the ladies getting ready for the B final of the 100 metres mannequin carry with fins. Some quality athletes. You start to talk about the best competitors in pool rescue surf sports, and some of them are in this final, the B final as well, filled with quality. We saw Jess Collins from Maroochydore just before that. A couple of the Rene Rasse girls as well, fired up and ready to go for these finals. And that point score, I can't wait to see it at the end of the day. They're going to be sitting atop of that one. I can almost guarantee it. But Northcliffe's super strong in a few of these events, and they're going to try and claw a few back.
Especially when we see multiple Rene Rossi competitors, multiple Northcliffe competitors in each of these B and A finals as they come through. So in the B final, we've got Giordano Masha from Rene Rossi, Melissa Giordano from Rene Rossi as well. Kendra Dutois, we saw her in action for the national team. Martina Laurenti, again, 3rd Rene Rossi competitor in this B final. It's going to be incredible. We can see them now up there on screen. Brazil, Thais Bastos Xavier in the mix. Wonderful to see our Brazilian competitors in there. Camille Julien, she was in action for France last week, now racing for Currumbin Vikings.
Yep.
Locals coming in, Jess Oates from Maroochydore, and then Gina Zek from Halle Salcris. So a truly international B final here, which is what you would expect, and the nerves would be building. The girls have had a massive heats morning, lots of big swims, and now they need to step up and deliver again.
That is exactly right. For those tuning in for the first time, maybe not seeing this event, they'll put the fins on 50 metres down with the fins. They'll grab the mannequin and tow it all the way back, or carry it all the way back, and you'll probably see this first 50 deep underwater for all these girls. They'll go down in that 20 to 21 sort of second mark there, grab the mannequin, work their way back. The world record, 49.30 by a lady we'll see in the A final. That was done in 2022. She's been close, but not that close over the last couple of years. Will we see another world record will we see a world record this afternoon, or is that program just too big?
Lucrezia is an incredible competitor. I think the program has just been too much. I think the workload that she's done this morning and then over the past week for the Italian national team, these events are so hard on the legs, the squats, that they have been doing in the gym leading into this competition. I can't even imagine. So the quads would be hurting. We can see the ladies on screen now just making their final preparations. We spoke earlier today about how big and strong these fins are. You need to have the good ankle flexion. You have to have the big quads to move these through the water. So a big move already. You can see there'll be big slaps happening there from Jess Oates from Maroochydore. The black cap, she will be in lane 7. So I want to say a world record is out of reach, but I do love being proved wrong in these situations. It's the best outcome.
I've never wanted to be more wrong in my entire life. 3 Italians, a South African, Brazilian, French, a German and Australian line up here in the B final. They're all chasing points for their clubs. That's why we're here, to crown a world champion and a club world champion as well. Off and away, the B final, 100 metres mannequin carry with fins for women there. You can see them underwater, absolutely flying along the bottom of the pool there. Most of these girls will go the entire length there, grab that mannequin and get up and away. Oxygen debt is the name of the game. If you use too much too early, you'll struggle on the way home. You've got to manage that fine line between having speed and not going too hard.
Yeah, we can see the ladies now start to surface, and have a look how deep underwater they're carrying some of those mannequins. Again, it's all within the rules. They would have studied that quite intently with their coaches. They know what they can and cannot do. Kendra Dutois from South Africa in lane 3 looking very, very good. Melissa Giordano, one of our Rene Rossi competitors, good at the end there. But I think that could be Camille coming through now for the Currumbin Vikings just in these closing stages. But this is going to be a fantastic finish. Lane 5, the Brazilian could get there.
Very tight. Javier there touches the wall. Well, gets there, 54.91. Great swim for the Brazilian. Maximum points, and doesn't she love it? The big celebration. Fantastic swim from our Brazilian counterpart there. What a performance. And we haven't seen much of the Brazilians so far in the pool. We've seen a bit of them on the sand, to be honest. They're very, very quick. And the final 25 is where this race is won. If I've learnt anything today, you can use way too much, way too early. And if you don't have anything in the final 20 metres, you can go from first to last very, very easily.
Yeah, stoked to see the Brazilian get through there. They had an incredible national team. We saw them do quite a few wonderful things, you know, getting those B finals quite consistently. But for her to take out the big points here, and we can see that wonderful finish, the full stroke on the wall, that was what made the difference. That's what we want. Yes.
Doesn't she love it there?
Love
Good celebration as well. Maximum points for the Brazilians from the B final. It's good to see. 54 is a good swim as well. Very, very strong for these ladies. Of course, we'll have those results for you in just a matter of time. It was Xavier in 1, Laurenti from Rane-Rosse in 2nd, Detroit from Clifton in South Africa in 3rd in 55.41. Camille from Currumbin in 4th, just misses out on the podium in the B final. Giordana Melissa from Rane-Rosso, and Jess Oates and Gina Zek from Halle Salkres in Germany rounds out the top 8. The ladies take the fins off. They are very sore ankles after that one. The pressure that goes on your ankles from those fins is truly incredible, and they do not hold back. They empty the tank in that first sort of 15 or 20 kicks there and really blow their legs up, and it's very impressive from these ladies.
Absolutely. We can see Camille in the white cap just on screen at the moment. She was in action for the French team last week. She's actually just done a faster time in this B final that she did in the B final from last week. So, hey, I'm the one who's here saying, oh no, it's a big workload. They're improving. They're getting better. Tapering.
All this speed work, we love to see it. And, well, the next one, pure performance. Lucrezia Fabretti from Italy.
Yeah, the Fabretti, the world record holder in lane 4. I reckon Maddie Kidd and Zoe Crawford in lanes 1 and 2 from Northcliffe. I reckon they could come up with something special here, but I also love the Germans in here. Johanna Salner from Halle Salkres, Lena Opperman, Undine Lauvaud. We saw Lena and Undine in action. They actually were part of a 4x25 mannequin relay that broke the world record last week. So these girls are on form. Anyone in this race, if they give this a red hot go, they could do something special. But just seeing Zoe and Maddie last week, their fin work, second to none.
Yeah, and Opperman, she was fantastic this morning. Led till about, I would say, 10 to go. And Fabretti just came over the top, was so strong, and it was all rating in those final 10 metres. She just kept the rating up super high, kept it going. And seeing Maddie Kidd and Zoe Crawford warm up earlier in the pool today, they looked focused. They looked like they were having fun. They were enjoying themselves up there. Business as usual, but if there's anybody who can deliver on the biggest stage, it's those two. They know what it's like to perform under pressure. Kyra Bender's the one for me. She's been really good over the last couple of weeks, and I don't know what she can produce, but I know she's going to be in it up to her eyeballs for a long, long time here, and it wouldn't surprise me if she came out of this one with a medal. And while Fabretti, she's the red-hot favourite here. No guarantees in the race for second place. The other 7 girls, I could not pick one that would be a guarantee for a medal here. So it's going to be very, very interesting. How you can perform on the biggest stage will be the key. That is the favourite in the centre there. They're the two that you've spoken about from Northcliffe, Maddie Kidd, Zoe Crawford there. They're on the outside. Maybe the Europeans in the centre will not be looking at them there. And even the Spaniard, Fernandez at the bottom there, I wouldn't count her out. They were very good, and it was very close this morning.
Absolutely, and again, we look at that macro view with the points. We've got 3 from Northcliffe and 3 from Halle Salkres in the mix here as well. So big points on offer here for the ladies. Ready for a start. This one always hurts. But in the underwater, you've got to think Maddie Kidd, Zoe Crawford, top of the field, very, very strong bat. Can the Germans, can the Italians come out on top? Easy speed
is the name of the game in this first leg, and you're exactly right, Jenny Parry. That's why you're the best in the business. The far side looks to be the best so far. In and turn, the 2 girls from BMD Northcliffe will lead through the turn, absolutely flying at the moment. It's Zoe Crawford out in front, but here comes the Europeans in the middle. The Italian Fabretti starts to go to work. She's maybe run down the Northcliffe girls, but it's Opperman from Germany alongside her, who might be the biggest challenge at the moment. Fabretti's looked like she's gone to the lead with 15 metres to swim. Opperman trying to hang on. We come into the wall. The world champion, the world record holder will continue her reign. Gets it done. Fabretti, big swim, 51.46. And while the BMD Northcliffe girls flew early, it was the Europeans who dragged it home, and you cannot beat class sometimes. Fabretti, she's the best to do it. She's the best to ever do it.
That is incredible. Lucretia Fabretti, again, I see her face everywhere I go at World Championships. She does not stop, and she keeps on performing. She keeps on lifting. Her carry is absolutely phenomenal. 51.46 for her, and the Germans come home for second and third. Lena Opperman, fantastic swim. Joanna as well in the mix. So fantastic points across the board. What a swim, what a race. The girls always deliver.
And you called it to an absolute T. You said that the fin work from Maddie Kidd and Zoe Crawford will get them out in front, and maybe they could do something special. But as we spoke about, it was the final 20 metres for Lucenza Fabretti, that got it done for her there. The rating so much higher than the rest of the girls on that second lap, and it is a second lap event, that is for sure. Fabretti in one, 51.46. Opperman in second place, 52.48. Almost, well over a full second between first and second. And then back to Selner from Germany there. And what a performance from the three German girls. Laudewald from Germany as well, 53.57. The three girls from Northcliffe, good points for them, but maybe a little disappointing. 53.8, 54.3, 54.3 for them. Still fantastic swimming. And our Spanish competitor, 54.65, rounds out a very, very quick final. Fabretti has been 49.30. That's the world record. So 2 seconds off her best swim. It doesn't matter. She is still the world champion, reigning and defending. We're just about to go down on pool deck and have a chat with the world champion. What a performance from her there. And it really has been a big swim from her. You can see the look on her face there. She's just relaxing. That event is so tough. The feet start to cramp, the legs start to go, your arms and shoulders begin to hurt, and we'll try and drag her out of the pool and have a chat with her for an interview. She won the 2022 World Championship in 50.70. Very good swimming. And then earlier in the week, 50.96 at the national team title. She's been undefeated on a global level for a long, long time, and don't we love to see it. She's now the interclub champion. She's the national team champion. She's the world champion and the world record holder. She has all the titles under her belt, and without a shadow of a doubt, she's the best to ever do it. She's not too far away from having a chat with our girl Jenny Parry on pool deck. But the Italians, what a day they've had. Rene Rosso is absolutely on fire down here at the pool deck. They have dominated this first finals package, and they will sit atop the overall point score when we get to the end. And while Northcliffe and Halle Sakris from Germany are fighting on very hard, along with Currumbin from Australia, it's all the Italians at the moment. They signalled this last week in the national teams competition, and I think they're continuing their great form here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. We're not too far away from the B final of the men's 100-metre carry with fins, and then we'll see another world record holder, Fergus Eadie of New Zealand, go in the men's A final, which is not too far after that. Stick with us. We're not too far away from hearing from our champion, Miss Fabretti from Italy, who should be down with Jenny Parry in just a few moments' time. Let's go down to the pool deck. Jenny Parry is with our champion, Lucenza Fabretti.
Lucrezia, we get to speak to you all the time. You keep on winning another world championship. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy for the race. It's very hard. Every day of race, yesterday, today, tomorrow. But I'm happy because I swim all here for this event, and I'm very happy. Say thank you my coach, my family. They support me every day. Thank you.
You've done so incredibly well. We'll go and let you warm down now. Thank you so much for having a chat. We'll see you soon, because we do want to have a chat as well to Lena. Lena, congratulations, picking up a medal. 3 Hallie Sauerkraut competitors in that final. So special.
Yeah, definitely. I love them so much, and we are all so good in the fins, and it's just amazing, the level of our fin swimming.
And more medals for you at the World Championships. You were incredible last week. Medals everywhere to start the Interclub Championship so confidently. This is a wonderful sign of things to come.
Thank you so much. I'm a little bit sick, actually, so I'm really proud of that.
Well, you should be. Big waves down the camera. Germany picking up a medal. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to the Italians and the German lady. Fantastic performance all round. Time for the B final, the men's 100-metre mannequin carry. We're looking for sub-50-second swims here from the boys. The world record broken last week by Fergus Eadie, down in that 43-second range. The first man to ever go under 44. Paul Bjorn from Germany, a fan favourite. He was in heat 1 of 17 this morning. 17 heats. Posted a time good enough to almost get him in the A final. No one expected that. He absolutely delivered a 48 seconds, I think, Jenny Parry, to get himself into that final. What a swim that was, and he's really performing again up here. Draga from France is having an absolute flyer. He leads at the moment. The rest of these boys starting to work their way through. Maybe the other of the Frenchmen starting to get in on the act as well. But that is a great swim so far. He'll drag this one home.
Look at that. Tom from France coming through. Massive swim, massive finish. Hand on the wall, 46.26. Considering that most of these B finalists were really around that 48, 47 mark. That is a fantastic swim. He's got to be happy with that. Touching the wall, 46.26. That would have been at home in the A final for the national team's competition.
Very much so. Great swim. And it was all the second half. The first 50, it's important. You can't win it there. You can definitely lose it. But it's all that second 50. Bring that thing home. Rating's important. How much energy you've got left in the tank, and whether you are in true oxygen debt, that is very, very important here. And this A final is going to be an absolute cracker. We're down to the final event of the day. The Italians have got another win. Italy on fire at the moment here in the pool. They have dominated the national team's competition in terms of the pool. They've dominated night 1 of interclub competition here as well. Jenny Parry, can they be stopped?
Tell you what, just looking at those times, 46.26, that's phenomenal. That was a fantastic race. I'm trying to think back now, and I'm like, how did Fergus go 43.9 last week? And can he go close to doing it again?
I do not know. It's such a good swim. It truly blows me away. I look at the Olympics and think, I wonder how people swim that fast. And you throw him a set of fins, but he's carrying a mannequin, and he's a lot quicker than those guys go. So it's super impressive to see what he can do. He's a giant lad, pure power as well. Legs like tree trunks, huge shoulders. And just the ability to bring that home and carry that mannequin is truly something special from that man. I don't know if he can do it again, but if anyone can, it's Fergus Eadie.
Absolutely. And we're going to see quite a few of our men backing up from the national team's comp. Harry Hines was second to Fergus at the national comp, 44.19 for him. Chris Dorso is there, and I feel like we don't talk about him enough. He is absolutely everywhere. He is a powerhouse for the Black Fins. He just collects A finals and points consistently every time he puts on a pair of fins, every time he stands on the blocks. Northcliffe are so smart to pick him in their inter-club team here as well. He is guaranteed points.
We talked about Stephen Kent being the heart and soul of that Kiwi Black Fins team. I think Chris Dawson's a bit of an unsung hero in the end, to be completely honest, because for years and years and years he's continued to deliver here in the pool when maybe sometimes the Kiwis were struggling or they needed something, and then he'd go over to the surf and he'd win a surf race or do a rescue tube rescue, or he is one of those men that continues to deliver for the Black Fins every single World Championships. And what I want to see is him get some individual glory here and get a gold medal that he truly deserves. Is this the event? We'll wait to find out. He looked fantastic this morning in the heats. He dominated his heat. There was a couple that went quicker than him, but they were in different heats there, and he sort of shot out like he'd been shot out of a gun, but his last 20 was fantastic as well.
Yeah, it was really impressive. He actually wasn't really in my calculations until that final 10 metres, and then Chris Dawson did Chris Dawson things and came through, got the great points, got the great result there, and you can see some nervous faces on screen. I love seeing the way the men prepare differently. Who's having a laugh, who's having a joke, but who is laser focused and who's looking a little nervous.
There's some big, scary, angry men down there on the blocks, that is for sure. When they warm up, I try and avoid it because they are giant men. Every single one of these gentlemen well over 6 feet, a couple in there at 6'3", and 80, 90, 100 kilos for some of them of pure muscle. And that was the thing that shocked me about Fergus Eadie. When I stood next to him, I said, you are a giant human being. He's better off playing front row for the All Blacks, but he is an absolute weapon in the underwater, and when you've got legs like tree trunks, you can understand how you're the world record holder. Harrison Hines, bit of the bridesmaid the last couple of weeks, getting that silver medal, and Trig Island have been very good so far. And could he cause a boil over here? And Pizzotti there from the Italian club as well. You never count out the fastest qualifier.
100%. 3 from Rene Rossi in the mix, David Cremonini in 2, Fabio Pizzotti in 4, and then Andrea Vivalda in 7. So expecting big things here, expecting a fast start from Harrison Hines. He will be in lane 5, the white cap of Trig Island, teammate and Australian captain Jake Smith in lane 1.
Yeah, off and away. They go to work underwater very, very quick. Maybe Edie there. He's in that lane closest to us. Yellow string on one side, blue on the other. He'll be the first to the wall. Maybe Smith on the other side for the Aussies as well. Cremonini from Italy, he gets a good jump here, but it's all on the way home. Fergus Eadie, have a look at that. That turn was absolute lightning. Smith on the other side is flying along, and he's in the hunt for the medals. So is the Italian there. Dawson's starting to work his way into it, but the world record holder out in front, absolutely flying. What a swim this is going to be. Can he get to the wall? 2 strokes, 1 stroke. The world record holder becomes the world champion. 45.12. Don't worry about the time. It's all about the position. Fergus Eadie, BMD Northcliffe, the Kiwi lad, is the world champion. He adds that to his world record title. What a performance. 55.12. I don't know if he'll be happy with that, but it doesn't matter because he got the gold.
I reckon he is going to be happy with that after a massive program, a big day in the sun today. The relief of getting that done, incredible. David Cremonini on the top end of the pool, second. And special shout out, Jake Smith, the Australian captain. He has had the workload that we have seen to get a bronze medal here in the 100 carry. What a finish.
And that was all that front end. He flew off the start there, absolutely hammered his way down, was second at the turn behind Fergus Eadie, the Kiwi, but it was all that turn from Fergus Eadie. He got that mannequin, dragged it back up to the top, and absolutely flew for about 25 metres. And he has shoulders like boulders in there, and he shows the guns. And he can, because he's the world champion for the men's 100-metre mannequin carry with fins. 45.12. About 1.15 off his world record, but it doesn't matter because he's had a giant workload in the last couple of days. Davide Cremonini from Italy gets second. Jake Smith from Australia gets third. Dawson in 4th place, the other of the Northcliffe boys there. The former world champion, he deserved another one, did everything right, but just couldn't get it done. Fastest qualifier, Pizzotti from Italy. He finishes in 5th place with Vivaldi, not far behind. Harrison Hines, he won't be happy with that one. I think he might have dropped the mannequin somewhere along the carry on the way home because he deserved a little bit more than that one. Fergus Eadie got the win last week at the national teams title. A perfect performance in this event after winning inter-club title as well. You add the world record to the top of that, and it has been a hell of a week from the man from New Zealand, but he represents BMD Northcliffe now, the Gold Coast club. They have recruited very, very well for this national championships, and we're not too far away from hearing the winner of the final event of day number 1 of the Interclub Pool Rescue Championships here at the 2024 World Lifesaving Championships on the beautiful Gold Coast. What an afternoon it's been. 8 gold medals handed out and 8 incredible performances from athletes and their teams this afternoon. What a way to start this championships. What a way to start this pool program. And let's head down to the pool. We're not too far away to hear from Fergus Eadie. He's making his way across to Jenny Parry and the interview team down there. And a big thank you to everybody who's tuned in this afternoon to watch this live stream. We're going to have not only this interview, but the presentation for the final two events. We'll be back again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Let's head down to the pool deck and hear from our winner, Fergus Eadie.
Right here. Down here, Fergus Eadie, fantastic last week, a brand new world record in this event. It must be such a relief to have this one done and to claim another world championship.
Absolutely. I knew it was going to be pretty tough coming into it. Had David pushing me the whole way. It was just awesome. I could see him over there. He's a young bloke, so we've got many more battles to come in future years. So, yeah, how good.
Massive week in the pool for you last week. Beach sprints, rescue tube rescue. How are your legs still going at the moment?
They got a lot of residual in it, and I saw 45-1. I was like, that's a hard 45-1 too. So, no, plenty more racing to come. Super happy with that. Super happy to be here with the Northcliffe team, so fantastic.
And quite a few friends as well. We had a lot of Northcliffe in the race there, both the B and the A final, just getting the points sorted.
Absolutely. The beach guys are gonna go good, so us poolies have to step up a bit and give them a bit of a point surplus to build with.
You've done everything you can today. Big waves down the camera. Huge congratulations. There you go. World champion twice over.
What a swim. Fergus Eadie, he knows his job and does it better than anyone else in the business. What a performance to get the gold medal. Northcliffe will be very, very happy with that one. 3 scoring swimmers in there, but Rene Rosso from Italy, they had the run of it today. That is for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. Big wins for the Italians, big wins for the Australian clubs and the Kiwi athletes, and what an afternoon it's been so far. Thank you for joining us this afternoon here on the beautiful Gold Coast, day one of the Interclub Championships. Make sure, if you're looking for all the results, head to liveheats.com, or you can go to lwc24.com. That is the Lifesaving World Championship website. A huge thank you to the Queensland Government and the Gold Coast City Council. It's live in Queensland, and all our supporting and sponsoring partners here at the Championship. Remember, action continues back here from the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre and Kurrawa Beach. You can catch it all on the live stream tomorrow at 8 a.m. The live streams are available for the youth competition on the beach and for the pool competition right here. I think we're going to head back down to the pool deck with Jenny Parry. We're not too far away for one more interview down there. Stick with us for a second, and then we will wrap things up. A huge thank you to all the supporters at home. Remember, if you want to be part of the conversation, jump on the socials. Hashtag LWC24 is the one you want to use. Leave us a message. Tell us who you're cheering for. Tell us where you're from, because we know that people are watching from all over the world. And we're going to head down to the pool deck for the final time with Jenny Parry. Jenny, who you got?
Oh, we had to grab an interview with this guy who's on the podium for the 100 carry. Jake, you did nearly every race on the program last week. That obviously takes the shine, some of the sprint speed off your individual races. To come back now, to be on the podium, 100 carry in that sort of field, dreams come true.
Oh, yeah, it's unreal. Like, you're racing the best again and again and again. And you know, people like Ferg, Dorse, Harry, it's just like... I know all the Italians as well. Like, especially after that last week, it's just who can hold on the most, and everyone's stinging and hurting just as much. So, I mean, like, the winning time obviously wasn't as quick as last week, but like the guy still won at Ferg. Like, he's unreal, absolute superhuman. Dorse has got half a leg and still putting together quick times, and it's just, yeah, just who's there at the day, I guess, and wants to sting the most.
Well, we're stoked to see you still racing after a massive program. To come out and get an individual medal, we're going to let you head up to presentations, but we had to say hello. We had to say congratulations. Big waves down the camera, Jake. You're an absolute superstar.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Well, they're all superstars, that is for sure. Big thank you to Jenny Parry on behalf of myself and the entire team. Thank you for tuning in today, day one of those Interclub Championships. That wraps us up this afternoon. Well done to all our new world champions. Well done to all our finalists, and well done to everybody at home. Thank you for the support on behalf of myself and the entire team at the Lifesaving World Championships 2024 on the Gold Coast. Thank you and good night.
Good.